Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Arvanauts. Welcome all and sundry to the premiere of Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron, the Oracle of War. I hope everyone is excited for our newest campaign, which we launched tonight with an incredible crew of players. I am extremely excited about this, not just because I happen to love this world, but because these players are great. They are going to work really well with each other, and I could not be more excited for this as we move into the first part of Oracle of War called the Nightland. Although this is really session 0.5 because we're going to be describing some things about the world and stuff like that to get everybody caught up. So that is the deal. I am very excited to bring this to all of you as we start what is going to be probably our longest campaign in terms of levels anyway. We are going to be taking this thing all the way to 11, by which I mean 20. We're going to go from level 1 all the way to level 20. And that is the plan with this crew. There are going to be surprises along the way, and you're going to love it. It's going to be great. I am super excited about it. So hello to Crit Twitch. Hello to Garlic, to Live, to Echo, to Turbo Tango, to all the folks. I think I saw Nonstop who resubbed when we were in the process of getting things started. So thank you to everybody for being here and being a part of this. And I hope you folks are pumped up. Please spread the word about this. Please spread the word about this show. Hello, Mrs. Dunsel as well. Please spread the word about the show. This is going to be a big one for us folks, I think, largely because I just think the combination of world and player is going to be awesome. Before we go any further, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us on the stream. If you haven't done so already, please follow our channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, where you'll be able to see past broadcasts of this and other streams. At the moment, there is no past broadcast of Eberron because we're starting tonight, but in the future, you'll be able to see that. !Arv tweets is my Twitter, where you can check out my Twitter, and I always post when I'm going live and all that kind of good stuff. !ArvCord is the Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. And of course, we have !ArvCord, Arv Tweets, and I think that's ArvCord, Arv Tweets, ArvTube. I think that's all. And of course, we have yeah, very cute, Shadow. Of course, you were looking for my Twitter. What's up, Shadow? And of course, we have the website for all of that, which is arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, !Arv Shop will get you over to my merchandise area, where you can get stuff for this Infinity and Beyond crew and Adventures of Middle-earth, and soon to be Esper Genesis as well. !Arv Treon is really the financial backbone of the channel, sitting at 23 patrons, $2.14 per month. This is what makes it possible for us to do what is going to be happening. This is the old video that you saw here, but we're going to have a whole new intro video coming up. We've got a whole new intro video and music on the way. The music I'm not sure about, but we're definitely going to have an intro video on the way, and we are going to have a new overlay, which is on the way as well, so I'm very excited about that. All being commissioned and paid for thanks to the support of people like you who are supporting us by both subscribing to the channel and supporting the Patreon, and of course inspirations to help these players as well. So please consider jumping on board to the Patreon. Also, cool stuff for you and the channel. And of course, if you haven't done so already, please do what Nonstop did earlier today. And please, I think Echo might have also, but I didn't see all of them, but please resub to the channel or sub to the channel for the first time. You can get those custom sub badges, emotes, which you can use everywhere across Twitch, and of course, inspirations to help the players as well. On the publishing side, Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel, which is a recent silver medalist in the Benjamin Franklin Awards of the Independent Book Publishers Association. That is published by Athos Arts, and Athos Arts is also the publisher of record for my novel Greyshade, which is going to be coming out soon, and the Kickstarter for the later books and the game and all that stuff is going to be coming out in late summer, early fall. And if you want to know more about all of that, Greyshade KS. And Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. They are the ones doing the role-playing side, the tabletop role-playing side of the Greyshade Kickstarter later this year. And again, you can pick that up. That is available right now in digital form. It is currently, they just asked for updated addresses and stuff like that for Kickstarter backers, so it's going to be on its way out to them too. So it's going to be cool. What is up, our Polar? Good to see you. And also, thank you for the host, Darksaber. What's going on, man? So we got that going on as well. And last but certainly not least, as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others if you need help and to reach out to others if they need help as well. Now on the schedule tonight, as I said, we have the premiere of D&D with INB and Eberron. Tomorrow, Sunday, we've got more amazing tabletop role-playing goodness with Brandon O'Brien and the joint Speculate Twitch event of Case of the Cindered Seal. That is our Blades in the Dark game, which is run, as I said, by Brandon O'Brien GMing it with Turbo Tango, with The Kids Are Asleep, with Yoi Gawin Lin and Iori Kasano. That is an awesome game and really good chemistry with that crew, and you definitely will want to check out that crew, the Strange Friends, because they continue their journey through the land of Duskwall. So that's what we've got going on, and I do want to mention just very quickly, since Saber brought it up, on Tuesday we've got Adventures of Middle-earth going on, and then over on GOG we have my second premiere in less than a week, and that is D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh, and that is also going to have its own overlay and pretty soon its own video and all that stuff as well. So very, very excited for the Ghosts of Saltmarsh premiere also. And Tuesday night, by the way, for the Our Vocalist fans in the audience, I believe it is this Tuesday, we have got more of Neocab coming at you. So that's going to be great. So that's what we've got. It's pretty cool, very exciting. And I hope you folks are ready for it as much as I am. And with all that said, I am now going to unmute myself and apologize unreservedly for interrupting them accidentally, as I sometimes do because I can't hear them. And then I am going to unmute them.
What faceless dice!
I'm not crossing my arms because Arv interrupted me talking about how, John, if you use dice that don't have the numbers on them again, I'm quitting the campaign. That never happens.
And so you can see that we are ready to go as I bring you over to
all
my
together.
Great pleasure to bring you to this set, these happy few.
How did this happen?
As we have been brought together, the full crew is here today. Chat, can I get everyone's love, admiration, and lots of Arvany love emotes, Arvany, all those kind of emotes and hype emotes for the amazing crew of Infinity and Beyond. What's that, Trent? What?
Why do you get the love and none left for us?
I said love to all of you.
That's what I said. You said, can I get the love? Meaning you.
Can I get the love for all of you? You know.
Words matter, Arv. Words matter.
This is like, when you're signing, for on a receipt, and you put the receipt on the tip on the receipt instead of giving it to the server, because then it has to go through the boss's hands to get to the.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, don't do
that. I'm just annoyed that you've kept us waiting this whole time. I've been sitting here for days waiting for this thing to go up. We ended the other campaign. I thought we were going to start up right away. And look, I've had things that...
Yep, and yet
shame.
Here you all
for shame, Arv. For
so
shame.
we are here, ladies and all the folks in the audience. We are here with this amazing crew. And so I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves, although they should be familiar since all of them have appeared on this channel. But
yes, I am familiar with myself.
I'm going to let them introduce themselves to all of you. And then I am going to talk a little bit about background about the world of Eberron, because we do need to talk about some of the differences there. And then I will allow these lovely people to introduce their characters to you. You can see the names below their pictures. Believe it or not, Trendane Sparks is not actually Tantin de Kenneth, but the character is. So you're going to find out more about them. And then we're going to get to know these characters with a little bit of play. We're going to be doing a bit of introductory play here. This is kind of a session 0.5. I did kind of a session 0 with these folks already a couple of days ago, but we're going to have a session 0.5 where I go over a little bit of things that will affect them and where we get the ball rolling on what is going to be a very long and involved campaign. So I will begin with the person right to the right of your screen, right of my picture as you're watching it, and that is Trendane Sparks, who is here and prepared and ready. And Tren, I guess I would ask, as Tren is looking around his table, clearly proving that what I said is not true.
No, you said to get the ball rolling. I don't have a ball near my
yes.
my
Yes, I see. Yes, indeed. How are you, Tren? How is life in the universe with you? Do you have any thoughts about Eberron specifically? Like, I've never played it. I don't know anything about it. Or I'm super excited. Or this seems cool.
I have played it once. It was many years ago, before 5th edition ever came out. So it was probably a glimmer in Gary Gagax's eye. And I hated it. I hated it.
Yeah, really?
I hated Eberron the first time I played it. And I was just like, no, I don't like this at all. It's too much like it's like a D&D version of Cyberpunk. I don't like this. I want my D&D to have dragons and carts and thieves and stuff. I don't want to have no lightning ray. What the heck is that? No, didn't like it at all. But 5th edition may have mellowed me a bit on it because it doesn't bother me as much anymore. And maybe when I was playing it the first time around, I didn't understand what I was doing. I think that's probably more likely. Yeah, I am definitely looking forward to this particular thing. My name is Trent Sparks. I am a professional voice actor and audiobook narrator person. And my particular character, as you can see partially below myself, his actual name is Mayatantan Tagashaw DeCanneth. But everybody's like, that's too long. Don't see. But he's always like, you can call me Tantan, it's fine. But he doesn't sound like that. Anyway, so yeah, and he is right now he is an artificer, just a plain old bog standard level 1 artificer. But he gonna become something more.
He's going to be more than that. You
more
folks,
than meets the eye.
And you folks will have a chance to hear more about what an artificer is for those of you who don't know as we go through. I will. Oh yes, sorry.
No, go ahead. Finish
well, I did just want to quickly note also that some of you will be familiar with Dungeons and Dragons Online, and D&D Online was actually set in the world of Eberron, and kind of an odd. Like, Eberron didn't get a lot of attention and love from places except in the computer gaming world. I don't totally know why that is. But anyway, so some of you might be familiar with some of these characters. But that, of course, that wasn't 5e. There are some significant differences as well, which we'll talk about. Artificers are badass. I'm just going to say that. Like, they're really cool. They're really awesome. Hopefully yours will be one of them. And and that will lead us moving on. Yeah. Oh, yes. What?
Remember, this is the pattern. This is how we go. And moving.
Yes, that is correct. So next in the list, we have, of course, the amazing and awesome, who I know IRL, as it were, but have never had a chance to. I think I may have played D&D with you, Marie, just as like a one-shot or something like that. I think we may have done that, but I've never had a chance to play myself in a campaign with you. So it is, of course, from Emberwind fame and many others, Marie Bilodeau. Marie, it is lovely to see you as always. And I guess I just want to ask you the same thing, which is, please, introduce yourself to the lovely folks who for some reason wouldn't know you by this point. I'm sure they already do, but just in case. And do you have any experience with Eberron, knowledge of it, thoughts about it, any of those things? Perfect.
Of course, yeah. Thank you for having me. I'm super stoked to be here. For those of you who don't know me, it's a pleasure to meet you all in chat. I'm Marie Bilodeau, or Marie Bilodeau. I was saying that I didn't know how to introduce myself in English for the longest time. So, if you can do the French, do it. I am a science fiction author. I have short stories, books out there. I'm also a performing storyteller. So when we got to travel, I get to travel across Canada and hit stages, bars, burlesques, and tell stories. And I am a co-chair for CanCon, the local Ottawa convention, sci-fi convention as well, which Greg often comes and joins us, and we hope that the rest
I miss it this year.
We do too.
Yeah.
No CanCon. And on Eberron, I do have a little bit of experience. Now, Greg, I want you to just humor me here.
Okay.
Close your eyes.
Okay.
Now, you might remember that there is this wonderful podcast called Speculate SF.
Oh, God, of course. So, yeah. Okay. See what? See,
story?
I played.
Do we need a whole other show just to
it's
clarify
because
this?
we did not a one shot, but a mini campaign with oh God, Maurice Broadus was in that, and Mike Underwood, and yes, I 100% knew that, and was literally looking at Mike's named at Turbo Tango in chat and being like, yes, but completely forgot. Of course, yes, Marie was in that. Of course, you have experience. I know that. I'm fine. How are you? Proceed.
It's
Please
good
continue.
to see you. Just remember, blood flow is important, and the headset can't be too tight.
Yeah.
We talked about this.
I need to work on that. Yes.
Seriously though, I had a brilliant time playing Eberron and playing with you as well as a DM. So I am super stoked to be back here with a bunch of cool people I played with before and new people that I get to learn to play with now. So this is good. Try not to get any of you killed.
Right. That's which is that's true.
That would make for a hell of a first impression.
In the original, in the first time we played Speculate, that was not always easy for Marie's characters to avoid killing people. Yes. But yes, always a pleasure to have Marie. I can't believe that I forgot that. I really, I don't know. Anyway, listen, I was at all I'm going to say, I was at my son's 5th birthday party all day today, jumping up and down in a bouncy castle. All right. Listen, I mean, I don't know.
That was a hell of a bouncy castle. I was looking at that going, I've seen houses that are smaller than that thing.
Dude, you are not joking around. That thing was crazy. I'm like, wow. And of course my son came out and was like, I love everything about my birthday. And I'm like, all right, I did the job.
Father of the year.
But anyway, no, thank you so much, Marie. It's wonderful to have you in this longer campaign, which I will not forget about ever. And that's going to lead us on to, of course, the amazing and still in the same spot, I should say, on the overlay when it's positioned this way, John Helfers, who, of course, the last that most of you saw, John, it was during the shavening video in which John lost the beard and was, became what he was. And for a brief moment, flirted with the Beastie Boys Sabotage video, the greatest video ever made. And so, but now John is back to just being John. So John, other than just how does it feel to be 10 pounds lighter in your head without the beard, but also any thoughts about Eberron and all that kind of stuff?
First, shout out to Marie for causing you to miss that int roll. It is delightful. So great start to the campaign. Love it. Second, I have air conditioning on my face now. It's delightful. So very, very nice. Very nice.
You should know, by the way, that Garlic Tofu was just constantly like, can we pay money to unsee this? This is terrible. Why? Because she wanted the beard to remain. And like,
wasn't she the one saying, can we pay to have him keep the beard?
Yeah, to keep it. Right. That's what I'm saying. And like, so when we showed all the hair in the sink, she was just like, that's just wrong. It's bad and you should feel bad. So,
that's funny. That's what this is true. Well, thank you. Thank you, Garlic. I appreciate it. The beard will make a reappearance. It is not gone forever. Don't worry. Trust me, I got used to it. Had little birds in there. It was delightful. So secondly, a lot of you people know me, John Helfers, Radio Johnny Panda, the name I only use on Twitter. But I am the editor executive editor apparently for Catalyst Game Labs, during which, in capacity, I've hired most of these people to do things for me.
John, do you not know what your position at your own company is?
It varies depending on the day. Yeah. I wear a lot of hats, just not tonight. Which we do BattleTech and Shadowrun, new fiction, old fiction, audio, other stuff, whatever we feel like. It's a good time. And Eberron. So for those of you who don't know, of course, Eberron was Keith Baker. I like Keith, and I'm not going to. I want to say one because this Eberron came about due to a contest for people to submit their own campaign rules to D&D, and Keith Baker was the one who won. And I'm like, okay, why didn't they just go to Keith and have him create Eberron for them anyways? The contest left a little bit of a bad taste in my mouth, despite the fact that Eberron seems to be very awesome. Don't get me wrong. It just seemed weird that, a professional with 20 years experience won the contest that was supposed to be for everybody. Okay. Be that as it may. I've never played Eberron. Looking forward to it. Should be a lot of fun. Let's go.
It is good stuff. I am excited to have John with us as the 3 parts of the original INB crew made their return. So we have 2 of those 3 so far, John and Tren, that have introduced themselves. But now we are moving on to someone who I have also met in real life on multiple occasions and have been on panels with and have sat next to tables at cons selling books and so on. And of course, should be well known to everyone here from the Emberwind crew, and just like Marie. And that, of course, is Jennifer Brozek. Jen, it is again lovely to have you here where I can actually, because you did not actually play in the Speculate game that I have suddenly forgotten about, so I won't have to be embarrassed a second time.
No, but we did play a really terrible Talisman board game at one of the Gen Cons.
That you mean, look, okay, first of all, that was Relic, and that was not terrible. You meant Epic. Oh. It was epic. That's what you meant to say. But no, it is a great pleasure to have you, Jen. So welcome to this campaign in particular. And, same question. First of all, please introduce yourself to those who don't know you in chat, but also any thoughts or experience with Eberron and this type of stuff.
My name's Jennifer Brozek. I'm a professional editor, author, and media tie-in writer. I do a lot of BattleTech and Shadowrun. My most recent Shadowrun novella was See How She Runs. And my 3rd book in the Rogue Academy series should be coming out in July. Crimson Knight, finishing up the trilogy, where I kill a lot of people because that's what I do.
Not the game, just in fiction.
Fictionally, I kill a lot of people. As an editor, my 20th and 21st anthology are coming out. And Eberron. I have played it once before. We were set in Sharn. And the thing that I remember about it was the train and the expense of the train. And it was a very long time ago. We're talking like, I don't know, God, 20 years. It's been a long time since I played in Eberron. And when I started reading up about it now, and you said where we're going to start, I'm like, why are we starting in the Mournlands? Oh my God, that place is terrible.
Yeah, it is.
The cleric. I am a healer, a cleric of Eberron, the dragon, not the planet. And it is my job to try and keep these people from dying. It may be harder than I'd like it to be. Lysiana de Jarasco, dragon marked cleric of House Jarasco.
Very cool. And also, some of these characters all the characters know each other, as we'll discuss momentarily, but also some of the characters may have connections or relationships, specific relations to each other, which will be discussed when we describe their characters in more detail. And so it was really, really fun, actually, to listen to the various connections being built up in our session 0 that was done off stream. So that's going to be great. So thank you, Jen. It is, again, awesome to have you with us. And it is also awesome to have, I mentioned 2 out of the 3, the third of the 3, and that, of course, is our good friend Darkside Rob, who has returned to take on another character in now the third, I believe, if you count Pasha as the second one, third campaign.
I do.
So we have Tyranny of Dragons.
I certainly do.
Tyranny of Dragons, and then we have, of course, Curse of Strahd, and then we have this one. If you count Palace of Red Pasha with Tyranny of Dragons. So I guess...
Would this be 4?
I guess it could be 4 if you think of Pasha as separate. So in that case, it would be 4.
Well, it's funny because I remember joining the first campaign with y'all. God, what was it, back 2015? 15.
Yeah.
My goodness, how time flies when you're having fun. We're having fun, right? It's fun. It's
well,
fun.
I think so. Y'all keep signing up.
I think I think Trent keeps trying to convince me fun. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how this goes.
Whenever I say it, yeah.
I'm giving it this one session. We'll see how we'll do moving forward. Also, I just want to call out Shadow. Nice job piecing just as I get to my introduction, buddy. Thank you. I appreciate you, longtime friend of mine, for just piecing. Rob's talking. I've seen him before. I don't need to. Yeah. Trendane, by the way,
Nothing new here.
Ringing endorsement of Eberron. I'm really excited now. Thank you. That was really.
Yeah.
Never played this before, so.
Well, this was not the Eberron I played before.
That's true. That's true. And I know I'm going a little bit out of order. Sorry, a little out of order here. I have not done anything in Eberron before. I've barely done anything in D&D before I joined this group, for those of you who know me. And so I've been trying to catch up on the lore and everything. And it is... My brain really hurt after I made this character the other day because I was trying to figure out a lot of things that I didn't necessarily think I had to know, but now I do know, and it's there forever. I can never leave it. But anyway, hello everybody. How are you doing this evening? This Saturday evening amidst the crazy chaos of Summer Game Fest and E3 and lots of video game news, and Elden Ring is real. Yay. I am your host and master of ceremonies, Darkside Rob. You might know me from my Twitch TV channel, twitch.tv/Twitch TV. I did it again. Twitch.tv/DarksideRob, because I changed my name. Look, okay, after you've had a name of a particular set of letters for like 5 years, it's a little hard of a habit to break even though it's still me. It's still mostly the same. Anyway, but yes, you can catch me on Twitch TV. I've been casting there, not recently because I've been exhausted from the other stuff that I do when I'm not casting on Twitch TV, which is I do voice acting work for one of the people in the call here, you might know, John Helford. And I do some work for him, and I also do some other VA stuff, do some music composition, music writing, music singing, performing, and YouTube videoing and editing and all that. Yeah, audiobook shenanigans. And I will be proving to you guys soon that I actually do these audiobooks and not just like read them and then throw them into the ether for somebody to catch somewhere. They will be coming out eventually so you guys can enjoy them. Yeah, I'm excited to be here on this this cast. Arv would not let me leave, so that, you know, he basically tied me down to this chair and said, "You're doing this." And I was like, "Okay, please just give me some food or something and I'll be fine."
Hotel California, man.
But yeah, no, I'm excited to check out Eberron. I will be playing a character. And that's all I can say so far.
That is unheard of.
I am playing
That's good.
a 18-year-old female shifter swift stride shaman named Yana. And I wish I could tell you more, but there's a lot going on with her. One of the things that I have planned for this is that while things are being revealed on this stream, I hope to be writing more of her backstory. I actually, for those of you who know me from the previous campaign, not the previous campaign, Curse of Strahd. God, it took me a second to get back to that one. I wrote an initial backstory for Mason and Xavier, and I sort of created the character as we were playing. With this one, I'm going to be writing the character's backstory while we're playing this campaign. And I might even make it like a kind of short story, because there's a lot of stuff I have in my head that I can't say while we're in the campaign currently. And it's kind of cool stuff. I've been like thinking about it nonstop for the past couple of days. So I'm excited to see how it all plays out, if it works out, and trying a character and a race on a class I've never played before. So it's a lot of new stuff that let's see how badly I screw this up.
It is good stuff. I am very excited to have this whole crew with us. So thank you all for being a part of it, and I'm excited to get started. I want to set the world up here. I'm going to take a few minutes to set up a little bit about the world and what is important about it, because Eberron is not the Forgotten Realms and things work a little bit differently here. Then we're going to talk a little bit about the characters specifically, and they will introduce themselves. And I'm going to have a chance to introduce them as a group, because one of the things that Eberron emphasizes, which is one of the reasons that it is among my favorite of the settings, is the idea of a group patron, a group sort of consciousness, so that the party, unlike many campaigns where they all meet through the process of going through things, whether that's being tied to a stake in a village, or whether that's being completely unconscious in a barn in a village that's under attack by a blue dragon. Those are various ways that people get introduced to each other. But in this campaign, they have known each other for a little while. Now, they have not known each other for decades. And one of the things that we're going to talk about is about how they will develop as a group as well as individuals. But the group thing is part of the emphasis of this world. Keith Baker himself describes Eberron as being a mix of Indiana Jones and basically D&D Indiana Jones with a side of the Maltese Falcon. And I think there's something to that idea. There's a feel of noir. There is steampunk that's associated with it. And there is also this sense of kind of the pulp adventure, the Indiana Jones forging forward. And in fact, our intrepid crew is, as was pointed out by Jen, going to be starting out not in Sharn, the City of Towers, which is an awesome place, and I can't wait until they get there. But before they get there, they're going to have to survive dealing with the Mournland and the Grey, as it is popularly called, which is right next to the Mournland. So I want to talk a little bit about Eberron generally, then I'll talk about Corvair, and then we'll sort of zoom in to the village in which, the outpost, I should say, in which this is starting out, where this is taking place, which is known as Salvation. A lot of this early portion of the game is going to feel a lot like the Old West US, and I'm a huge fan of the sort of vibe of that, and so I think that's going to be neat. Eberron itself was created, it is said in legend, when 3 of the progenitor dragons, Sybaris, Eberron, and Kyber, were at war. Specifically, Kyber wanted dominion over the new reality of the material plane, and so she basically struck Sybaris without warning and tore him apart. It is said that to this day, the magic which has fallen upon the land of Eberron, upon the world of Eberron, comes from the magic that was held in the body of Sybaris before it was ripped apart. Eberron wrestled with Kyber and bound the traitor in her coils but could not defeat her, and so Eberron became a living prison, a world that would forever contain Kyber's evil. And so Eberron itself, if the legends are to be believed, is itself a dragon locked at war with the dragon that is within its midst perpetually. And that is the world of Eberron overall. But we are going to be focusing much of our attention on the continent that all of you see on the screen, and that is the continent of Corvair. It is the largest continent in the world of Eberron, and it is the one that has, for in some ways, the richest, I shouldn't say the richest history, but the most well-known history might be a better way to put it, because a lot of the things that you see on the continent of Corvair are there as a result of various wars that have been fought among its midst. And it was not always this way. It used to be the case that there was a great king who had ruled over the land after the empires had gone back and forth. And the greatest power was the kingdom of Galifar, which covered most of the continent of Corvair, which you see in front of you. There were 5 nations: Ondair, Breland, Carnath, Thrain, and Sire, sometimes called Kyre, but I think it's Sire, which formed the heart of the kingdom. Each of those has their unique cultural identity, but they share this unified foundation. And about a century ago, Califar collapsed into civil war, and the 5 nations became separate at odds with each other. This is the last war that is referred to in this book, Rising from the Last War. And it's this idea of the aftermath of the last war that this party is going to be contending with. The last war came to an end after Sire was destroyed in a cataclysm, which is known as the Morning. This strange magical cataclysm, no one to this day knows exactly what happened or why. Some say that it was a magical weapon that was unleashed by a nation that turned back upon itself and destroyed the nation that was trying to use it. Some people say that it was a result of so much magic being used on all sides that eventually the world itself of Eberron rose up to reject it. Still others say that it was simply a magical accident that happened to happen at this time. Whatever the reason is, the result of it was this gray, mist-like substance which spread over much of the middle of Corvair, thank you for the follow, much of the middle of Corvair, which is now known as the Mournland. And popularly, this area is known as the Grey. In fact, if you were to look back, I'm going to jump back to that scene for a minute, and you can look, that is an airship going into the middle of the Grey. And if you're like, wow, those look like human faces that are crying out in pain, you'd be right. That is what sometimes people see within the Grey. But there are all sorts of strange things to be found there. Some places are twisted beyond recognition. Things that were once castles that have now become hovels, or sometimes have become great valleys within which stir strange demonic beasts. And in certain other cases, things that used to be there don't exist at all, or things that weren't there have appeared suddenly, shadowy mountains or forests out of legend just randomly appearing within the Mournland. It is also the case that the Mournland is the source of much of the riches of that last war, and there are both powerful military machines, war machines, to be found within the Mournland, and also other kinds of riches and wealth, which is going to tie back into our party, as we'll talk about in just a little bit. So the Mournland is this place that is essentially no man's land, and so once this disaster happened, the remaining 5 nations created a treaty known as the Treaty of Thronehold, officially ending the last war, more or less because every nation was really freaked out. And they were all like, wow, I don't know what just happened, but we just lost insert number of troops, and no one knows why it happened or whether it will happen again. We need to stop right now. And so they were all brought together in this Treaty of Thronehold. So theoretically, anyway, the nations that you see around on that map are theoretically at peace. And the following nations are known as sovereign states: Ondair, which you can see up to the top left of the Mournland; Breland, which is going to be very important for our party, as we'll come back to; Dargun, which is another country to the far south of Corvair; the Eldine Reaches, which you can see off there to the west. There it is. Yes, the west. To the west over there, you can see looks almost like forested area below the demon wastes there. Kibara, the Talenta Plains, which is right to the east of the Mournland. The Mror Holds, which you'll be able to see there as well within this is a problem of looking at OBS when I'm trying to do this. Yeah, also to the northeast of Karnath, the Talenta Plains, Thrain, Valinar, and Zilargo. The Demon Wastes that you see there in the Shadow Marches have no unified government, and everyone better hope to the gods they pray to that they never get one, because those places are nasty enough without actually having leadership behind them. But those sovereign states are theoretically at peace. In reality, the states are still engaged very much in a war of intrigue with each other to try to gain some power over the continent of Corvair, and that is ultimately going to have an effect, of course, on our party as well, as I will come back to in just a moment. So, a couple things to keep in mind. We talked about the last war, and we've talked a little bit about these lands of intrigue and this continent of adventure. Let's talk about a couple of other things that are important to note. First of all, Eberron is infused, as I've already said, with magic. Stuff which is typically seen to be sort of scientific advancement in other places is largely dominated by magic in this world. One of the most famous ways that this is applied, or that this manifests, is in the use of these things called the lightning rails, which connects a lot of the major nations to each other. The lightning rails are extraordinarily fast trains which are electrically powered, and so as they zip along the track, they make this crackling sound as they go over the track and pass over various milestone points within the tracks. But the reason that they're able to function is that the electrical lightning rails are largely run thanks to captured elementals of lightning and electricity who are kept in place by mages who hold them in thrall. And so there's all kinds of interesting tensions there, which we may have a chance to get into as we go throughout and play more of this. There are airships that exist within Eberron. There are multiple kinds of familiars. In fact, without spoiling it, one of the characters here may end up creating such a creature later on in the development of said character. And so there are mechanical things, certainly, that are made. Artifice, for example, there are things like the Artificers, explosive weaponry, and so forth, but all of those are infused with magic. And so magic is a way of life within Eberron, and as a result, magic doesn't surprise people. How magic manifests in particular ways can surprise people, but magic itself as a fact of life is not shocking to anyone here. It is also not shocking here to have a very broadly diverse group of people, so that you have a lot of unique races that exist, along with many races that already exist that you might be familiar with from the Forgotten Realms. So there are elves, and there are dwarves, and there are halflings, but it is to be noted that many of those are different from their counterparts in the Forgotten Realms. There are certain groups, for example, of halflings, which are halfling barbarians with dinosaur mounts. Our particular halfling, Nisiana, does not have a dinosaur mount, at least unless she told me, didn't tell me that yet, but I'm pretty sure she doesn't have a dinosaur mount as far as I know yet. But that's just an example of one of many in which the races that you know of are quite different as the way they're focused upon in Eberron. There are humans here as well, and there are, of course, unique races, and we will have several of those on display for you in this campaign. We have changelings who have these minor shape-changing abilities similar to those of doppelgangers. There are Kalashtar, who are planar entities merged with human hosts that give them some telepathic abilities. There are shifters, who are developed from the mixture of humans and lycanthropes, which give them limited bestial abilities and feral instincts. And there are, those of you who watched the Tyranny of Dragons campaign will know, there are also Warforged, these creatures which were constructed for the purpose of war, infused with magic in the ways that I've described, and now that the war is over, are seeking a new path forward. There are even some versions of Warforged which we may not have run into before, and I will let one of our players describe that when we get over to him and describe his particular character. So these races work with each other, and there is, in general, I would say, a much greater understanding of, maybe even tolerance of, a variety of different races. Tolerance, sadly, does not mean a lack of bigotry. It does not mean that everyone gets along with each other all the time, no matter who they are. I wish that they could be judged as much by the content of their character, but that is not yet the case in Eberron either, more's the pity. But it is the case that in this world, there is a broad panoply of races and groups that can interact and connect with each other, and you will again have a chance to see some of that here as well. And the last thing I want to mention before I introduce the group patron, and then I want the players to introduce their characters, is the dragon marks, the dragon marked dynasties. The dragon marked families are the barons of industry and commerce throughout Corvair and beyond. And the dragon marks are things that manifest upon some, not all, of those who live within Eberron and grant them various powers. Those who have one of these dragon marks, generally, but not always, end up working for excuse me, a particular house. So, for example, Tantin, as you're about to hear, is connected with the House de Kenneth, which has the House Kenneth, Tantin de Kenneth, works with the House Kenneth. And the House Kenneth has a particular focus and function within the world of Eberron, as we'll talk about. There is also, excuse me while a motorcycle races by outside for no reason, we also have the House Jarasco, which Nisiana is associated with, which is often associated with healing, and it is healing for pay, because you really need to be healed in the world of Eberron, and so Jarasco, for a fair, reasonable price, will offer healing to people who need it. These houses have very important connections as well, because although there are national interests with which the party may identify, and group interests with which they identify, as we'll describe, the houses, the dragon-marked houses, are also connected, and they are connected across nations. So there are members of House Jarasco in more than just Brayland or Thrain or Karnath. They are to be found across the continent of Corvair, and sometimes even beyond it. So there are multiple areas of loyalty, areas of intrigue, areas of interest, and areas of connection with each other, which is just one reason why I think this setting kicks a whole lot of ass, and why I'm really pumped up that we're actually playing it in our session tonight. Now, the last thing I need to mention is this group that we're talking about, the group patron. And in this particular case, the group has chosen to be part of an organization which is known as the King's Citadel. I'm going to describe more of what that means when we actually get into play, but very temporarily, I will say that the King's Citadel is an organization which works for the nation of Brayland, that is one of the largest nations in Corvair, one of the most richest and powerful, and it is also where Sharn, the City of Towers, is located. So those of you who may have played before in Sharn may be familiar with Brayland, because this is where it could actually be found. The King's Citadel is really cool, I think, in a lot of ways, because it is almost it's a organization which does things that other organizations cannot, and I'll describe more about that in a little bit. But I will say that this group has been together, I would say, probably about 6 months to a year before this campaign actually begins. Although the party should know that this is by far the farthest the party has been sent, and this, according to the person who's going to be coordinating their missions, at least early on, is also the first official mission where they are connected as a group. They are no longer trainees. They are no longer people who are getting to decide if they're going to make things really bad for the nation of Brayland. This is the first time that they are being sent out as a group to do a service for the King of Brayland, and we will describe what that is when we get into it. Now that I have described all of them, I am going to head over to, and I will start again with Trendane, and I will ask Trendane to describe what exactly Miatantin de Kenneth, the human artificer, tell us a little bit about your character that you are willing to reveal at the moment, and also what an artificer is. Tell us what an artificer is and does, please.
Well, I'll start with the latter first. An artificer is someone who has the ability to build and imbue objects with magical effects. And sometimes these are quite small. For example, one thing I was talking to the party about the other day is anytime that we want to relax, I can grab 4 little rocks and I can be like, you sound like the ocean, and throw it over there. Like, you smell like coconut. You smell like pineapple. You smell like seabirds. And it's like we're at the beach. You know, you just got these sounds going. Alternatively, if we're going into an area where we can't see, I can just pick up 4 rocks and be like, light, and just pass out 4 flashlights or torches for everybody so that they can see them. And, you know, I can imbue weapons so that they will become magical. So you're not just hitting somebody with a dumb stick. you'll actually get a plus to attack and damage because it's now a magical weapon. And for Tanton, his big thing, he really is just fascinated with, because House Cannith was originally from a city called Eston, is where it started, and that is inside the Moorlands, just inside of the mist wall. So it's like, but he's never been there, but he's heard rumors of all of these, amazing magical devices that are there, and he's like, I want to get these, I want to learn how they work, and he wants to become the best artificer that his house has ever seen. And because everybody needs things made, House Cannith is kind of an overarching thing. Everybody needs something fabricated at some point. So at some point, all the other houses will have worked with House Cannith at some point. So it makes sense that he would be a part of this thing that would be assigned to this group that would go out and find the pieces and parts of stuff that could make things better for all of us.
Which is really cool. Also, for those of you who have seen and enjoyed the work of Tren as a role player on this channel for quite some time, this is personality-wise a very different kind of character from, right? I mean, from either Weller or
yes, he
Feistley.
sounds completely different from every character I've ever
That's
played.
not
Yes.
true.
No, that's not what he sounds like at all.
You don't have to tell us yet, because we'll see you in play, but I just want chat to know, very different in a cool, I mean, at least as Tren's described him. Now, if Tren does actually start that way, I'm going to be like, I'm just going to give the straight, are you effing kidding me?
Disadvantage on every roll. Thank you.
Like, that's so unfair. I'm like, you're right. Also, please change your vote. Yeah. So it's going to be super cool. I am excited for that. All right. Well, that leads us over then again to Marie and Mary May Hawksmoor, which just straight up, I wanted to point out, is an incredible, awesome name. I just, wanted to say that. Mary May Hawksmoor is a Kalashtar bard, and I would like you to please tell us what's a Kalashtar, what kind of bard, how are you imagining this character? Again, that you're willing to share publicly.
Of course. So a Kalashtar is kind of a cool race. It's kind of cool. It's one of the Eberron specific races. And so every Kalashtar has a connection to a Kori, so a spirit of light that is part of Eberron. And so when the Kalashtar sleeps, it's actually the dreams that they see, the thoughts of the Kori instead of their own dreams. So there's a psychic connection formed with the spirit. And Greg, by all means, correct me if I get any of this wrong.
Sounds right to me. Yep.
Yes. So you get cool stuff like psychic advantage against psychic attacks, and you get telepathic links, and you get kind of that cool little extra. My own bard, she's an orphan, so she didn't grow up amongst other Kalashtar, so she's not actually aware of the spirit connection. She knows her the telepathy. She knows that her dreams seem to be different than other people's. She's always interpreted them as signs. So she grew up on the streets, and one day she had a dream which brought her to Nisiana's house. That's Jen's character, and basically it showed her that this Nisiana was her sister. This was the family she was moving in with, and she declared herself as such at the doorstep, which Nisiana's parents accepted gracefully, and so we have that bond that we've had all this time. And another dream, and this one I'll describe a little bit less right now. It'll come more into the dream, but into the play. But another dream brought her to the wars, where she was following something that she thought was of importance, not understanding that she wasn't seeing visions, she wasn't seeing a calling. It was really just the thought pattern of a spirit. And there she had some hardships, and part of it was that Nisiana's parents passed away. So she came home to tell Nisiana that her parents were dead, and that, of course, she stayed with her afterwards. So she is a fun, I think she'll be fun to play. She's a bard right now. We'll find out at 3rd level which college she'll select, even though I have a pretty good idea. And she is kind, likes to play a few pranks perhaps, and is looking forward to adventuring with her new party buddies. Also, she has a lyre. Also, she's going to rhyme sometimes. Also.
Yeah, Brahms in chat, was kind of like, of course Marie is a bard. He just wanted to point out. So Brahms, you know the drill.
Playing with my strengths.
Yes, Kalashtar are indeed very, very cool, and I believe you mentioned all this already, but I do want to point out, I don't think you mentioned the mind link, but I did want to bring up the fact that Kalashtar can speak telepathically to any creature that they see if the creature is within a number of feet of you equal to 10 times your level. So as we start out, that's only 10 feet, but obviously that will increase over time. And I really, as I was looking at this, was thinking a lot about two characters. One of them was a little bit of Galadriel from the films, with just like one who was seen, the eye, that type of thing, like Galadriel being very like in your face type of thing. The other character, of course, I thought of, for those of you who watched Curse of Strahd, is Django Lucky, John's character, who was able to telepathically connect with people. But there was a big difference in that over time, Django basically became a living, well, not a living, reanimated group text messaging service, basically, is what John was. Whereas for Merime, this is only something which can happen one at a time. So you can, give this ability to, you can talk to another creature, and you can give the creature the ability to talk to you telepathically, but you can only give this ability to one creature at a time. So if you give it to another one, then that's taken away from the person you gave it to originally. So that's going to have some possible good effects, I think.
I think that'll be fun. And I also wanted to point out for anyone who followed Amberwyn that if you Google Hawksmoor, I don't think you're going to be disappointed in what it is. It's a dessert. Go check it out.
Yeah, I heard the dessert thing. I'm like, really? Yes, that's going to fit. It's going to be really cool. I'm very excited for this character. And that's going to move us along to John's character. And this will give us a chance to talk about not only Eberron and who Eberron is, but also to talk about a Warforged that isn't quite a Warforged. It is a variation, I think you might say. So, John, what exactly is a Starforged?
Well, when Arv shot down my first concept character, I had to come up with something else.
He's like, "Can I be a god that wins instantly?" I'm like, "No."
Yeah, geez.
It's
No fun whatsoever.
God,
It's a Warforged that's been on Star Search, right?
Exactly.
That's
I was
So
forged
we
in
were
the
kicking
stars.
around. We were kicking around the conversation as to what we thought, and I was honestly I was a little leery of doing a Warforged because those of you who did watch the Centurion of Dragons know Mike's fantastic rendition of TikTok. I didn't really want to, was really a high point that I didn't really want to step on. But then Arv sent me this thing called the Feyforged, which is on DM's Guild. The Feyforged were created by Cameron Day. And I looked at this and thought, yeah, I think we can work with this. And the Starforged are kind of this kind of mystical sort of Warforged that, their origins is a little not shady, but unknown. Some people say, oh, they came from this dragon and fell to the land of Eberron, et cetera, fell to the continent. Others just say they've always been with us and wander around and this, that, and the other. And I kind of lean into that because Eberron is a century old that they know of. And they've been wandering this continent for the past 20 years because their background is wanderer, which I kind of made up and are graciously allowed me to use, which is pretty cool. Because I didn't want an Outlander. It just wasn't quite the right thing for them. So Feyforged, the Starforged, is even larger than the typical Warforged. They are 7 foot 10 inches tall. And add to that, Starforged don't walk, they glide. They hover 3 inches above the ground, and I glide everywhere. So I'm technically 8 feet tall. The appearance is kind of a tungsten-like plates of armor, and I'll get into more of that later with my class. And in between that is kind of this swirling, and I got to find out the right artist to depict this because there's no standard art that's going to cover it. It's kind of like the cosmos, like little twinkling stars in dark. So I have to find someone who can do that. And they have the constructability, immune to sleep, advantage on poison saves, resistance to poison. I'm also immune to aging, apparently, which I did not know until I looked it up on the D&D site, or aging effects. So, okay. Because technically, if they don't get destroyed, Warforged can live. There's no end point. At least no one knows of one. So yeah. And it's funny, I think 4 out of 5 people in our party are like barely out of their teens, which I think is hilarious because one of their points is I treat the members of my party like they're newborn pups. So I think that's going to be a very interesting dynamic here, but in a nice way. So this character is also very different than both Django or Cade. So my class is another variant, very different, called the Aegis, and that was created by Nicholas Lucas on DM's Guild. And one of the things about Warforged, of course, is that they can absorb or kind of meld with their armor. And the Aegis takes that to a completely new level. And once I found the Feyforged and I found this class, I'm like, Sod was always bugging me to play a fighter. And so now I'm doing that. It's just a fighter class. And B, this Aegis thing seems like the perfect combination for the Starforged because their powers, I know already what I'm going to take at 3rd level, and it's going to be pretty cool. So the armor they wear is scale, and it's got its own interesting characteristics and properties that we'll delve into as we move forward. So yeah, it should be a lot of fun. And the other thing is that Ilarion doesn't walk around with any weapons. He's not obviously armed. He wears a cloak, and himself has got the armor on, and that's it. And he floats around. There you go.
Yeah, and I can see the Bellari connection a little bit, Hillness. The character that I thought of a lot is Vision from popular culture. There's something about the sort of... this is partially because I happen to like Paul Bettany, and I think Vision's an actually really cool character that has a kind of... the same sort of thing, like looks sort of at a bemused way at the so-called mortal races, but not in a negative way, which is a really nice change from, well, you know nothing of me, you insignificant fool. I like the fact that this is more of a, not in a mean way, right, but almost in an intrigued way, which I think is interesting. I did like to point out, John, that you did all this lovely description, and Shattermage was like an 8-foot Gumby, impressive. So I was like, I like
that coming through with the win. Yes.
I'm not Gumby, damn it. I was just thinking of some Saturday Night Live. Anyway, good stuff. I am very excited to find out more about, to have us all find out more about the Starforged Aegis of Ilarion. That brings us on to what has now been revealed by Merime to be the adopted sister of Merime Hawksmoor, and that is Nisiana di Durasco. And this, of course, is Jen's character. So, Jen, can you tell us a little bit about what a dragon-marked halfling healer like you would do? How do you heal? How does it manifest? What do you know about the character that you wish to reveal?
Well, whenever she heals, she has a dragon mark that glows on her forehead. It's not subtle. And I believe they stay around for like 10 minutes after you're done healing. There are particular symbols. I don't have an image of it from the book. Nisiana is young. I don't know if she's younger than Rob's character or not, but she was young enough that she didn't go to war. She basically stayed in Sharn and healed people as they came back. Her parents went to war. Her sister went to war. Her sister came home. This is her first basic mission. In fact, she's distantly related to the House Baron, so she is paying off a debt to somebody in the King's Citadel. Because yes, while healers do provide a very necessary service, they cannot do it for free, because how are we going to have houses of healing if nobody pays for their services? So one of the things that she is very big on is the right for the House of Healing will do what they need to do and can do. If you can't pay for it, they won't use their magic. If you can, they will. And they have houses of healing all over Corvair. And she knows where a lot of the houses are. And she likes house protocol. She's very young. She likes to follow the lines right now, and she likes to follow what Merime suggests. Unlike Savoy was very much about, no, we're going to do this right. We're going to do this. I'm going to play a character who is not mom unless she's healing you, and then she's going to tell you to sit down, shut up, and let her work. Otherwise, she is going to be willing to pretty much try everything, but be like, are you sure this is going to be okay? Are you sure? Oh, okay. And yes, she spends a lot of time with Merime in her head. The two siblings are close. So if it's a choice of pushing somebody off a ledge to save her sister, she'll probably do it.
Even if that's Tanton. She's pushing off the. Sorry.
I think he's probably too big for her because remember she's a halfling. She's like 2.5 feet tall.
Yeah.
And I get to play with things like I get to re-roll ones.
Yeah.
Like I'm so excited about this. I can move through enemy territory without if they're larger than me to go and heal somebody.
Anton can probably build a helicopter on the way down. It's fine.
Yeah, sure. It's fine. The classic Iron Man, like on the way.
Yeah. No, healing. No, she does. She is a cleric of Eberron. She absolutely believes in the three dragons. She considers Alarion a child of Cerberus because she's absolutely certain. She has faith that he is somehow connected to the shards that rained down that made him magical. She is absolutely certain that he is doing what is necessary to help Eberron keep the evil Kyber trapped. She is a cleric. She has faith. And she wants Eberron to guide you.
That's cool stuff. I am very excited to see Nisiana and Marame's relationship and Nisiana's relationship with the rest of the group develop. So it's going to be very cool.
Yeah. I think she'll be fascinated with the artificer because that'll be something that she'd never really understood before or seen.
That's cool. How do you do that? Yeah, that's going to be neat. I do want to quickly say, by the way, thank you, Rob, for the earlier resub. I did see that. I wanted to thank you publicly for that, and also wanted to thank Shadowed Mage. Wanted to thank Shadowed Mage for his resub. Thank you, Shadowed. And yes, we are getting the characters listed and talked about as we speak. So we have one character remaining in all of that, and that is our good friend Rob's character of Yana.
Hi.
And so, Rob, I would like it if you could explain to folks. We won't want to take too long, but let's explain to folks.
Oh, don't worry, I can't say much, so it's not going to take very long.
What exactly a swift stride shifter shaman is, because that is the class you are playing.
First of all, thank you for saying that, so I don't have to. So this is a very interesting character.
Which is like, oh, what? Yeah, like
try that. Wait, never mind. That joke sucks. Anyway, we'll move on. I couldn't make it work. But yes, so I am playing Yana, who is an 18-year-old female shifter. Damn it! I'm already. What is it?
a swift stride shifter shaman.
Excuse me, Mr. Director. May I take that one more time from the top? Can we start back to one?
I'm
sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. Everybody back to one. Okay. Yes. All right. So could I get the cue line? What is?
Please tell us more about your swift stride shifter shaman.
Thank you so much. Yes, my swift stride shifter shaman named Yana, who is a young girl of 18 years old, who is not. So here's the interesting thing about this character. First of all, I'm very excited to play this character because there's a lot going on here that I am sort of working out as I play this character. There are a lot of things that I hope over time will evolve and show up and change both her interaction with the party, her interaction with herself, and another character that you will probably not meet this session, or you might, I don't know, haven't decided yet. And a lot of who she is now has changed after a rather recent near-death experience, which is about the most I can say about it without ruining it. The surprise, rather. And was partly the thing that she wasn't always a shaman. And since she now has become one, and what she understands of that, even with her. So for those of you who don't know what shifters are human lycanthrope hybrids. In this particular case, she is more to the human side, which is a very interesting thing, but her facial features, specifically her eyes and her hair, have very unique characteristics to them, particularly their color, their hue, and how they are striking from her face. Very unusual compared to other shifters. And also her shifting ability is slightly different from others in that it doesn't manifest as much for her as it does for some. Which she is sorting like after this event that happened to her, she has been reevaluating her life because a lot of who she remembers herself to be has been stolen from her because of the event, which is to say she's forgotten her memory, but she doesn't, it's not like it's amnesia. It's that she's feeling so many other new things from this new shamanic ability that she has, that everything that she's learned up to this point has been fundamentally changed in addition to what happened to her, which she hasn't shared with the party yet. And it's going to make for a very interesting experience because she has these set of experiences that she had before she became a shaman. And now she's being immediately bombarded with a whole new set of things that she either has to accept or reject. And she has to decide quickly on top of her own tendencies, which are, I just need to survive. I need to make sure that what happened to me doesn't happen again. And hopefully this party that she's with will solve two problems. One, replacing what she is unsure of whether she had or lost, which was a pack that she can travel with. And two, why this all happened, which if you had watched me, which you should have watched us during Curse of Strahd, because it was a hell of a campaign. If you didn't, shame on you. But why seems to be a question that I posit in a lot of the characters that I create. So it's making an appearance again with this character, and it should be a lot of fun. And this character is I drew from a lot of characters of this age range and of her background that I love in fiction that I've both grown up with and read recently. And like I said, I don't want to go into that too deep, but I will be writing more about her backstory. I will be revealing stuff both here on the stream and on my own stream, and I will collect all of it when the campaign is over and maybe do something with it to sort of flesh out anything that is unclear from the evolution of Yana and her story and how I play her and how all this goes, which I'm hoping will be really... This is very unlike any other character I played before, which is why it's very exciting for me, but it's also like nothing I've ever tried in the couple of years that I've been doing this with this crew. So I'm very thankful to Arv and to the party for letting me take a shot at this, and I hope it's fun and everybody gets a kick out of it and enjoys it. So
I think it's going to be great. And thank you. Yeah, shout out for that description. Also, I want to...
Did I screw up anything? Did I miss anything?
No, I think you basically got it right. I do want to
And I
mention...
will say, I'm still figuring out all of the Eberron stuff. Yeah. Like I said, I'm really the layperson when it comes to anything Eberron. I'm going to try to stay like... Fuck it. I have ADD, and it makes it very hard for me to absorb lots of information I don't know about, especially when I don't have a frame of reference outside of we are playing D&D. So I'm going to do my damnedest to try to get a handle on all the information that's coming at me, but also partly this character is going to help me stay on top of that by creating the narrative as I go, which it always is more fun for me because I do better with improv anyway, I like to think, but I've had to, I know in my head I'm going to have to write more about this character than probably any other character I've played up to this point. So it's going to be a lot, but it's going to be a lot of fun too.
Good stuff, Rob. It is going to be good. I wanted to mention a couple things. First of all, shout outs to closing in on 50 viewers early on. That's great. Let's keep that
Hell
up.
Yeah.
Secondly,
Nice
I wanted
job,
to
chat.
call out Don Cairo, of course, who is a member of the original, not quite the original, but in the Infinity Beyond crew from Tyranny of Dragons. Good to see you, Cairo. And third of all, I did want to ask, Shattermage has put forward the following for your perusal, Rob. The phrase is, a shifty shaman, swiftly shifting shapes is her shtick.
No.
So if you could, okay.
No.
So
100% no. Hard no.
Just saying. Like, just.
Are you trying to kill me? No.
One other note I want to make about shifters, which we didn't talk about, but just to be clear, the swift stride aspect of this means that as a bonus action, you can assume a more bestial appearance, and this transformation lasts for 1 minute until you die, or until you revert to your normal appearance as a bonus action. When you shift, you gain temporary hit points equal to your level plus con modifier, and you gain additional benefits. Because of the Swift Stride feat, it means that your dexterity score increases by 2, your charisma score increases by 1, you have proficiency in the acrobatics skill, and when you shift, so those things are already like
Those
built,
things are already
those
there.
things are already
It
there.
took me.
Yeah, those things are
sometimes
built in. Yeah,
don't
But-
and for the record, for people playing their own games, don't feel bad if the first time you read stuff like that you get it wrong, because I had to read it 3 times before I made that.
So those things
Like, it
already
stuck in my head.
So those things already exist. But while shifted, your walking speed increases by 10 feet.
Yes.
And additionally, you can move up to 10 feet as a reaction when a creature ends its turn within 5 feet of you. This reactive movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. So that
Very
can be
cool.
very valuable. But once you shift, you can't do it again until you finish a short or long rest. So there's some
Right.
really cool stuff that comes up as a result of all of the shifter and of all of these characters.
And I should just clarify again, in case it was missed before, the manifestation of her shift on her person is not, I mean, there's a lot to be said about her particular look that would make one think, if they didn't know already, question whether she actually is a shifter. She's just not as, it's just, it shows up on her, but it's just not as apparent, even when she's shifted.
Okay.
Which plays into, never mind, I can't say.
Which plays into things that we will discover.
The things that we will find out as the campaign progresses.
Now, one note to the party, and then we're going to fire things up and get going here. One note to the party is that in the campaign that we are playing, which is called Oracle of War, there is one slight adjustment that is added as a part of everything else. You will have inspirations, as would normally be the case. You know, you get inspirations, you take the higher of the 2 results when you roll the dice. We're all familiar with that stuff. And yes, chat, your inspirations will be able to help them do that. But there's one other additional benefit here, which is that as the campaign begins, you will have the opportunity to earn throughout this campaign what are called hero points. And basically what a hero point is these come about when you complete various aspects of story, sort of like story beats, milestones that you reach along the way. And under those circumstances, a player can spend a hero point when you make an attack roll or an ability check or a saving throw. The player can spend the hero point after the roll is made, but before you know whether it was successful or not. So if you make a roll and you're like, before I were to say, yes, that works or it doesn't work, you could use your hero point at this point to add an additional 1d6. So you would then roll 1d6 and add it to that d20. Now, you all start at the beginning of the adventure with a hero point. So each of you has a single hero point to begin with. But It is important to note that hero points do not stack. So you will get various story points throughout the adventure. But if you get to the end of the Nightland, which is, and the Nightland is the first part of the Oracle of War that we're playing, if you get to the end of the Nightland and your hero point has remained unspent, then at that point, that hero point goes away and you will get new ones as the adventure proceeds forward, but you never have more than one. So just like inspirations, they can't stack. However, you can have a hero point and an inspiration. So you can have those things at the same time, but you cannot have a 2 hero points or 2 inspirations.
Nice.
So that is the deal with that. It's a little bit like Bardic Inspiration almost, but it's something which is sort of built in to this system. Other than that, assuming that everyone here is ready, I would suggest that we get
there's
into
one more thing we have to do.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, we haven't done this yet. Yeah, I'm sorry. One more very important thing, chat, is hit points. So we have got hit points that we have got to roll, and the way that we're doing hit points here is that each person is going to get a chance to roll their hit point roll twice. This is their particular hit die plus their constitution modifier. They will get to roll that twice and take the higher result. I guess they could theoretically take the lower result if they just wanted to be masochistic, but assuming they don't, then they would just take the higher result and then would add that as their starting hit point total. And so with all that said, I will begin first with Tanton.
Can we
And I
spend
will
our
ask
hero
you to
point on our
roll.
hit points.
I will ask you to roll your hit points. No, you cannot use inspiration on this, but nice try. Yes, I know, Shadow. Rolling hit points at level 1. Exactly. Hi, Geese.
I know, he's insane. He's a madman.
I know. Crazy, insane, nuts. Some of it is available on D&D Beyond, but not all of it, Hellness. Well, let's
Dear God, anything has to be better than that.
let's try that again.
No, that was the second. The 1 was the second roll.
Oh, okay. What was the first roll?
7.
Okay, yeah, that's a lot better.
Okay,
Let's go with
jeez.
that. 7 plus your con modifier means...
No, that is plus my con modifier.
Okay, because you have a 0. Okay. So
No,
7
plus 2.
No, it's plus
5
two.
plus
He
2.
rolled
Oh,
5.
you rolled a
plus two,
5.
yeah,
All right,
7
so you
points.
rolled a
So
5.
if you
Would you like-
just click the word hit dice and it rolls everything, adds
Got it.
everything up for you. It's fine.
So 7 hit points. All right, lovely. Okay. So we have 7 to start with. Okay. Next up is Merime then. Gonna get a roll here too.
Okay, I'm going to put this on advantage, and I'm going to roll just hit the hit dice thing.
Yes.
Which hit dice doesn't roll at advantage, so
Yeah.
No.
no. All right, definitely want to roll that again.
Okay.
Arf.
So
Come on.
and we end up with oh, look at this. Come on.
Come on.
Look at this. You rolled a 3 plus 2, so
A
5.
3 is my good roll. I have 5 hit points.
You have 5 hit points.
5
There
hit points.
there will be you will I noticed you noted the hero point that none of you were expecting to get. So I would point out that
Oh, I
there
can
are
use the hero
things in both
point
ways.
now?
No.
No. I'm just
No,
saying
you
that
can't.
hero points exist as a thing in the world.
Can I give myself inspiration now to roll it? No, just asking.
Okay. So we go with that. That brings us to Ilarion and John. You'll be fine.
Done.
Oh, see there.
Oh,
I am not rolling again, although I should just to see if I could double it. All right.
See if you
Shall
can
I?
double-
Shall I?
Here comes a
listen,
1.
no, it's yours anyway.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Wow.
one of those.
Wow. So look,
Wow.
don't blame
Marie,
me.
I would
blame
give you
John.
Marie,
for
I would
taking the
give you one
rolls.
of mine if I could.
Thank
Now,
you.
Now, the interesting thing, folks, just to let you know, my armor, that skill armor I have, also has a hit pool of 5 points. So technically, I have 15 points because my armor is considered separate from me, even though it's a part of me.
The hell did you get
There
that
you go.
starting? Never mind. You always have some trick up your sleeve, John.
The Aegis, buddy. The Aegis
Playing
is
some
just-
different version of D&D from the rest of us mortals.
In fairness, the Aegis is going to be the one in front, dealing with a lot of the 8-foot non-Gumby is going to be up front,
Yeah.
dealing with.
Thank
some
you.
of the
Yes,
stuff.
non-Gumby. Thank you
I think
very
we
much.
have determined that the tank should have the HP. I think we've made that.
Exactly.
We've
Yeah,
established
exactly.
that from previous.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Okay, that was pretty funny.
Yeah,
Sorry, Marie.
Kyra's like, very with 5 foot. Yeah, John, super interesting.
I'm just
Really,
going to
really
stay in the
interesting.
bar. You all have fun. you all have a great
By
time.
the
You
way,
come back to me at level 2.
Saad, I hope you watch this stream at some point. I really want you to watch this stream. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You have to watch this because he'll just smack his head when he sees this
For
part.
He's
reasons.
a busy boy. He doesn't have
know.
time
For
for that
reasons.
anymore.
Yep.
Okay, let me just make one quick adjustment to my notes before we go on to the next person.
Problem is I can't. Ooh. All right. Oh, yeah. I can put it down here. There we go. HP 5. There we go. All right. Done.
And that's there. Okay. All right. So next up is Jen's character, Nisiana.
I will take that
Nice.
second one.
Ah,
All right. So we have 7.
I know exactly how that feels.
7. 7. 7. And
I'm gonna play a video because Arv was kind enough to. I didn't know that we were gonna do this way, so here's the video.
I like the idea that as it zooms in, he's like, enhance, change the 1 to an
Right.
8. Like, it's like-
right? How many takes were there?
That was no. It was literally the first roll.
It was the
I
first roll.
swear on my grandmother, it was the first roll. That's
I
what you
told
couldn't
you.
hear in the video was
it literally
Yes.
said, I swear on my grandmother.
yes. So that means I have 10.
So you have 10 hit points. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, JLC. Want to say you guys are awesome, and the reason I've continued to watch the stream for 2
I
or 3
love my
years
grandmother.
now-
I also that's yes.
I just wanted to say you guys are awesome. The reason I've continued to watch the stream for 2 or 3 years now. Thanks for all the hard work, I&B. Thank you, JLC, for the tier 3
That's
sub. We
lovely.
appreciate
Yeah.
that. That's very nice
Awesome.
of you to say. And you are only 1 month short of the coveted Silver Quill full year subscription. Thank you very much, JLC. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well.
Awesome.
Okay, so we are set then, I think, Chad, as far as that is concerned. We have, for Alarian, 10 hit points, 5 out of 5 with the armor. For Tantan, we have 7 hit points. For Marame, we have only 5, but I have no doubt that will lead to much better luck in the future. We have, for Nisiana, 7 hit points. And for Yana, we have 10 hit points. So that's what we're looking at as the starting moment.
Excuse me.
And so now, unless there's anything else that the party or chat wanted to bring up quickly, I'm going to get us underway. Play-wise, anyone have anything else they wanted to?
I want to do my multi-class godling. So
Yes, no.
just
That's
do
not
that.
good.
Damn
That's
it.
good. I wanted to do that now. No.
Suck all the fun out of this, Harv. Jeez.
All
Can
right.
we just jump to level 2? No, don't do that. I'm not actually prepared
Not
to do that.
so much. Okay.
Oh.
Let me get a little bit of music going on here. I want to see if this is the
Oh.
right kind of music.
For the sake of the audience and those who may be listening at home, are we doing experience points or milestone?
Milestone.
Okay,
Yes.
just so folks.
I'll put in my experience points anyways when we hit a level, just because.
This is not at all what I wanted, Kevin McLeod.
That could
That's
have worked.
also not what I want, Kevin McLeod.
Well, if we're doing Eberron Dance Party, that could have worked. I'm just
That's
saying.
what I want. There we go. Okay.
Just slightly eerie. Yeah.
Slightly eerie and a little western. All right, let's do it up. So, welcome everyone to the Oracle of War, the Nightland. Our adventure begins in a rough and tumble tavern in the salvage outpost known as Salvation. It is called the Grey Beyond, and it goes a little like this. The Grey Beyond is much like the rest of Salvation. Dirty, rough, uncouth, and with a touch of magic in the air that could be the promise of riches, or just another vile spell wafting in from the Mournland to tear you limb from limb. Scavengers like you, at least like you're supposed to be, come here to spend your hard-earned coin on expensive drinks and cheap food, sharing wild rumors and half-truths about the ruined nation of Seer. Some call it the Mournland, others call it the Grey, but it's the land of death and opportunity for all who gather here. The tavern's common room is built around the salvage board, a place where the brokers of Salvation post bills for jobs they need doing in the Grey. This board is the beating heart of your industry, and the jobs it provides are your lifeblood. As you're sitting at this table where you've been asked to wait for your contact, you can take a look around and note some of the characters around you. There are many people here, a couple of orcs talking in one corner. There are a couple of goblins speaking at the table next to them. In another table, you have a dwarf and an elf speaking to a strangely marked halfling, strangely marked and covered with an odd cloak that you have not seen before, a colored cloak you haven't seen before. And there's also a gnome, a dirty old gnome with ripped clothes, who seems to be keeping to himself near a small little fire at a table and nursing what looks like an ancient mug of some indeterminate liquid. While all of you are waiting at this table and sort of looking around you, someone strides over, and at least one of you immediately knows exactly who this is. And they sit down at the table in front of you. It is an impressive-looking, weathered orc. You can see from the scars and cuts and slashes on the face of the orc that this one has been through more than one battle. You can also see through a certain weathering and graying of something around the tusks which fit outside of the mouth, that this is also an orc who's seen more than a few winters. And he sits down and looks up at you and says, "Well, Marame, I expected I might be seeing you around here. When I heard it was you coming with this group, I knew that I had to make sure I was assigned. How have you been?"
I've been very good traveling with some good friends. Hilar, these are my new traveling friends. This is my sister Nisiana. I've mentioned her to you before,
Ma'am. And she says and nods to you.
and Elarion, I point out as he's playing with
He looks
scissors.
up, Now, by the way, does Alarion like glide when sitting also, or just I just want to
Well,
be clear?
his feet are off the floor.
Okay.
Whether I sit above the chair is up to you.
He's incapable
Valerian?
of sitting.
Yeah, constantly resting. Yeah. Okay.
And Tanton and Yana.
Okay, and he so he looks at all of you. He looks at Tanton working on something, and all of you looking back, and he says, "It's a pleasure to meet all of you. You come recommended, direct from base, and that's why I had to talk to you." And he kind of looks around and leans in, and he says, "Any of you ever been to Salvation before?" Now, the answer to that probably is no, unless one of you was like, "No, I grew up there. What do you mean, Arv? Don't you remember my backstory?" But I don't believe any of you said that you had, was born and raised in Salvation or anything. And
That doesn't ring any bells with Yana at all.
so he kind of nods and he says, "Well, I figured they were going to send someone that they thought was worthy of this job. But to be honest with you, the people back there don't necessarily send their best for a job like this. Even though if Marame's with you, it ought to mean that you're worth something. I'm your contact here. Lieutenant Hilar Brossel's my name. Marame and I have known each other by long acquaintance, but for the rest of you, I know of you only by reputation. I'm going to be your contact here in Salvation, and you're going to need one. Not because the people here are cruel, they're not mostly, look out for themselves, I suppose, but because sometimes the connections that you make elsewhere are the things that can save you. Salvages here go into there," and he jerks his hand, sort of a thumb over his shoulder, towards the door of the Gray Beyond, where, if you were to go outside and stand outside the street and look up, you could see the roiling mass of gray cloud, which never seems to grow nearer or recede, but is always there right on the edge of your vision as a strange, bizarre, shifting menace. And he says, when you grow up here, when you do work near here, the truth is that sometimes people don't much take to strangers. You get to know people well, and once they've saved you a few times, then maybe you might be willing to do the same for them. Till that happens, all of you are going to be casualties as far as they're concerned, until you prove your worth. That said, I think there's something worth preserving in this town, no matter what the people in Sharn think. And he looks at all of you and he says, "You're all members of King's Citadel. You all know," and his voice is low enough so that only you can hear him at the moment. He says, "You all know that, but the people here don't. I'm not going to tell you you can't ever tell them who you belong to for real, but I do want you to know that for people in your position, having an advantage on other people, them not knowing exactly what it is you're about, for instance, might be helpful. If you can prove to these people that you've got their backs, without revealing too much about yourself while you do it, you'll probably get along pretty well, I would think." And he kind of leans back slightly. And as he kind of leans back, the chair creaks slightly under his weight. He tosses his sort of left elbow back onto the chair, and as he does so, his cloak sort of slides open, and you can see that there is this fairly impressive-looking long hilt of a sword, which is at his belt, maybe a great sword, which he's got positioned in front of him because he is sitting down. But it's got a very worn hilt, as if it's often been held and, drawn and used in various combats. And he says, "You've been sent out to this place because back at headquarters they're nervous. Something is going on out there in the Mournland. No one knows what it is exactly. But there's been people who have talked about hearing sounds, people who have heard whispers from it. I'm not talking about when you're right next to it. I'm talking about being miles away and hearing voices saying, "Come into the gray. You can be one with us if you just come into the gray." All of these things are things that aren't supposed to be happening. If this happens once or twice, you figure that's a drunk, right? Someone who's got too much booze than brain. But it's been happening enough that they're starting to get nervous. It's possible, they think, that some of the other countries nearby, one of the other nations, maybe Valnar or maybe Karnath or something like that, hell, maybe even the Shadow Marches if they could ever get their act together, that they might have figured out how to do more with the gray than just stay out of it. They might have been able to weaponize it. And if that's true, we got a big problem on our hands. And so you've been sent here to figure out whether or not that's true. What's going on in the Mournland. Only way to do that is to get to know the people of this town and to figure out a way eventually to get inside it. If you can do those things, you might be able to gather information that we need. You're going to have the choice as to what you want to do with it. There's only one ironclad rule. Under no circumstances can it be known by the other side, other nations, other countries, that you're working directly for the king and on the king's orders. If they catch wind of the idea that you're investigating the gray, they may get the idea that we're the ones trying to manipulate it. And, well, he kind of chuckles a bit. I mean, we are, I suppose, but we're doing it for the right reasons. We don't know what reasons they are doing it for. Standard terms: if you find anything within the course of doing this, it's yours to keep, and over time we will try to provide equipment such as you may need, but only basic equipment. I'm not in Sharn, as you know, so I don't have a lot of extra resources to throw your way, at least not early on. Anything you can find that might be valuable to our actions here, I'd take it as a personal favor if you were able to return it to the fold. You and I are Braylon's eyes and ears here. I need to make sure you won't forget it. And he looks at each of you in turn and he says, "You," and he looks at you, Yana, and he says, "You're the youngest of this group, I think, and one of the newest to join. I don't know much about you, except that, like I said, you were selected for this job. If you've never been in the gray, do you think you can hold down your fear? You think you can manage to get through it? I'm wondering what you're made of, I guess."
Yana kind of looks. It's an orc, right? He's an orc?
Yes.
Kind of looks the orc over and takes a bit of a sniff on the air and kind of thinks, "And he stinks. I don't like him at all. What to say to him?" And she just kind of looks back at him and says, "I don't like the gray. I don't go in the gray. But for this I will."
And he nods.
That's all she says.
He nods and he says, "All right. Good, honest answer. I like it." And he comes to you next. I guess he would come to Tanton next. And he says, "Headquarters said that one of the people we were sending from the group was an artificer, Tanton. And my understanding is that you're a good one. Got the potential to be anyway. I don't suppose that gadget that you're making there might help your party through the gray?"
Oh, it works. I'm terribly sorry. Yes. Well, it's you know, it's far from finished. Actually, it's a bit more. It's supposed to just open up a bit, and it's not. I don't know why it's not doing it. I'll figure it out, though. I swear I will. It's just a bit more work to be done. What you were asking about the Grey? I know a little bit about it. What do you want to know?
I was mostly wondering if your gadgets might help your party survive it.
I believe I said yes at the beginning. Did I not?
And he nods and he says, "You did."
I did. Well, question answered then.
And he kind of nods several times and he says, "All right." And he shifts his attention over to you, Nisiana.
Got it there. That's what it's supposed to do. Sorry, please continue. Carry on. No, not that. Sorry.
So he looks over at you while Tantin is like the light is going on and off, and
over on the far end of the table, Yana sort of like looks far back off into the distance and tries to pretend she doesn't know who he is.
Yeah, you definitely notice a couple of people, although frankly not that many because people have seen artificers before, but a couple sort of look in your direction. Actually, Tantin, I'm going to ask you to make the first roll of our campaign. I would like you to make a perception check for me, please.
Oh, God.
You got this.
Do I? Do
You
I
do.
really?
Let's get used to a trend. That's going to be the slogan of our campaign.
What you
got
don't
this.
know is when we say you got this, it usually means we don't. But
Got this. Don't listen.
Yeah, don't give it away.
you got this. It's good.
Watch this. It's in perception, right?
Yes.
But I have 0 bonus in that. This is awesome.
You got this.
Sure. 6.
You're super excited that it's working. Like, it's so great that
I
it's working.
am.
Like, you know, it really is just...
It's going to be a spanner. It's lovely.
So he shifts his attention, the orc, Hilar, shifts his attention to Nisiana. And he says, as I understand it, you're one of House Jarasco. That means it's going to be up to you to keep these people on their feet. Now, you're pretty young yourself. Don't take it the wrong way. I understand that age don't necessarily mean anything for ability, but do you think you'll be able to keep these people upright and moving when you get into the gray?
Yes. That is what I do.
And he kind of nods and he says, how much healing you done in the past? Adventuring healing, I mean.
What I've done with this group.
And he sort of nods slowly and he says, you know, going in there is kind of harder than your typical adventure, right?
I am a healer of House Drexco. I am small, but I am brave and I am talented. And I am with these people.
And he nods and he says, all right. You do need some people who can believe no matter what. I'm glad. They may need that kind of faith.
Well, I believe in these people and I believe in our cause.
And he sort of slowly nods as if taking that all in. And then he looks to you, Ilarion, or looks up at you, really. And he says, I ain't never run into one of your kind before. Warforged, sure. But they say that you're kind of a different type. And they also say you're real good at what you do. I guess I'm wondering what brings you to be adventuring with this group here near the Mournland. Could probably do whatever you wanted to do. Why'd you choose them and the service of the king?
Is it Hilliard or Hillard?
It's Hilar, Hilar.
Thank you,
Hillard.
R. Okay.
His last name is Brossel, but
Yep.
yeah. So.
Like the sprout.
I don't much hold with Brossel sprout.
Damn it.
Met my
Always
brother
worked out
John
with Fro-
Brossel. No.
The company I keep, Hillard Brossel, is my own. You are correct. I could have gone anywhere, done anything. I've chosen to serve the Citadel, also for my own reasons. But having been to the Grey before, at Eston, south of Angwar Keep, I know it is not something to be trifled with, and should be treated with the utmost caution. So let me ask you, when is the last time you were in the gray?
And so he kind of sizes you up. Last week, actually. And he opens up his right side. It's the right side of his cloak. The other side, he had his left elbow up, so he puts that down, lifts up the right side, and you can see that there is a heavily bandaged part of the right side of his body where the armor, literally it looks like one of the leather plates was ripped away, and there's a lot of bandaging on that side. And he says, "It's kind of fresh in my mind, you might say."
I can help you with that.
He says, "I appreciate it, but no, I'm going to be taking care of it on my own, in part because it's a reminder to me that no matter how long you've been at this business, you can still get surprised when you ain't been planning on it. So don't take this the wrong way, Ilarian. I'm sure you understand some of these things. It's just that I need to know that all of you are ready for what comes next. It's my responsibility not just to make sure that you serve the king. It's also my responsibility to make sure you don't get yourselves killed while you're doing it."
King's Citadel, which would not have sent us if they did not think we were right for the job, as you yourself stated.
That's right. But what they think back at headquarters ain't always the same thing as what we say out here in Salvation. That's why I prefer to let my own eyes and ears make the decision. So far, y'all seem like you're the right type, but can't be said for sure until we actually get a chance to see you out in the field. But I take your point. You've been with each other this long, and that's got to stand for something. And he lets his eyes sort of slide over to you, Merime, and he says, "And most of all, Merime, I have to assume that you trust these people, and that's why you're adventuring with them. But are you sure that's the case? That you can trust them? I mean, nothing personal against all of them, but, well, I know your worth. You proved it to me several times. You think these folks have what you had when the time came?"
This whole time that you've been talking, Merime has just been like looking like she's just so thrilled that like somebody she respects meets new people she respects, and now she's getting a little bit crestfallen that he's questioning their worth. Hilar, when you and I met, we got stuck together. And don't take this the wrong way, but it wasn't a matter of choice, it was a matter of survival. And I've always respected you, and I still do. And I'm just so excited to see you again, by the way, so excited. I always thought you'd open the bar or something, but this is great too. But you have to understand that I'm with these people by choice because I trust them. I really do. And I think they're going to do great things, and I'll be there to inspire them as I've inspired you before. Are you sure you don't want Nisiana to just fix that? I mean, I get the whole tough work thing, but maybe just a little healing spell. I can pay for it. It's okay. Like, just offering.
I appreciate it, but I'll manage it. He listens to this, and the one thing I should note, by the way, is that Hilar is always very much, never seems distracted. Like, is always taking in what each of you say with like full concentration in each moment. And so as you're talking, like the closest probably you, Merime, would notice that he has just the faintest hint of what for him qualifies as a smile, right? As he's listening. When you get to the part about like, really, Cornelia's like, "I appreciate it, but as I say, it's not so much about being tough. It's more about reminding me about not getting too comfortable."
Because you don't have enough scars to remind you of that. I know it's a guy thing. I get it. Don't worry about it. I respect that.
Maybe so.
And while these two are talking this whole time about trust, I'm sitting over at the other end of the table playing with this little blue bracelet around my wrist.
Okay.
And Yana's actually, I should rephrase that. Yana's sitting at the end of the table playing with this bracelet around her wrist, and she's thinking to herself, Can we trust you? I'm gonna have to fix this microphone because the way I'm talking right now, it's not picking me up. Hang on. Can we trust you? Can we?
So
Can we?
you say that. I'm sorry. You said
No,
you
that's
did say that?
that's in her head. That's in her
Got
head.
It, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then she just continues to like look at the door, look over at the windows. She doesn't like being in this place. She wants to get back outside as quickly as possible. She does not like being in this building.
Okay. So she or he, kind of looks around and takes all of it, and he says, "All right, then. In that case, I think it's time." And then he gets interrupted as the dirty old gnome that I mentioned before, wearing the torn clothes, climbs onto a table. And I realized just now that although the music has been awesome, I forgot to put on my damn soundscape of tavern.
Oops.
Bar noises.
Yeah, exactly. Well, part of it is the reason is because I was going to not use Tavern Greenforge yet, but I am going to do that because they're great. So why not?
We're in a tavern, so why not?
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It just doesn't have the Western feel, but that's okay. All right.
Well,
Let's go with that.
tell them to swap out the the lyre or whatever they're playing with the Jew's harp.
Right. Okay, there we go. So now we got the Ami thing. So although I just started that to stop it because as the gnome climbs onto a table, a hush falls over the rowdy tavern, and someone whispers, "Hey, Brackle's gonna talk." The gnome's voice cracks and hisses with old age as he speaks. "The three great worms are always at war. They warred in the beginning when they made the world, and they'll war over it again at the end. Cerberus' source of magic was shattered into the sky, and Kyber, master of secrets, was imprisoned under the earth, and Eberron, creator of life, now reigns o'er the world, but all will change soon. The prophecy they warred over was written in the bones of the earth and the flesh of our people, and its word shall guide us to the end." With that, the gnome returns to his seat and closes his eyes. The tavern's patrons hesitate for a moment, absorb the gnome's declaration, and then return to their spirited conversation. And a moment passes again, the gnome just sort of sitting there, and then Hilar says, "None of you is going to know too much about him. Kind of an old strange type, sort of a hermit, lives nearabouts. His name is Brackle. He's always making pronouncements like that. Spends most of his time either out at his place or here in the tavern, ever so often making some kind of old declaration about the state of the world. Don't need to pay no mind to him, but it is strange how some of what he says has just the ring of truth."
Any of them come true?
On occasion, folks say that it was Brackle who predicted what was going to happen when people went into the gray. They say that when people go to him asking for his blessing, he'll tell them whether or not they'll come back. Most of the time, if he says they will, they do. If he says they don't, they won't. Some got so superstitious about it they won't go unless Brackle says it's okay. But I'm sure back in Sharn, headquarters wouldn't be interested in the superstition of a old gnome down on his luck. Still, I'm letting you all know, if Brackle says something, up to you how much you want to pay attention to it, I'd say.
Don't care. Not really.
And he says, "So for now, your orders are to focus on figuring out more about the people of Salvation. And if I were you, I'd take a look at the salvage board. You'll find it right in the middle of town. It's posted by those salvage brokers of Salvation or their representatives, although there's some others might post bills for private jobs. Salvage board always has jobs for people to do. And this might give you a chance, first of all, to get into the Mournland and into the Grey, and second of all, might give you a chance to find out more about the people here. That's exactly what we're looking for, at least early on. I'm going to hang back and see what I can do about gathering more information around here. If you need anything other than what we've already talked about, you can come find me. I'm always in here, or easily found. Most people around here know me. But I would check out that salvage board, see what jobs need doing, and then do them the best way you can. And remember, although you're here as scavengers, salvagers, you're really here to benefit the king. Try to remember that as you go do your jobs. Make them proud, and you'll get well rewarded for it.
Why'd you go into the gray?
He sighs. There was a child here. Got lost. I tried to find him. And I didn't. And he stands up and turns around and he says, "It's a pleasure meeting all of you. Merime, as always. You all be good. And stay alive." And he turns and leaves. Okay. So now I'm going to hand things back over to the party. But before I do that, I'm going to welcome everybody to the premiere of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron, Oracle of War. I am joined by Trendane Sparks, by Marie Bilodeau, by John Helfers, by Jennifer Brozek, and by Darkside Rob. If you like what you see in here, please follow the channel, please support the Patreon, please sub to the channel, and please, most of all, and also check out all of these individual people's channels, books, etc., and various projects. And most of all, please spread the word about this show. I'm very excited about it. I think this is a great crew of players, and I am excited to be featuring some of the best role-playing you're going to see on Twitch, as you will shortly see. Now, with that said, I will now hand things over to the players. You're sitting there. What would you like to do?
While Canton keeps blinding himself with the thing, she's gonna pull a kerchief out and kind of like offer to cover so it doesn't blind, but he can still see whether it works. And just like,
Oh,
save your eyes.
Thank you very much. That's greatly appreciated. I didn't bring my glasses with me. You know, I have a set of protective goggles that I usually wear to protect me, and it's not actually supposed to blink like that. Well, it can. It's not quite that. Thank you.
Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I hope to get it working.
Oh, yeah, me too. Me too. It's going to be a lovely spanner. Yes.
What's a spanner?
I suppose that depends on what you're trying to span. There are many different kinds of spanner, I suppose. Some people. We'll see.
You can keep the kerchief.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's going to be quite helpful. Yes.
Yana kind of looks around at the table and, having just finished that conversation, again, playing with the bracelet around her wrist, but looking around the room, or looking without looking at it, kind of just says, "Sad man. Strange man. Out. I'll keep an eye. This place. Not a fan. No, that's not what she says. This place. I don't like it. Outside. And it's sort of looking at, characters. Merime. Did I say that right?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
that's good. You want to just go outside to talk? You don't like it in here?
Keep an eye out. Don't like it here.
Okay. I will. And I don't just pay lip service here. I actually start to keep a closer eye out. I have known Hilar for a long time from the wars, and he's a good man. He wouldn't lead us astray, and he won't try to harm us, but whether or not there's something we should be afraid of here, chances are yes. I mean, the stories alone here are so dark and delicious. but that usually doesn't bode very well.
Dark. Delicious.
Hmm.
Strange.
Well, not for chocolate.
Depends on whether
When he says the word chocolate, that doesn't sit well with her at all either. It's just like,
Did you all want to just go see the salvage board, or I'm open. I don't know if we're on a timeline or how bored you all are right now. We've been here for a few days now.
I look
Sorry.
at Larian. She asks that.
Sorry, Jen, what did you say?
I said, I look at you. I look at your character when she asks what you want to do, because you're you.
I wish. What's the gnome's name again?
Brackle.
Okay. Like the candy, but not.
which
I wish to
candy?
talk to the one called Brackle. And he looks at the gnome they look at the gnome very clearly. If they know of the Grey, we should find out what they know before we go. And with that, he stands up and heads over to the gnome's table. I should say they stand up, all 8 feet of them, and glide over to the gnome's table.
Okay. Probably ducking their head slightly, since I'm not 100%
Yeah,
sure
I
how
doubt
big
this is
that
that
tall the
tall.
ceiling is. No, I mean it's definitely taller than 8 feet, but you know.
Not much.
Yeah.
Not much.
So when you glide over, Brackle is there by the table. Again, you know, nursing this ancient-looking mug, and just sort of looking down and off past the mug down at the table, and doesn't take any notice of you apparently.
May I sit?
Says nothing.
Good enough for me. And he will, or they will, pull out a chair. And it'll creak alarmingly as they lower their over a quarter ton into it. And they will signal for the tender to bring another glass of whatever the gnome is drinking.
Okay, and the bartender, you know, does that.
Now, does she or he take the mug or just deliver another one? Because you said
Delivers
he had
another
this
one.
battered mug, something that he was
Delivers another one. You get the impression that this is very much Brackle's personal mug, if you had to guess.
Okay. He's still staring off into nothingness?
Yep, it hasn't even moved.
Brackle. Well, then I reach out and grab it and gently take his chin and move his gaze up to me.
So when he looks up at you, you note that his eyes are kind of a filmy, roomy white. And he looks up at you, and his eyes sort of blink, pupils slowly moving below the layer of white, and then, "What exactly are you looking for here? I can see you've been out there. Up there. That's where you come from, eh? Did you come flying down like one of those meteors in the mountains? What was it like when you traced a path through the stars?"
It was like nothing I could ever describe to a mortal on this planet. Power, eternalness, infinity, all at once. I fell until I thought I would fall no more, and then I fell further. And then, in time, I landed. That is why I'm here.
I see stars behind you. I see shifting planets. I see the world whirling, and that's what's going to happen. Eberron whirled around Kyber, and she rules the world above, but it ain't going to stay that way, no. Not at some point. At some point, Kyber's gonna unwind her again, and the world itself won't be the same. You might have landed yourself right on a place of doom. We're headed to a world of unspinning realities. Man of the stars. He says being of the stars, sorry. Being of the stars. And then he takes his mug and sort of puts it to his lips, but he doesn't drink. And his eyes, which don't seem like they should be very well sighted, but still seem to be doing quite a good job of it, kind of look past you and back to you. You and the other stars. You planning on going there? Back to the place you came from? Tracing light and darkness. Are you going back? Prophecy says that those who fall will go back someday. At you, star.
I do not know if that is where my road leads. I can only see a bit down it, and right now, it leads into the gray. I would know what you know about it. The gray, that is. We can talk of stars and eternity some other time. And we will.
Gray. It's a place, a feeling. It's something spread like a stink that wafts through a slaughterhouse. It's something you feel in your bones, a dark chill that breads up from your feet all the way to the tip of your nose. It's a sense of death and decay. Nothing is there the way it is outside. Ain't nothing I can tell you about the gray, 'cause it's different for you and me and them and the others and all the stars. They all different in the gray. All of them are different, Star. All of them are different.
Thank you. Enjoy your drink. And they get up and head back to the table. Doesn't sit down, stands there and says, we should look at the board, and starts heading toward the door.
I jump up it, which is not very tall, and I look at my sister. I'm like,
I've been watching the whole encounter, fascinated. This is going to make such a great story. Yeah, let's follow. It's great.
I get up, but I don't follow them to the board. I head for the nearest exit because I need to get out of here.
Oh, the board is
I'm
outside.
heading to the door.
Oh, is it outside?
The board's outside,
Okay.
yeah.
I thought it was inside. All right,
no.
so then I guess I'll just follow them then. But yeah, that's fine.
And Tintin, what about you?
He starts gathering up his tools.
Okay.
Is a considerable spread.
I was just gonna say,
You're taking out a lot of stuff while we've been
it's like
sitting
the
here.
board
You're taking-
gamer problem, right? Where you're just like, all right, hold on.
And when Alarian gets to the door, he will stop and wait for Tantin to finish and pack his stuff up and make sure he comes out. And he will be the last one to leave.
He does.
And as Yana watches Alarian float again, she can't help but say to herself audibly, although she didn't necessarily mean to, he always floats. And she just doesn't quite understand it. Like she understands, but she doesn't understand. It's just a little too much for her.
So
on
did she
some
say
level.
that? She said that aloud?
More than she meant to, but under her breath.
Okay. All right.
All right. So let me take all of you. Nope, not that way. Nope. Work, damn you, PDF.
As Tanton is finishing packing up the last of his stuff and putting it away, kind of leans over a little bit closer towards Yana and is like, they.
And she just looks back and is just utterly confused as to what he means.
As the party makes their way out, I'm going to switch up our map here for everybody in chat. Also, programming note to the party, in about 20 minutes we will take a break, and then we will go, so that'll be about 10 o'clock Eastern, and then we're planning to go here for another hour and a half to hour 45, so, ending about 11:30, 11:45 p.m. Eastern, roughly. I'm going to bring up another map here, assuming that I have done it properly. There we go. Okay.
It's like the black, not the gray. What the hell?
Welcome to the Mornland. This is definitely not the Mornland, although you can indeed see it sort of swirling not that far away from Salvation. But no, this is Salvation. This is the outpost proper. And the Gray Beyond Tavern is right here.
In the form of a question.
Yeah, this is me being like, I believe. Okay, so I just want to point out a couple of things that are notable. So this is the Gray Beyond Tavern that you are departing as we speak.
He thinks there are more buildings I'm not seeing right now because I haven't zoomed in so much. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, it started in very zoomed in for me too.
These are 100-meter squares, right?
These are
those buildings would be
100 meters
gigantic.
Sure, yeah.
no, yeah, they're not 100 meters.
Wait a minute.
So tired.
These are not 100 meters.
Half a day later,
So
you're
our
still
whole-
on the same block.
So our whole campaign is happening right here. That's what you're saying.
Can you just carry us all while you float? Is that okay?
Level 1 to 20, all in
I
the
would have
same
to
place.
charge.
On this block.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm very small. I can just ride your shoulder like a cat.
At some point, that probably will happen, Jim.
Okay, so what
If
you
you
just
will have the smallest legs of all of us.
So what you just went into before, so this is the tavern that you all exited from, which is over here. And we will, by the way, chat, be getting characters with art and the whole bit. So fear not, that will be
So
available.
that we
down
don't
the
look
line.
like that?
They'll look like this. This kind of stunning detail. Let me just
That
zoom in
is so
to show you.
fitting. Look at you. You're beautiful.
Let me tell
I
you that.
know. Thank you.
Don't ever.
That's the kind of detail you don't get in any other. Okay.
This is a temp. This is a temp right now, but it'll do for the time being.
Okay.
It's perfect.
So, this right here is
Not even
the
close.
Gray Beyond Tavern. And you have been here for long enough to know that there are a couple of notable buildings and things to kind of be aware of and to keep in mind, I suppose, as you go here. One of those things, if you'll pardon me a second, apparently the entire world of motorcycles has descended on my town today. It's really-
I was going to ask you because I had something zoom by my place. I'm wondering if they're driving from my place to yours.
I was going to say, that's
ridiculous.
They're making some good
Usually-
speed based on where I
they're-
live now.
They're usually like doing conventions down my block for some reason. I don't know what it's.
Yeah, I mean, like, good lord. This right here, over here,
Excuse me.
that is it's currently concealed because you haven't been inside it yet. But this is has a sign hanging on the outside, and it is called the Salvation Times, it says. And from what you understand, it is the local newspaper, basically. You don't know a lot of details about it yet, but the supposedly this is the place where a lot of these things, in terms of stuff that's happening at the in town, can sort of be noted. And in fact,
The town is Salvation, right?
Town is Salvation, yeah.
Okay.
Really, town is a little generous. Outpost, maybe probably would fit more. The best example that I would give that's sort of jumping out of game slightly is the first, for those of you who've watched this far, in the first episode of season 2 of The Mandalorian, there's a town on Tatooine, basically, that they go to, which is like very much like this, like kind of just very isolated and that sort of thing.
Thank you for reminding me. I need to catch up on the Mandalorian. Okay, cool, good.
So good.
And the other thing is that all the towns there were isolated and far away from.
Yeah,
everyone.
that's true. It is probably,
Also
that is
true.
probably true.
2 points to John.
That's probably quite true. But the salvage board, which is what I'm looking to try to find where the devil they actually put it on this map. So bear
Yeah,
with me.
it doesn't seem immediately visible. Which
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it is this spot.
First, we have to go and salvage the board, and then we bring it
Yeah,
back,
exactly.
and then-
Yes, we have to rescue the board first. It's been kidnapped.
It's the ultimate twist, which is you need to have create a side quest board. No, and it's not really a side quest board. So,
I can do that.
I cast create side quest board at level 1.
so I see. I found where it is. Okay, so it is in fact near. It's right on the Grey Beyond, but it's outside on the wall. So, the salvage board is right there, basically on the outside corner.
Oh,
That's good because
Super easy. Barely an
Yeah,
inconvenience.
that's
We're
why it
all
didn't show me.
standing
It was
with our
like, it's right
backs
there.
to it, looking
Yeah,
around
yeah.
everywhere else,
Yes.
just right behind us.
People are looking at us like, what's wrong with them?
What's going on with these people? So, all right.
You're not
so,
from around here, aren't you?
And when you go outside of the salvage board, which is, by the way, a very beaten up thing, like it's, the wood is like cracked and splintered and stuff, but it's still basically more or less upright, standing right next to that outer wall of the Grey Beyond. And on it, you can see there are 3 bills that have been posted. And there's a lot of like little holes in the wood where you can see there were nails that were then taken and then removed and then put back in and removed. So this has like been used. This is the ultimate cork board, right? It's been used multiple times. And there are 3 bills sitting on there. So I'm going to show you the 3 that you see that are available at the moment. This is going to be popping up on stream right now.
Ooh, handouts.
So you'll be able to see
Tell
it.
me the first one says post no bills. Please tell me.
Yeah, I wish. That would have been so great. Post no bills, yeah.
and no loitering underneath it.
Yeah.
Under
Right.
penalty of
Violators will be
death.
prosecuted, yeah. And then there's
And
no
get out by
smoking.
sundown.
And yeah, and then there's the thing that it says something
No
about
loitering.
it says something about that has a south of the border bumper sticker right on the top. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. So, here you go. This is the first one, and it says, speak to Bellalore in the salvage market about entering the Grey to look for a missing scout. So that's the first one that you see. The second bill that you see looks like this. A faithless scoundrel has stolen a relic from the Chapel of the Silver Flame. Visit Mother Jahana to assist. There's that one. And then the final one says, ring the scrapyard bell just after sunup for no questions asked cash job. Expect danger.
Exactly, configuration queen. Like, well, let me put out my best written bill. Indeed.
And then you
There
got
we
this
go.
guy.
There we go.
Then you got this guy, which is practically like the newspaper. Like, we have your job.
Job here.
Give us $50
bell.
or the job
Written in
gets it.
Comic Sans.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was going to say the
right.
scripting differences here is.
Pirates. Stop it.
Yeah, all different. I mean, and all jokes aside, like definitely different handwriting, and as you can
Second
tell.
one was the church job. Some scoundrel
Chapel
stole
of
something
Silver
from the
Flame.
church.
what is that one?
So-
what is the Silver Flame?
So the Chapel of the Silver Flame, there are religious orders that exist within Eberron, and the thing about the religious orders in Eberron is that they do believe that the gods do exist, but the existence of the gods is. They've never even the so-called like highest level angels and like the demigods have never actually met the sovereign host, the gods of this place. So it is going a little bit based on faith, but nonetheless they are quite powerful within Eberron nonetheless. And I would like you, Nisiana, to make for me a religion check, please. You can do this at advantage. And we're going to see whether you know more about the Silver Flame. Because the Silver Flame is not kept in just Salvation. It's actually a much larger organization. Oh,
Yes.
check that out.
I probably do.
Yes. The Church of the Silver Flame, you actually know quite a bit about it. Centuries ago, one of the ancient and powerful demons within the world broke free from its bonds and unleashed terrible suffering on the people of Thrain, which was one of those nations. And the nation would have been destroyed if not for a powerful paladin named Tira Miron. This paladin was called by the Silver Flame and battled the mighty fiend. And when it became clear that the Overlord couldn't be destroyed, Tira gave her life, combining her spirit with the light of the Silver Flame to bind the demon once more. It is said since that time that Tira serves as the voice of the flame and helps others find the light. So anyone who seeks to protect the innocent and battle evil can draw on the power of the Silver Flame to aid them. And literally, this place where the flame is kept is called Flame Keep. And it is the point of Tira's sacrifice. You can actually go there and see it, and supposedly hear whispers from the interior of the flame. So the Silver Flame is fairly significant. It's kind of the one that you go to that a lot of paladins and clerics and the very good ones. And this is why it makes sense to me that Nisiana would know about it, because I imagine Nisiana is sort of positively disposed to people who are like, do the good thing, in this
Well,
case.
also with it, when she will mention this, and she will add in followed Eberron's example and sacrificed themselves and made a prison of this demon, this spawn of Kyber. She adds her own little Eberron twist to it, faith, but basically just kind of lets people know what that is.
So that's what you know about it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, I mean, clearly, Mother Johanna knows exactly who took it, because she says specifically that they are faithless scoundrels. So if she knows that they are faithless, then she must know who they are, correct? No?
I don't think it actually works like that.
Then why would she say that?
Someone who doesn't have the faith would have the gall to steal a religious artifact.
Well, they might have faith in something else.
Also true. But from her point of view, whoever did it is faithless.
I mean, to me, from my point of view, looking at this job board, one of them leads into the gray, and one of them also needs our immediate help to save a scout. A relic is important, but it's not necessarily a life. And the last one looks really sketchy, so I'm really curious about that too. But if we want to get straight to it, I mean, why not? Jaunty song into the gray.
That one actually worries me, because apparently just finding out about the job is extremely dangerous. That is not that the job is dangerous. Coming to find out about the job is dangerous. Come here, expect danger.
Again, I don't think it works like that. I think that the job is dangerous. So they're forewarning you that it will be.
I mean, we can ring the bell and find out.
Look at the tall one.
The scout case is the one we should take, since it does lead into the gray, as Maramy Hawksmoor has already stated.
Okay.
If afterward, if the job is not does not take too much time, Nisiana Jarasco, we can look into the church if you wish, the church job.
Remember, you don't have to call us by our last names. We can Nisiana, Merime.
It is your name, correct? Just like Ilarion is my name.
We're past the formalness. We've had this talk, Ilarion.
Why would you truncate your name? It is your name. It is who you are.
It denotes the type of relationship we have. Do you want to remain formal all the time?
It is not formality. It is your name, your full name. Our relationship is such of respect that to use your full name and nothing but your full name is how I choose to address you.
All right.
I've said once, and where are we supposed to go? Belagor Salvage Market. And he starts looking around. They start looking around for the salvage market.
So we're going to the gray. Now.
That is our task. Well, we're going to the salvage market first to get information on this missing scout. Then we're going to the gray. So soon.
Mm-hmm. And she just continues to play with. Sorry, I have my air conditioner on. Let me turn that down.
Echo.
Yeah, it got very hot in here all of a sudden.
Oh.
Hang on a second.
And as Yana is leaning up against the outside wall of the what was that place? Was that a tavern that we were in before?
Yeah, it's kind of an inn.
An inn? Okay.
/ tavern.
Well, now it's an out because we're outside. No, never.
Yes.
So it's just leaning
I don't need
against
two trends in this party, all right?
Then you shouldn't have had me play D&D with him for 5 years.
Yeah, that's
okay?
true. That's true.
It's had to rub off on me at some point.
Stop.
What was I saying? I don't remember. Oh, right. So, okay. So, as she's neither focusing on the party nor on the board, but still on the bracelet around her wrist, she hears this inside of her head. Yana. Not now. Stop. 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 Yana, please. Please do not ignore me. And she just sort of tries to not show it that on her face or on her body that anything's happening. And she sort of goes around the corner and kind of uses a force she doesn't have a definition for to just sort of tighten up her entire body and drown it out with frustration, because she has no other way to, she knows no other way to keep the voice from happening. And she just continues to say, stop, 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 until the voice stops.
Okay. Is the party in general in agreement that they're going to head to the salvage market? Is that the general agreement?
Yeah.
Have we seen Yana do this thing before where she basically goes off to the side and kind of punches up and
Yes,
such?
I would think so, right, Yana? I mean, you tell me, or you tell us, but
She's tried to make it inconspicuous and not make it something that anybody can notice. She doesn't really... There's a part of her that doesn't really care whether they're seeing it or not, but she's trying to make it inconspicuous. But
The fact you suddenly vanished around the corner is like, well, that's a little attention getting.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
she didn't do it quickly. She just, moved her body around the corner. She didn't do it like at speed. She just, how people like when they're in a room with somebody or they're in a room with a lot of people or in a group with a lot of people, they just are like, they duck out. Sometimes you don't notice them do it. She tried to do that because this is not in her. I can't say much more, but that's what she did.
Engine's passive perception is awful, so he almost certainly didn't notice.
Mary May is distracted working up a song, and she's probably distracting her sister, asking her, okay, so if I say like, use your full name, it's not the same, says Ilarian, the Flutarian. Does that work? Does that work? Because I don't know that I have that.
I think it needs a little bit more work.
Okay,
The
yeah.
might not go over so well.
Oh,
But I know
thank
what
you. Oh, thank you. I'll work on it. I'll work on it. So.
Valerian
And if-
does not respond or react to this lyric composition in any way. Instead, they drift out just enough to get a glimpse of Yana where she is without being obvious
She's come
about
back.
it, which is difficult. Okay.
She's come back once the voice stopped.
Okay.
I was just about to say that as soon as everybody was
Okay.
done composing, which actually she enjoys. She enjoys hearing the music because, well, we'll find out later. But the music actually, her singing the lyrics brought her back around the corner. She doesn't say anything about it because she doesn't have anything to say about it, but she kind of has half a look of frustration and half a look of that's nice from the music, having heard the song.
If Mary May even notices that you like the music, believe you me, you will hear the music.
Yeah. She's not making herself known.
And Valerian gets Yana's attention pretty much by kind of gliding over to her. Is the gray mission a problem?
No. And she kind of looks at him like, without saying, why would it be?
If you say no and look at me, that's all I need to know. If you follow up with why would it be, that's a different
No.
question.
It's literal. It was as much a question as a statement. It was no. Like she wasn't expecting you to ask that.
Okay.
Like she doesn't like it.
Right. And they follow up with, because inside you said you don't go into the gray, but you would. If that
For you.
For us.
But, yes. I would not go, but we will.
Exactly. They turn on their heel and start finding the goddamn salvage yard. Salvage market, which actually shouldn't be hard to find here, I would think.
It is
It has
not.
to be a fairly large building, yeah.
That is correct.
Signposts and salvation? perhaps?
There are more or less. This here, down to the south, not too far from where you are actually, is the salvage market. Let me see if I can.
I like this one.
Note off the screen so we can see it. The rest of the audience can see it.
This is Bella.
Yes.
Bella Lure. That's
What, you don't want to keep looking at the letter, Trent? Memorize it? Grok it?
Make sure you have it all known.
Yes.
W here. There we go.
Right.
So since I don't have a token today, just assume I'm following, or I'll tell you otherwise.
My token's way too big for my character.
Oh, I didn't put one down, so.
I have a real token, so
I put a wrench on mine because, tools.
I didn't even put one down, so.
you just grabbed my
Now,
what
wait.
I normally do.
Okay.
I can't wait till he attends and, well,
Regular
something
art
trips
is
over
on-
his feet.
will be on the way down the line. So
Yes.
okay. So the salvage market, as you quickly ascertain, why go away thing.
Okay.
Okay,
fine.
sorry,
Go
one
away.
sec.
Yeah.
The salvage market.
See, Greg, it was
occupies a
just that
large-
easy.
Yeah, exactly. The salvage market occupies a large dirt floor warehouse, and it's actually right here. And there are several salvage brokers or their proxies as you enter this area that stand behind armored counters haggling over prices. And after a quick inquiry, you can see or you find out that that Bellalore is a goblin trader. And is sort of waiting. You could see her fine leather cloak swaying as she moves around to deal with the customers that are crowded around her table. One of her ears is missing, and it gives her kind of an odd lopsided look to match her lopsided grin. Although she obviously enjoys her work, you can hear as she's going through that as you're going through and kind of coming up to her, you can all hear that she's in the midst of, well, you know the idea. If I'm going to be able to make this deal, I've got to make sure that it's profitable for both you and me. Oh, come on, Bellalore. You know that you're only trying to get the best possible profit for yourself. I'm trying to do what we're all doing, which is to make some kind of money from all of this miserable existence that we occupy, and I'm quite good at it. Also, I'm the only one who's got the deal that you could possibly take. So, you can go somewhere else and waste a bunch of time, wander into the gray if you prefer, or you can do the deal that I suggested in the first place. Now, do be reasonable, Hareft. I am aware of the fact that even you have enough sense to know when you've got the only deal that's on the table for you. And Hareft, who looks like possibly could maybe have shifter features because you can see the sort of a little bit of maybe the fangs lengthening slightly under the lip, although otherwise looks human. And, fine. And she smiles and says, excellent. Just bring it around to the back. I'll have my assistant take it then. And he kind of goes off in sort of a huff. And she smiles as she turns and sees you. And she says, welcome, welcome. I have some new material just in. Perhaps you'd like to take a look at it. And as you may have heard, I've got some new stock that'll be arriving anytime soon. What exactly can I do for you?
You seek the scout in the gray.
Now, the minute you say that, her smile fades, and you can see instead it is replaced by... And then she smiles again, but it is clearly now a false one. Make an insight check for me, everybody, since all of you are here.
I get those with advantage, just so you know.
Okay. Possibly not Tintin if Tintin's paying no attention at all. I don't know. Okay.
He's paying attention. He's listening.
Right.
He's looking
Okay, yeah, you'd have to be looking to see.
I can barely see over the counter.
Hey!
Yeah.
Okay, so Nisiana with the 8.
Why is that rolling with?
Did I
Huh, that's weird.
And
Did I
we've-
roll it?
Oh wait, it's my first. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, I did.
There you go. Thank God someone got it.
Okay. So, wow, we do we are clearly all right. Everyone is extremely focused on what they're doing. You're like, all right, sounds good to me.
I got the advantage one, the 21. That's it.
Oh,
Yeah.
you have. Oh, yeah, but you're not actually doing this at advantage, right? I don't think.
All my insight checks are advantage.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Then you do.
Yeah, so I
With
said,
my
thank
5
God
hit
somebody
points.
got it. Yeah.
the this
Hey,
5
1
hit point
HP,
thing is going to be
Marie.
the gift that keeps on giving, actually. So as you say that, and as you all come in and Alarian says what he says what they say, her smile disappears, and you can immediately sense, Marimé, even from the way that she kind of puts her hands down on the table in front of her to sort of steady herself, that this has something. There's something personal about this business to her. This is not just a typical deal. Her demeanor is entirely different from when she was enjoying getting the other guy to agree to whatever deal that she gave him. This time, it's personal, as they say. And so she says, and you're answering the question, then answering the bill that was posted on the board. I'm glad to see someone actually cares about something other than just their own skin.
Marimé will kind of walk beside Alaria, knowing that he likes to take charge, but kind of signal, and she'll look down and say, we want to help because a life is at stake. Tell us about the scout.
And Larian will float a couple inches off to let Marimé take over the conversation.
And she looks at you and says, well, the lost scout is a goblin named Gorunda. She has green hair and there's a runic tattoo on her right shoulder. I don't know if any of you read Goblin. Actually, side note from the DM, do any of you know Goblin?
Nope.
Language, okay.
Nope.
I don't know if any of you know Goblin, but the tattoo reads bravery against danger. And that's exactly who she is, brave as one can get. She went into the Mournland, to the Grey, to scout the path of this lightning rail. There used to be one that ran right through the middle of it, and now, obviously, it's been abandoned. It's a set of these depleted, pyramid-shaped conductor stones. She was hoping she could search some of the depots along the way. I told her it was foolish. I told her we didn't need it. But she wanted to help. Business hasn't been easy of late. Well, she was supposed to be back days ago, and she hasn't returned yet. And I want her found. She was going there to help me, and I want to make sure that she's discovered. It's an important job, that's all. I can offer you 10 gold each if you bring her back alive. And if you don't bring her back, and her voice catches slightly, then I'll give you 5 gold each if you can give me proof that she didn't make it.
She sounds like a good person,
She is.
and we want to help her. We want to help you. Can you give us any information as to how we may find her? Where she would have headed? Any maps? Any details on the Grey? Anything that would help us?
Well, there's one thing if she did what she said she was going to do. The lightning rail starts outside the gray and goes into it. If you follow along the track like she did, well, you ought to come right to her, or at least that's the best lead I've got. You can find those stones from a long way off, although who knows what in the hells you'll find within the gray. But the lightning rail goes right through it, and she said she was going to follow it. She always did what she said she was going to do. She has a mechanical dog, too, name of Errol. Always accompanied her everywhere.
Errol. Perfect, thank you. If we find her and she's not, we cannot bring her back, is there anything that you want us to do to pay our respects?
I appreciate that. Just if you can bring her back, that would be the best thing. And if you can't, then do the best you can for her. If you don't have anything else, I've got to attend to some business. Just try to find her, please. And she kind of turns away, like you think you might, Mara may see her shoulders sort of shift as if holding back a sob.
We'll do whatever we can.
Thank you.
And we'll return to you with whatever information we find.
Thank you, she says over her shoulder.
Larry turns around and heads out of the salvage
Great.
market. There's nothing more here to do unless you guys want to shop.
I don't think we have any money.
You have whatever starting money you have. I have 10 gold. Somebody should have something on you.
I have
would
10
think.
gold.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, same.
yep. So, we are
Sorry.
a party.
Sorry, Nisiana,
Includes
what?
I said I have money, but I'm not going to spend it here. Not unless I have to. I have standards.
There's nothing in here that Yana needs or wants. Although she keeps she hasn't said this to the party, but when what was the name of the person we were talking to?
Bellalure.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we were talking to Bellalure, the mention of the dog did get her attention and was like, what happened to the dog? But she didn't actually ask the question, but definitely that got her attention.
This mechanical dog named Errol.
Valerian's keeping an eye on Tanton, as I figure that he might wander off into the market.
No, he's vaguely aware of where everybody is, and so as soon as Larry starts moving, he sort of starts following along, but he's not paying close enough attention and sort of bumps into the side of the door. And then
Okay. And once again, Alarian will be the last one out of the market.
Yana notices that and slightly curls her lip up in a smile, but also is kind of used to this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it happens all the time.
This is just a Tuesday for the King Citadel.
Tanton Tuesday.
So, is the party? It sounds like heading towards the Gray.
Well,
if I understand
are there
this correctly?
supplies people need before we leave? Food, water. We do not know how long this may take. If she is a far ways away, it may be a day or two. You should be prepared.
I can go.
How long has she been gone?
A few days.
I suppose we should have asked that in there.
No, she's had a few days, actually.
Yeah,
Oh,
she's
well.
a few days, yeah.
She couldn't be that far in.
Depends how far she made it.
Exactly.
Before Yana can respond, the voice again says, Yana, where you are going, you will need my help. Please. And she sort of looks up and, having heard the voice but ignoring its call, says, 10. No, that's not what happened.
Not the most perceptive of Starforged.
I know exactly what that's like.
Yeah.
She kind of looks up and says, can go now. Let's go now.
And what do you have on you, Yana? Just clothes and what else?
I have my weapons. I have my leather armor, an herbalism kit, an explorer's pack, and I think I can.
Explorer's
Because
pack,
of my,
that's good.
I can I think I can make stuff. Yeah, I actually I have rations on me, and I
Yeah.
can make stuff. So
Okay.
I can make food or water if we need it.
Oh, well, in that case, all right. Then I'm not as worried about it. Okay, fantastic.
Shaman.
And, Ilaria, yeah. Ilaria nods and looks at the others.
I can purify food and water too. So
Nice.
I would advise against eating anything that we might find in the gray.
That sounds wise.
What time of day is it, Arv?
About midday.
It is up to you all. We can either start now, or we can rest here and start in the morning.
She's been missing a few days already. If we wait until morning, it might just be those few hours she needed.
That is possibly true.
Go, so we can come back.
We are in agreement.
yeah.
I would say so. Yeah.
Okay.
As you head towards the gray, you see this popping on stream. Outside Salvation, a titanic fog bank extends like a cliff wall. You don't see the airship, by the way, just the place.
Ow!
Yes, Ma.
Extends like a cliff wall along the border of the Mournland. As you approach it, the fog churns into ominous shapes, screaming faces, collapsing buildings, and outstretched hands. Explosions flash within the gloom, but no sounds are heard. Entering the fog, the temperature drops and you hear whispering, scratchy voices inside your heads. You feel like you're being watched from all sides, but before you have time to rethink your decision, you emerge from the fog into a gray, blasted battlefield. You have entered the Mournland, and that is a good place for us to take our break. If you are enjoying what you're watching, and I hope you are. I'm having a lot of fun. If you are enjoying what you're watching, chat, then please support us as we are in the premiere of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War, and I am joined by Trendane, by Marie, by John, by Jen, and by Rob. We are going to be take about a 5 to 10 minute break here, and when we come back on the other side, we'll play for about another hour-ish, maybe a little more, and then we will wrap for the evening. So in the meantime, please follow all the things, support all the things, and stick with us. And thank you very much for being here. We'll be back in a little bit. Hang tight. Okay. So, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back as we move back over to here. So I'm going to make, I want to make one ruling early on. I thought about this when I went down stairs to grab some water from the kitchen and grabbed a piece of my son's birthday cake, and I'm sure that it was that probably improved my overall mood. I changed my mind on the hit points. It's too big a shift even for Eberron to do it. So all of you got maximum hit points on that first roll. I don't want to have to. I don't think what I'm aiming for is helped by doing it that way. It ends up being too arbitrary. So, Tentin and Marimay and Alarian and Isiana and Yana, your first level hit point total will be the way that it usually is, which is max hit point on that first roll.
Well, it gives me 10.
Yeah. Now, that's the only time that's going to happen, obviously, from this point forward.
Because we're going to die.
Levels are going to be whatever happens. Yeah. Now you will
Now
take
I
the
wipe
full-
you out.
Yes.
Now you'll see this
Oh, yeah.
fully operational space station. No.
Now every hit die roll is a disadvantage moving forward.
Now you'll have the sod effect, right? But
Well, thank you, Greg. That is kind.
yeah, well, it's more reasonable. It's more reasonable. So
Now you'll see this fully operational Eberron campaign.
Eberron campaign, yes. Okay. Yeah, yeah, Shadowed. I thought about it. I'm like, nah. It's other things like the healing thing we talked about with the Starforged. I want to stay for the reasons I talked about, but yeah.
You never actually told me what he gets when I heal him. You just told me that it's not full, and then eventually I will be able to work around it.
You'll be able to work around it. He's at the moment though he gets half benefit from normal healing. That, however, is not the same thing if like Tantin is able to do some stuff, and if you're able to work with Tantin even, that will make things more effective on someone like Alarian. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully one of the reasons I'm interested in Phantom.
Yep.
Besides the fact that he's always working on something.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so you had just entered, when we last left our heroes, you had just entered the Mournland. I'm going to pull us back up to... Corvair proper, and then I'm going to zoom us in a little bit into the Mournland, although I do not have a map for this, and for good reason, I think, because you can't really see very much about what's around you. It should be noted, though, that when you are in the Mournland, that the Mournland itself is this, the outside of it is this roiling area of fog. But within the Mournland, it's not always fog. Within the Mournland, sometimes you are in like a blasted landscape around which there is always a border of fog that you can see on the horizon. So it's often covered over with fog. Mist will move in at any moment. It might remind you, for the three of you who played Strahd before, it might remind you a little bit of the Barovian mist effect, a bit like that, but you're not constantly covered by it. It's around you. And that is the case actually now, because you are inside the Mournland in this sort of blasted landscape. And when you first enter the Mournland here, you can actually see on the ground, not too far actually from where you entered, because you followed the kind of what was left of the lightning rail into it. So you can see those lightning rail stones continuing to proceed into the Mournland. As you travel, you realize that it was a very good thing that you did bring rations of some kind, because this is obviously not something that can be found immediately. You come across, a couple of hours travel in, you actually come across one of these ruined train depots, which used to be a stop, obviously, for the lightning rail before the morning. This thing is completely devastated. Like, there's nothing even to search. It's just you can tell that it was stuff that was there because there's wrecked stone and wood and stuff like that around there, but it's all complete. It's not even rubble anymore, really, as much as it is just kind of on the ground, and you can sort of see where at one point it might have existed. But to this point, there has been no sign of anything relating to any goblin or, scout or anything like that as of yet. But you're definitely still, I hate to use this pun, on track, because you are literally on track as you're traveling along it. Thank you. I'll be here all week. And you're literally on track because you all have a one-track mind. Okay, I'll stop. You're all literally on track.
Help.
As you continue to follow along this path.
We don't have to keep going here, Arm. Let's
yeah,
let
I
you
know,
know
right?
that right now.
As
Go
it
on strike.
I do want to ask, as it grows towards evening, which in the Mornland mostly just means it gets darker and grayer. So it's never like super bright, but it gets much, much darker and grayer. Is there a point where you wish to, do you want to keep walking through the night? Or is there a certain point where you will set up camp of some kind? You could do it alongside, obviously, the lightning rail, the broken down lightning rail, if you so wish.
At dusk, Alarian's going to suggest we stop for the evening. It's extremely dangerous to wander the gray at nighttime.
Okay.
I will stand watch.
I'm happy to take second watch.
There is no need. I will rouse you if there's danger.
Do you not sleep?
Correct.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, good night.
Yeah, actually, you guys already know that Alarian doesn't sleep. They don't eat. Don't really breathe either, as far as you can tell. Yeah. So whenever there's watch to be taken, they take it, and it's fine. You have to stand or sit for 6 hours in what is called sentry's rest. But they're always alert and aware of what's going on around them. And when the time has come to rouse into action, they're the first to move. Yeah.
Are you still floating?
I don't stop. It doesn't turn off.
So Yana just kind of looks, again, still the floating. She's just not super sure and just kind of asks you, float all night?
I have floated around this continent for 20 years.
Don't you tire?
No. Well, I can tire. I do not rest such as you rest. I rest in a different way.
And she just kind of understands, kind of doesn't, and just goes, huh. And just sort of turns and walks and gets ready to make the campfire.
Mermaid turns to Nisiana and goes, "Are you sure Flitarion won't work? Because I'm starting to feel it here."
Well, if he's not offended by the term, then use it. Ask him.
Thank you. Oh, I will. I'll regale him with the song. He likes it when I do that. They like it when I do that.
You think they like it. He's never really evinced much of a reaction to any of your music.
You know, Mermaid is pretty convinced most people love her music.
What is not to love about it?
That's right. That's right. Okay.
It's a good word. Bards make new words. It's fine.
They'll love it.
Yeah.
There we go. All right.
I mean, that's what he likes.
Quick question for you.
Right?
There we go. What am I sensing in the gray with my arcane insight?
Arcane insight, hubs of magic. So the thing that you most notice is kind of the faint thrum of long dead magic that is running along the track near where you've made the camp, and extending off into the distance. It is like the echo of a creature that walked the land long ago, that one almost feels as if like a ghost, it kind of drifts along. But that's the most obvious thing you feel. Other than that, the sort of magic of the gray is always kind of strange, half short-circuited, half, present through its absence almost. The absence of magic kind of makes itself felt to you. But the big noticeable sort of difference in all of that is the track stuff.
Okay. So it's kind of like I'm wandering in and out, like on the edge of a dead zone, where sometimes it's like a machine that only works half the time.
Yes, that's a good way to put it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right.
Also, just
That's
to
going to be
double check,
annoying.
Yeah, just to double check with everybody quickly. So I know Alarian had 10 hit points, 5 out of 5 in the thing. Tanton, would that change bring you up to It would bring up to 10. Okay. And Marime, would that bring you up to 10 also?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone took Constitution.
Yeah, exactly. Nisiana, what about you?
I'm 10 as well.
Okay. And Yana was at 10, which was max already.
Right.
So, okay.
Oh,
Did you
matchy
need
matchy.
Did you need my fixed stats?
Yeah, I will, but not immediately.
Okay. Just let me know when, because I keep forgetting to tell you.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's because I haven't called for them myself yet, so it's fine. Okay. So the morning passes, or the night, excuse me, the night of the morning. Haha.
Oh wait, Arv, I did have one question.
Yes,
I'm
what's up?
sorry, I completely forgot.
Yep.
The gray or whatever these clouds or mist or whatever they are that are around us.
Yes.
Does Yana, or Yana Plus, have any sense of the moisture in the gray, if there is any?
There is sometimes. There are times where the lake, the Mornland is probably best described this is a land that is twisted by magic. It's a wound that doesn't heal. You might describe it best probably as a vast open grave. So there is water sometimes that you can kind of see in different spots. But even going up to the water hisses as if hot, but if you were to touch it, it would be freezing cold. Other places, there are even sort of lakes that extend into the gray. And the creatures below in the lake, things that might have been normal fish some time ago, have mutated into terrible beasts that can consume you whole. So it's not that it's a dead zone with dead water. It is a dead zone, but it's not a zone that has no water at all. It's just that the water, like everything else here, acts very oddly.
Does it feel wet to her?
Not at the moment, not particularly.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's important. All right.
So the evening of the morning passes relatively uneventfully. And on the second day of travel, as you prepare to... What was up?
Because as morning is coming up, as we're ending the long rest, Tanton has been cooking in the morning.
Okay.
And he produces 2 little treats. Who would like them?
I mean, yes.
Cooking,
I
cooking, real food cooking.
Yes.
Okay, just checking. All right.
What?
And
What is it?
It's a treat.
I
Treat.
split it in 2 and give half to Nisiana.
won't work that way.
I'll accept it.
It won't work?
It immediately blows up. No, I'm just kidding.
No,
Oh, no.
if you eat it, it will give you 2 temporary hit points.
Okay, so
Mm.
then it should not go to me. It should go to
Is there one left?
yes.
Yes.
I'll reach out and take the other one, and kind of like an animal would with something new that it can recognize as food but has never seen it before. Kind of takes a couple of nibbles and
It's very tasty.
she continues to eat it.
While you were eating the food, go ahead and describe that. I've got to go down and tuck my daughter in for bed, so I'll be back in like 2 seconds. By which I
She
mean 2 minutes.
continues to eat it.
Yeah. Eat slowly. Chew.
And yes,
Toby,
and
chew.
one nibble at it. And actually, as she kind of realizes that it's good,
Berry.
she looks at how do you God names? This is gonna be me at Tintin. Tintin.
Tanton is fine.
I keep saying Rin Tintin. I'm sorry. Anyway,
Okay, I can appreciate that.
she just continues to eat it, and she says, "Thanks," but she
very well.
she doesn't say it very often, so it's weird for her to say. But she does continue to eat it, and kind of is happy about it, but not sure how to express that.
Mirimi just mostly stuffs it in her mouth and enjoys it. There's very little stopping her here.
Yana sort of squats down to like down to closer to the ground to kind of finish it, and
True Lord.
Doesn't really know what else, I don't really know what else to say right now.
That's right.
Dog?
What?
With the mechanical dog, can you make something that can find a mechanical dog?
Yeah.
Hmm.
The goblin had a dog named Errol.
That is true.
Garunda. Bravery against danger. She had green hair and a mechanical dog named Errol. So I don't know what powered it, but that might be something we can use.
Well, unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to make something like that now. It's a bit beyond my scope at the moment, but
Okay.
Maybe if the mechanical dog is a little bit broken, though, you might be able to fix it.
Definitely. What we need to worry about, potentially, is if it is something that was designed to defend her,
Oh,
then it may react negatively to us if it is functioning properly.
don't say that too loud in front of the GM.
We surely will be able to like calm it and charm it into loving us. Surely.
I doubt that. They don't tend to try to charm
What if
him.
you're on Elarian's
I
way?
Them.
They're completely charmed. I don't look at them.
Elarian will distract it.
If necessary, yes.
And if I can heal her, and if it is a damaged mechanical dog, you can heal it,
True.
or at least help it. I've never seen a mechanical dog. I'm actually quite interested in this.
Oh. Robot dog?
Robot dog, yes.
Basically, yes.
Well, at least that's my assumption from the word. She had a mechanical dog.
Yeah.
I did not hear that. Huh. Like, and she just points to the floating person.
Yep.
Oh.
I am
I
not
don't know.
mechanical.
He's a child of Cerberus. Cerberus.
I am something in between, is the best way to put it, I've found.
Between mechanical and what?
Living.
And she kind of, the idea of that kind of flips over in her brain and she goes, oh. And she doesn't really know what else to say about that.
Alarian, how do you feel about Flaterian? Alarian Flaterian.
And you just hear from down where Giannis just here. But she can't really take that.
Well,
And I'm like, just a question.
how am I supposed to feel? It is not a word, per se.
It could be. Words are simply made from sounds pasted together with a single meaning in mind, or perhaps multiple meanings in mind. Cobbled into
gibberish.
rhyme or song, perhaps, yes, but cobbled into rhyme or song with the right symphony, the right emotion behind it, and suddenly you have something that means something. So, Ilarian, how do you feel about Flaterian?
It is unlikely I would ever use it in conversation, so I really have no opinion on it one way or the other.
Okay.
But
Does
that
it
means you're not offended.
Yes.
I'm sorry?
You're not offended by the term Flotarian.
And he kind of looks down at the ground and him floating above, or they, as it just realizing now what you two are talking about. There's a pause. And they look up again like, no, it is what I do.
There you go. There's your answer.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been just so excited about this. Thank you. I will use it well. I promise. I will deploy not at will, but only when best served in only every second verse. Thank you.
And inside of Yana's head, she hears this. Your friends are very confusing. And outside, none of you hear that. She just goes, "Shut up."
Then she didn't say I know. And yeah, Elarian, if it's just no real reaction to her excitement, I just kind of nods once and there you go.
Well, now we have a baseline for when she wants to make up words about you.
Mhm.
This is important.
This is powerful stuff. This
Like
is
when-
how epics are born.
Language modifies and mutates
Exactly.
over the times and ages.
This is true.
As things happen.
It evolves with the needs of the people, and my need is for something that rhymes with Aurelian. Aurelian, that means Flaterian. Ergo. Ergo, my dear friend.
And actually, Elarian says, well, if one were to create new words, I would assume as a performer of your ability, you would be the logical one to do so. And they nod. As if, yeah, that makes sense.
Thank you. Merime thinks on that for a bit, but then decides that was a compliment. Thank you.
You see how
As
to
they
like
fit-
shuffle
yeah.
you in the leg. Like, we did it.
After all of that, Yana kind of hearing all of this says back in her own mind, "Yes, they are. But they're happy."
And out of character, Savoy was so unhappy for so long. I'm like, no, Nisiana's going to be happy.
We'll make sure of it.
Or at least she's going to start out happy. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, that's fair.
We are in the morning.
This is an ARV campaign after all, so yeah.
Wow.
We will face trials and tribulations.
What does that mean?
Wow.
Yeah. Dark.
It means exactly what I said it means.
You will face trials and tribulations. That's fair. So sorry about that, everybody. So assuming you've, thank you for continuing your what was I imagine amazing role play that I'll watch in the VOD later.
Lyrics,
Lyrics,
and
okay.
definitions of words. It was very interesting.
World changing.
World
shattering
changing. I'll
even.
bet.
We set
So-
a baseline.
When this song hits, it will be world changing. Yeah.
So ahead of you, Shadowed, I do want to say DM's Guild is the worst on logins of all time. It never remembers my password. I have to reset every time. The DMG
Really?
is terrible. Yes. Terrible. It's a great site, but their login is garbage. And I really
I've never
would
had
love
a
to see them
problem with
improve
it. That's interesting.
Ugh,
That's very interesting.
Anyway, it doesn't surprise me. So
It doesn't
Shadowed,
like you,
it
Arv.
doesn't like me. You're not a real DM. Anyway, so,
don't like you either.
That's what I was waiting for.
That's what I'm here for.
You're
I'm here
wanted
for.
in 3 systems. All right. Okay. So in the morning of the second day of travel, as you are continuing along, you come upon this. Ahead of you, the worn lightning rail stones have been shattered by black glass shards protruding from the ground. These shards, which range in size from a few inches to several feet tall, disturb the ground in an uneven circle roughly 100 feet in diameter. Near the middle of this area, a corpse sprawls on the ground. It may once have been human, but it is now burned and smashed beyond recognition.
Is it little or big?
It is, I would say, medium. Probably.
You said may have been human.
Right.
So
Exactly.
I'm assuming 5 to 6 feet, something like that.
Yeah,
Not
so-
a goblin.
Yeah, that's the impression
Yeah,
I'm
definitely
getting,
not.
too.
It does not. Well, I mean, you'd have to get closer to check, but it does not appear to be from this distance. No.
Black shards are matte, glassy, like obsidian, or look like something else.
Literally look like glass. They like they're actual black glass.
Magic resonance.
I
Gonna
think
be
that's
asking this question quite a
no,
bit.
that's fine. And I would say yes, but it's a little bit hard to discern. Like not more than the surrounding kind of environment. I would say,
Okay.
not overriding the track that I talked about. That you know.
Okay.
Arv,
And-
where are we on this map exactly? I'm a little
This point, we
confused.
are somewhere in the Mornland. I don't have a map for this really. This is really just kind of theater of the mind. Partly because the Mornland itself is sort of nondescript when you're inside it.
Right.
So you're just
it shows the lightning.
Yeah, I
round.
know. It's like
which of the branches are we on?
It would be all right. So
Because I mean, where is salvation?
yeah, that's well.
that's
Funny
what
you
I was
mention
kind of.
that
I don't see
because-
salvation on there either.
Well, because salvation isn't on the map, and I have been trying to track down exactly where it is, where salvation is.
Arv's just making this up as he goes along.
What is this madness? I would
Amateur
say,
hour over here.
I would say probably you're looking at like this down here, but as the branch. But again,
Oh, I see.
and you're
Okay,
heading
it's
towards
like you're pointing to all of it. Okay,
no, right here, like right. I don't know how to specify even further.
make a
like,
bigger circle.
Yeah,
I was watching the stream, so I was waiting for it to catch up to you pinging.
yeah.
So, but
Yeah.
I got it now.
Fair
So
enough.
Here's a question: do any of the rail systems work in Moorland anymore, or not?
They're, for the most part, no. Most of the rail lines work over it. There are a couple. Let's see. So you got what, 2 branches here? I think it's. I want to say. Let me see if I can find the one with Sharn. Sharn up here. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. So take a look at the Sharn one. So the Sharn one starts here. Okay. I'll bring you over to it. So that's the
thank
Sharn one, right? And if you trace up that yellow line, it goes up and then it literally stops here
Yep.
and goes all the way around it, as you can see, and down the other side. So, and so there are rumors that some of these can actually cross over it, but usually the way someone crosses the Mournland is by either going to the south of it, by sea, or going by the north of it by airship or by cart or by lightning rail, which are really fast, in fairness, following the path up here. But generally, there's no official route that goes through, that is functional, that goes through the Mournland.
Yep. Thank you. All right.
So yeah, that is what you see.
Okay. So how far away are we from the corpse?
So I would say that you're probably 100 feet diameter. So maybe 150 feet. You're maybe 50 feet outside of that glass shard circle. And remember, the body's in the middle of that glass shard circle. And the circle itself's about 100 feet in diameter.
And you said the pylons looked like they had been destroyed when the shards erupted from what we're assuming is the ground.
Correct.
How big are these pylons? I'm gonna call them pylons. The pylons are pretty large then, because they're
the railstones are
supported
pretty
the
good
train.
size.
Yeah,
That's right. Yeah.
By the way, I take it it's quiet in here, other than the whispering mind thing. It's no animals calls or anything like that. Yeah.
You can hear each other if you talk to each other, but it's almost like being inside a kind of deadened room, when you talk to each other.
Does it look like fresh damage, or does it look like older?
On the body or on the stones?
The stones, like, do they look like they appeared recently, or they've been here?
The stones are the rail stones, but the glass that shattered the rail stones, that is not easy to tell. The stones look like they've been destroyed probably for a decent long time. If you had to guess, this may have happened during the morning. May have been when the stones were destroyed. But the glass shards are a little bit odd in that you haven't encountered anything like it to this point. So it's not like every so often you see some black glass shards. But that's the way the Mournland works. Sometimes when you're inside it, things appear that you did not see before. And if you go over that same spot, or what you would swear would be that same spot, a week later, it'll be completely different. So, yeah.
Should we go and see if there's anything we can do?
Well, they appear clearly deceased. The question is, do they have anything on them that might point the way toward the scout we were looking for?
That's one question.
What's
And the
the
question is, are they actually dead?
Oh,
Are there reports of things reanimating in the Mournland, Arv?
Sure. Why not?
Okay.
The answer to many
It's a
questions
catch-all.
the answer will be yes on many questions. Yes. I mean, not in particular, but it is certainly heard of. It certainly is possible, yes.
Yana, so wait, how far away are we from this body? Are we
About 150 feet, because you're about 50 feet outside the circle, and the body, well, yeah, that's right. About 100 feet. The circle's about a 100-foot radius circle. You were about 50 feet from the outside of the circle.
I would have gone up actually to the boundary of the circle itself before,
yeah,
before
I've
really
done-
stopping.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've gone up. Yana's gone up to the
So about maybe 100.
edge of the circle
Okay. So I would say about 100 feet from there, probably.
from the body.
Yes.
That's a big
So when Yana's up at the edge again, she kind of gets down on like both feet with one hand down on the ground, sort of observing. She doesn't really want to go in there. There's she doesn't even really she kind of shows it physically, not verbally. Just kind of she's seen what she needs to see of this and sort of almost arches like her back ever so slightly like a cat would, just like as a sort of an alert stance, like, no, I think I know what I need. I think I've seen what I need to see. And it radiates off her that she doesn't want to go in there.
Okay.
Take a closer look at the black glass shards.
Okay.
Oh, echo.
Okay. When you look at these black glass shards, I'd like you to make no perception.
Okay. There we go. A non-natural 20.
As you lean close to them, at first you sort of have to, the equivalent of blink, shift your eyes around a bit.
Exactly.
For you. And then because you have a hard time fixing in your sight the edge of these things. And as you look closer, you can see that they are just almost imperceptibly, but you can now perceive it, vibrating.
Now that I'm closer, do I get a better fix on the magical signature of these things?
No. They are definitely radiating magic, but not anything in particular. They're radiating magic, but no more than the surrounding area. But again, as we talked about, the surrounding area is very much like, constantly spark. It's not like a Geiger counter, right, where it gets more magical the closer you get. A lot of it is sort of highlighting magic, unless it's extremely magical, like the lightning rail, in which case it kind of rises above the general din. But at the moment, the magic doesn't seem to be any greater or lesser than the surrounding environment.
And how tall are these shards?
They vary in size. Some of them are very small, just a few inches. Some of them are several feet tall.
So it'd be easy enough to enter the circle by stepping over some of the smaller ones.
Sure.
We're floating over them.
Yeah.
Well, it's not levitation. It's still only 3 inches, so I have to float over one of the small ones. I can't float over a big one like that. It doesn't work that way. I'm not going to go up the wall.
I have this image of you
it's
like
not Batman.
just bumping into it over and over again, like bumping like a Roomba, just like.
Thanks, Arv. Thanks a lot.
Don't take any offense to that, Hector. He didn't mean you. My Roomba is extremely offended by that.
Oh yeah. My apologies to all Roombas.
That happened to be watching this stream, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you just compare Alarian to a Roomba?
I just lost the Roomba contingent. I'm really upset.
Yeah, dude, come on.
I can't afford to alienate the Roomba audience.
I will ask the party, do we investigate the body or do we move on?
Move on. Please.
You think something bad is here?
Nothing good is here. That's for sure.
This is the Mornland. Nothing good is here anywhere.
Greg,
You said it.
from where I am, can I see as a healer that this person is dead? Or I'm not certain.
Well, you would be very confident that it's got to be. If it's not dead, then it's something terribly monstrous about it because it's taken so much obvious damage. But that said, I mean, I don't know, in the Mournland, maybe things could be different. You would need to get closer. You need to get closer to try to identify more of it. If you got closer to the body, you could probably, use like a medicine check or something like that to determine more. But you can definitely tell that no normal thing could survive whatever happened to this thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Is there any clothing, anything, or is it just?
There is indeed some what look like fragments of clothing, but something is weird about the clothing, and again, you're a little too far to be able to see what that is. But yes, there is.
It's
some
a
clothing
mimic.
What was the detailing that the person who gave us his job told us specifically about the scout that was lost? Like there was something about.
She's got green hair. She's got a tattoo that says
Bravery, trouble is bravery. Bravery is trouble.
bravery
against trouble.
danger.
Bravery, okay, bravery against danger.
And
Yeah,
And she's a
green hair.
goblin. That's the first big
Yeah.
thing.
Is there any hair left that looks the color of green on that body?
Not from what you can see from here, no.
What you can see.
Although it's pretty burned, so.
Like I can't tell whether or not if that's a goblin or not.
So I kind of
The shape is too large.
Seems
It is
seems
human.
more likely to be human. Yes, that is true.
and I just. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So, do you
Not
wish to-
scared.
Rob, go ahead.
Sorry. Scout? Not scout. No?
Nisiana and Jarasco, do you wish to investigate it more closely?
If it is not dead, it is not natural. So part of me wants to get closer to make certain.
And
And I can't tell if the hair, it's too big to be the goblin. So
but it's still a story that ended, and we could bring the ending back to someone who cares or might need to know.
So, Galarian kneels down next to Nisiana and puts his left arm out, and says, "Up."
she gets up.
And he straightens up. And you're kind of familiar with this because you've seen it before. But the scale armor they wear, occasionally it will ripple as if it's either reacting to something or just it moves on its own, which is a little weird. And he holds his right arm up, and the scales ripple again, and they like down to his arm, and they form a regular shield out of the scales. And he holds that out, and he says, "We'll be back." They say, "We'll be back." And they step over small, like the area where it's the small stars, and enter the circle.
There could be some very interesting bits of.
Be careful.
I'll
There's-
tell you.
If there's anything to recover, it will be recovered. Now
And-
you're sitting on my shoulder. You're 8 feet in the air.
Okay, now I can actually see things.
So to be clear, Ilarion is drifting in towards the center with Nisiana on their shoulder, and Tantin, Merime, and Yana are still outside the circle looking in. Remember, the three of you can also do what you like, but if you want to stay, you can certainly do that also. So
Nalarian says, "There's no need to accompany us unless you wish to."
I think Merime would have a hard time watching Nisiana head into a potential circle of death without following, so I think she'd hesitate for half a second, but I'm pretty sure she would just follow. Like it's...
okay.
I don't want to get you guys killed, but she
No.
really has
Oh, come on, it's fun.
She has
Totally-
to check.
Back your play.
If we,
Back
if, we
your
all,
play.
if we almost don't die in the first level, it's not an Infinity and Beyond campaign.
Does it
Tan-
even matter?
What about
Tantin, what are
Tantin
you
and Yana?
doing?
Yeah.
I've watched
Tan-
everybody else go in.
Tanton is basically examining the glass because he saw Larry, focus on it. So he's like,
Pretty intently, yeah.
and so he's going in and like some of the larger pieces, sort of getting a feel for the texture of them, which I imagine is when he would probably detect the vibration.
Yes, extremely slight, but yes.
So you're going into the circle?
No, he's standing outside. He's just touching the glass and trying to get a sense of how fragile it is. Now that he can tell that it's vibrating, now he's trying to figure out where the vibration is coming from.
So Yana, having seen everybody go into this circle and feeling really not good about this, kind of looks over at Tentin and just like tries to make eye contact with him. Do you?
He is dialed in on that glass.
And so she just kind of goes, huh, just to try to get his attention.
And it just sort of drifts past him. You're going to have to do a lot more to get his attention. Like his passive perception is a 10. It sucks.
So seeing that doesn't do anything, she kind of goes, and not
Are you
going
hungry?
into
I could make you another treat if you wanted. I think
she's
maybe-
completely ignoring him now. And has decided that she is not going to go in yet, but she's going to activate her shift form so that if she needs to go in, she can go in quickly.
Okay.
All right.
All right, you do that. While this is happening, Alarian and Nisiana are moving in, Merime behind them, Tantin looking and investigating the glass, and Yana watching with the shifting form activated. As you move in a little bit closer, you can see that the body is indeed just, blasted and bludgeoned. And Nisiana, as Alarian comes alongside, you could actually, if Alarian kneels down enough to allow you to get to it, you could then use a medicine check to try to identify what was going on with this thing.
I will basically indicate to him that he needs to lower so that I can do a medicine check.
All right, and they will do so and set you down by the body, and then they will straighten up and kind of presume a guard position next to
Okay.
you.
So medicine check.
Oh,
Nice.
Nice.
Wow.
Well, he fractured his femur when he was 5, and then
exactly.
he suffered from pneumonia.
So
You
this,
know what's
16
going on.
years.
Oh, wait, we're about to be struck by lightning.
yeah. This is just basically like a dreamscape from House. You're just like all of a sudden, like, yes, I see all of the. No, you do not. That
Favored
does
his
not,
right leg when he
does not actually
walked.
happen. But you are able to determine quite a bit from that. First of all, Nisiana, it is clearly the case that this body was indeed human, not goblin. It was once human, although hard to see now. The thing that caused the burns on the body was almost unquestionably electricity. It was electricity that caused these burns to occur. And if you had to guess, you would guess that the victim was electrocuted and then pulped by an extreme bludgeoning force.
Is there a
Something
direction?
squished it, basically, after electrocuting it.
Oh, something like stepped on it?
No, not necessarily, but it was forcibly stomped, or a weight fell on it or something like that after it was electrocuted.
Wow. Okay.
And also you do think that there are some clothes and maybe something on the hip of this creature that you can just sort of make out below the burn marks and scorches and all that stuff. So a lot of the pieces of clothing, by the way, that are still left are literally almost fused into the skin.
Okay. And what's on the hip?
There is a dented metal vial on the hip of this thing.
Can I get it off of him?
You could certainly try.
I
So
reach out to take it.
when you touch the metal vial, Tantin, the thing you've been looking at, which was like this very light, suddenly gets very strong, and the air around you, and particularly Tantin, suddenly fills with cracking, ringing noises. Tantin, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw as the glass in front of you seems to momentarily explode.
Oh, this is going to be lovely.
You take 1,000,000 points of No, it's
Yes.
just
There you go.
you got this.
okay, Shadowed. Thank you.
14.
Let me make a note. Thank you to Shadowed, because I could not find this information at all. So apparently it's not this bottom one. It's this one. It's the top one up here. that salvation is near, and that is not listed on the map. I wish they had put it there, but Shadowed with his Google foo found something I didn't. So thank you, Shadowed. So it's in here. Same principle though, in terms of like where you are. Okay. So thank you, Shadowed. So back to Tantin. So 14. Yeah. So you do actually just in time. So you're sort of looking at it, and then literally something, you go like this before the glass goes like it might have like gone into your throat. Like that's how close it is as it shoots up. And the black glass shards, the larger ones, twitch and fragment. So they kind of explode, but then reform. And what you suddenly find yourselves watching or looking at are lizard-like beasts with maws of razor-sharp glass teeth. I need everybody, except for Tantin, to make a perception check for me, please, to see whether you are surprised by this or not. Tantin, actually, by virtue of your dexterity saving throw, is not so... I mean, I'm sure you were, like, a little surprised, but you are not currently... Yeah, so, Alarian, that actually makes sense. You're not really paying much attention to
Right,
it.
right,
You
that's
have
true.
no idea
We're
what the hell's
focused
going
on her. Yeah, exactly.
Also makes sense. You are
my
all
God.
focused on what's going on around you.
Right.
That
So,
body is dead, guys.
Like, I'm reaching for this thing. I don't realize that shit's about to happen.
I
And I'm not
love
content to
the
make sure
fact,
something does happen.
narratively, that the only people who are not surprised are Tantin, who nearly got impaled by glass 3 seconds ago, and Yana, who's been like the whole freaking time. So it makes perfect sense that this is the case. For the
Who
first
sees this
time-
and is like unguard.
Yep.
Let's
For
go.
the first time, everybody in this campaign, can I ask everyone to give me initiative, please?
Yay.
do not get some
We do
combo
not
fired up.
have. We don't have tokens.
Tokens.
To touch to put ourselves into the.
Says you.
Well,
I
I
said
can.
we. I said
I can.
we.
Yeah. Let me.
Is that the royal we?
I can bring these over.
Because I got it.
Okay. There's that.
Do we get any kind of a battlefield here, Arv?
Nope. No, you do not.
Oh, fine.
Theater of the
Fighting
mind power.
across the entirety of the Mournland.
Okay, so initiative.
Initiative. Wow. You're on fire, Nisiana.
I rolled an 11.
Okay. And I'm going
Hey,
to.
I'm going last this time.
Apparently, I'm very, very,
The cleric and the bard have
dangerous.
the cleric and the bard have got this.
Okay.
They'd better.
All right. Let me fire up some combat music here.
Oh.
I'm trying to get myself onto the damn turn order and it's not working. So, oh wait, I know why. That's why.
Sorry.
I'll take the 9. I'm keeping the 9. Thank you very much. But I think that's why. Really? You gonna be that way? Because I hit the wrong damn thingy symbol. There we go. But
Okay.
unfortunately, it's not an 18. It's a 9. There we go.
Okay. Let's go with that.
So where's
Oh, gonna have to get used to this not going first. We're pretty close to it.
Oh, what a terrible, terrible situation you're in, John.
I know, it sucks.
Woe to be you.
It is. That's right. I'm glad you understand, Rob. Thanks.
Flotillion.
And that's Flotarian. Get it right.
And Flotarian, that's true.
That's right.
go with Alarian?
Yeah,
Hilarious.
Flotillion is the nation of flotillas that exists.
We'll be traveling to that
Hang
later.
out.
It's off Eldine
Exactly.
Bay. Yeah.
They
so-
listen to the warship, Captain Warship, and okay. Okay, so that we're looking at that.
So we don't even get a picture of what we're facing.
No, the way that I've described it is the best that we have here because the other version of this, there actually is another version of this creature that you're facing, which looks entirely different and would not only terrify you, but wouldn't even be accurate. In fact, when I
Thanks,
first came
thanks,
across it,
okay.
I'm like, oh, wow, really? And then it was like, no, it's not the same thing. I'm like, okay. So,
I find it amusing that you think that it would terrify me.
well, I mean, relatively speaking.
Hey, we are first level characters. It might terrify us. You never know.
I'm still a furry. I mean, come on.
Just
Yeah,
you
but-
mentioning it might terrify us has terrified me.
Okay. So we have got a, let's see. Tantin is looking at a 6, and so is not, well, we'll talk about that. 6, and then Alarian is a 9. Okay. And let's see. And then we've got an 11 for Yana.
Yes.
Okay, and we have...
I don't know why I said it that way. Anyway.
Yas.
Yes.
And then Alarian, is that... What do we... Is that 2? 18? What is that?
No, 9.
And
Oh, 9.
It's
So
a
that
9.
other thing was not... Okay.
Right.
Okay.
It wasn't the 2. Wasn't the 18 either, though.
Merame is an 18. Nisiana is a very impressive looking, once she's done being surprised, 22. Okay, sorry, 23. I beg your pardon. And then let's see. Did we get a roll from... Okay, we did get a roll from everybody. All right. So, just organize that properly. And that's going to go up there. Okay, so in this first round, those of you who were surprised are not going to get a chance to act, which means I'm only going to be coming to those who were not surprised. So Nisiana is surprised, doesn't go. Merame is surprised, doesn't go. And so Yana was the first one who is not surprised in the initiative order. So Yana, you are the first to react. There are 2 of these creatures. As I say, they are about medium height, made of this strange black glass. And they look quite, hostile and quite dangerous. And are sitting there kind of growling you. They look almost like, as I say, glass lizards might be the way to describe them.
How close are they?
They are to you very close, probably within 10 feet, because you were near the outside of the circle where these things kind of formed.
Okay.
They're the closest to Tanton, which, I'm sure makes him feel great.
Right. Well, okay. Quick note there. How close are they to Tanton?
Like 5 feet away, I would say.
I mean,
All
he was touching the glass.
Yeah, that's not good. Okay, that changes what I'm gonna do here. So, seeing as I have the first move here, Yana is going to hear the voice, and she's going to say, or actually no, she's going to say to the voice in her head, Altas. And the bracelet that has been on her wrist is going to break, become like liquid, and circle around her hand. And she is going to cast a spell that I've forgotten the name of because I'm an idiot. Hang on. She's going to
Is it
actually
destroy
the first thing
lizards of glass? Because
that would be a really great one. Do you have that one available? So first thing she's going to do is she's going to move back about 10 feet.
Okay.
Just to make this a little bit easier for her to do.
Okay.
And she's going to cast Frostbite cantrip.
Okay.
So that's within 60 feet. They have to make a one. Yeah. Oh, sorry. No. That's instant, right? That's one. That's a save, right? That they have to make.
I don't know.
That?
Depends on the spell.
What does the spell say?
Let me double check. I did all this morning, but my brain doesn't seem to be working right. That's the wrong link. Cool.
Yeah, I don't actually have Frostbite cantrip up here.
You cause a numbing frost to form on one creature that you can see within range. The target must make a Constitution saving throw. On
Yeah, it is a saving throw.
The target takes 1d6 cold damage and has disadvantage on the next weapon attack roll it makes before the end of its turn.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay, so
Appreciate it.
The 2 were about equidistant from Tanton, so I guess it's just like whatever, like one of the 2 because you
It's
can
one
see
of the
both them.
2.
Okay.
Yeah, and when she casts this, the water around her wrist actually casts the spell.
Okay, cool. What's the
and-
DC we're looking for, by the way, Yana, that I have to beat?
God, I wish it were higher. Hold up. I think it's a 13.
It does not make that save.
All right.
So the frost forms on the outside of it, and you get to roll damage. How much did you say?
It's 1d6.
All right.
Did it go?
Yeah,
Don't see it.
there it goes.
Okay, it was 1 damage.
One. Okay.
And that's my turn.
All right. So it takes that and does not like it, but it will get disadvantage on its attack, which is useful too. Okay, good stuff. That is going to bring us down to the next unsurprised person, which is not Ilarion, and is Tantin, actually, because boy, did these creatures roll poorly on their initiative. So I guess that's what happens when you just form out of glass or something. So Tantin, you are literally flanked by two of these creatures. And just one quick note, Tantin, although you are not a warrior, it's easy enough for you to see that they are clearly attempting to stay on either side of you. Like this is part of their plan.
Mm-hmm. So Tantin is, kind of looking over his shoulder back and forth, like, oh my goodness, this is not good. And he pulls out his light hammer and taps it once. And having seen the frost form on one of the two glass lizards, he's going to use his light hammer to just smack it as hard as he can.
Make it happen. I want to see it.
Because I should have put this in, I'll put it in later. Because he has cast magic weapon on it, he has a +1 to attack and a +1 to damage.
Dig it.
And it is, of course, a magic weapon right now. So that will be a 14 to hit.
A 14 will hit. You'll be happy
Gotta
to know.
love level 1.
Is this bludgeoning damage, by the way?
It is.
You will be happy to know that they are vulnerable to bludgeoning, so you're going to do twice as much damage with this attack as you would normally do.
Twice as much +1.
Correct.
So 7 points of damage.
All right. 7 points of damage to the one that had the frost on it, right?
Correct.
Okay, yeah. So you smash into it. There is a tinkling and a shattering, and you smack. Part of its body falls off and smashes to the ground, and it makes this strange hissing, clattering, clinking sound of its teeth. It's not dead, but that was definitely... It did not like that at all.
He just sort of brandishing the hammer, and he looks back and it's like, there's more of this where that came from, and I'm not alone!
Yes, and that one is not pleased, and so both of them, they now go. Both of them are going to attack you. If it had surprised you, it would have done even more damage, but fortunately it did not. So now they're going to do this. Nonetheless, both of these creatures are going to attack, and both of them have advantage against you because they are using what we call pack tactics.
Except that one of them has disadvantage because of the frostbite.
Quite right. That's quite right. So, but the idea is the Drake's... So so for that one it's evened out. So one is just a normal attack, and the other one is advantage. Yeah. So let's do the one that is normal first.
Okay.
What's normal, really, Arthur?
What do we?
What do we really?
It's the Mornland,
That's 14 to hit.
That is exactly my AC.
Unfortunate. That is going to be. That's 7 points of damage. It rolled real well just then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and now the second one is going to get advantage. 11 and 12, so I think both of those are misses, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it would have been... So we would have had 12, basically, is the attack. So
Goodness.
12 is a miss, so the other one misses barely. And as you're like, oh... all right, and that brings us up to the top of the round. Now everyone is able to react. So Nisiana...
Whatever you're doing, stop it!
Yeah, exactly. You're able to now see what is going on. Nothing else, by the way, has sprung forward, just these two creatures. Most of the black glass was used in forming these two creatures, for what it's worth.
So basically, as I touch the thing,
You have bricks in a dryer? What's going on over there? Sorry, go ahead.
As I touched the silver vial, this happened.
Yes, roughly the same time. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Well, obviously, because someone's being attacked, I stopped doing what I'm stopped grabbing the vial, and I turn and I sacred flame the one that's nearest me.
Okay. They're both roughly equidistant. You can see that one of them looks in rough shape or rougher shape and has frost and smashed parts. So I don't know if you go after that or not. But...
that one with sacred flame.
What's the range?
60. Are we within 60?
You're going to have to move a little closer because the body was at the center and these guys are near the edge.
And it's 100 foot. pit
I
that you
don't,
guys are
okay,
in.
so then I don't think I can get within range. I can only move 25.
Is Sacred Flame? It's not a bonus action, right? It's a regular action.
So it's a cantrip.
No, right. But is it? But does it take a bonus action to cast?
One action.
Mm.
Nah.
So
Well, she moves to 25. They'll be within 60 feet then.
that'll be 70.
What?
Well,
Is it 100 feet across or 100 feet to the center?
Thank you. Yeah, that's my question. I'm a little confused there.
100
Well,
across or 100 to the center?
so 100 radius would be.
Oh, radius.
Would
So
be
200
200
across.
across.
200
Yeah,
yeah,
so
yeah.
she's
We were
100
50
away.
feet.
So you
Yeah,
wouldn't
we-
quite get there. Yeah. You'd be, I mean, you could
However,
get within range by
no.
by double moving, but then that wouldn't leave you an action left, Nisiana.
Okay, so
You have a light crossbow, though, right? We got
I
you one of
do
those.
have a light crossbow.
Range on that is 80. So you could move your 25 feet. You would be
And then-
5
and then-
feet within range.
Right. Yep.
All right, then I
Sure.
will bolt 25 feet and then light crossbow the most damaged one.
Got it.
Bolt then bolt.
Pew, pew.
Exactly.
Bolt and bolt.
Mhm.
Oh,
Like
Not
Usain
really.
Bolt. I'll
sitting on the
stop now,
15
sorry.
for a minute. I saw it.
No, it was a 10.
Yeah, unfortunately, whizzes by. Also misses Tanton narrowly. Ah.
I said stop!
But it does not hit, unfortunately, the target.
No.
Yeah. So that is going to lead us to, because your movement is used up, that's going to lead us to Marame is up next. And Yana, you were on deck. What would you like to do, Marame?
That depends where the DM would agree that I was at, because I wasn't quite at the body. Do you think that I was about 10 feet from it? And
I
could
would
get-
say, yeah, I would say a little more than that. I'd say you probably were about maybe 20 feet behind them. So that means if they were right at the body, you would be probably about, so you'd probably be about 80 feet in. So that means you're probably about 75 feet away from the creatures.
Okay. I want to get within 60 feet of it
Oh, yeah. That's
so that
you
I'm
can do
within range.
Yep.
And then I'm going to look at one of them is more wounded and the other
Yes.
one still looks stronger.
Yes.
And I can see right now that Tenton is flying, so I'm going to look at the one who's more wounded.
Okay.
And I'm going to say with stern eyes, "You are made from second-rate glass. I need you."
Ooh.
Vicious mockery, my friend. You need to make a wisdom saving throw and
They-
meet 14.
They immediately rage. How dare you?
Oh, burn.
I'm sorry.
You are made of cubic zirconium, you
Yeah.
stupid pile of.
Plexiglass at best.
You're covered in air bubbles. Disgusting.
Okay. So they have to make. Did you say wisdom saving throw?
Wisdom saving throw, and the DC is 14.
They roll a 16. I love the one is just like, I've heard worse. Sticks and stones will break my bones. All right. Yeah, and that was just it's only on the one, right? It's not.
It's
not
just
every-
on the one, yeah.
No, it saves with a 16.
Still
So-
second rate.
It's like, I've heard worse. You liar. All right. Yeah, sadly,
Quit.
did not actually work.
Just you wait.
This fight's going great so far.
So
I'm
far,
loving
so
it.
good.
I'm loving it.
Okay. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Thank you. That's actually really helpful. Okay, so that's exactly where it is. Thanks, Shadow. That's good to know. Wow. So it just showed me exactly where he said salvation right on the edge there. Good. That'll be
Nice.
useful. Oh, it's in salvage bases. I actually have that too. But I didn't use that for this. Okay. I'm going to save it anyway. Thank you very much, Shadow. Okay. So let's clear that out. And then we are going to move on to... Now, you moved within range, but you still have... you only moved like 15 feet, so you could move further, Marame, or back again another, I guess, 10 to 15 feet.
I'll stay 60 feet.
Okay.
I'm comfortable here.
Okay.
It seems like they can't get me immediately. I'm close
That's a
enough.
good place.
Yeah,
Nice,
no,
comfortable
I'm-
place.
Yeah, I feel good here. I feel fulfilled.
All right. That's going to lead us on to Yana, and Alarian is on deck. Yana, what would you like to do?
Sorry, I completely heard you say some other name than mine. Anyway. Just still getting used to being called that, apparently. Okay, so, Tantin, how close is he still to those two creatures?
Still
Within 5 feet
on
still?
either side. Yep.
He's between them.
So before she does the next move, he says, "Get down!" And to try to get him to get out of the way, get back from them. And
I'm sure he'd like nothing better, but they're sort of like trying to keep him from leaving. You can tell that they're holding him in place. Yeah,
they're
they're
on either
holding him in
side of
place.
me.
Oh, I
They're
didn't.
trying to. They don't have him grappled, but they're trying to keep him between them. Clearly.
Oh,
got me
I didn't
wrangled.
catch that. Okay, well then I don't say that because that would be stupid because I would be aware of that. But me personally, I'm not aware of that because I don't know why. So all right, so I have. Well, that limits my options. So he's between them.
Yeah, they're trying to keep him in place.
Okay. So screw it. I'll do the same thing again. I'm going to cast Frostbite again on the one that I casted on initially.
Okay.
And they still have to make a con save 13.
They do not make it again.
Thank frick. Please roll better than a 1 this time. I'll take
Hey,
it.
that's better than
That's
one.
better than one.
All right, so 5 points of damage. Okay.
And disadvantage on next attack roll.
Yep. All right. They take that. I mean, that's helping as it is because
That's still the one. That's the one that's already taken.
Yes.
What, 8 damage?
Yes, it definitely like more like as the the frost kind of goes over it, and you can see several more pieces of glass dropping from it. It's starting to look pretty broken up, shattered.
And
on the floor.
when she casts that the second time, she utters something, but it doesn't sound like a language that anybody else would recognize unless somebody knows Primordial.
Nope.
Okay.
I can't hear it anyways.
Yes. The only person who would hear it is Tantin.
The creatures are like, hey, no, I'm just, I'm just kidding. Okay, are you staying where you are, Yana, or are you moving?
How far away am I from them? 20 feet?
I think we said that you were about 25 feet, something like that.
All right, so I'm going to move back another 10 feet.
Okay.
Or like another 15 feet so that if they need to make a move, they need to move further to get to
So you're
me.
like 40 feet now. Is that cool?
Yes, but that still should be in range of all my spells except for one.
Sounds good. Okay, that leads us to Alarian with Tantin on deck. Larian, you can see Tantin is in a good bit of trouble as you swing around.
So they remove charge from 5e, which is unbelievable. So Arb, how do you want to adjudicate that?
Well,
I actually sent you a file that I found on D&D Wiki about variant rules to put it back in, which seems pretty normal from 3.5, but I'm going to leave it up to you as to whether we want to use that or not. I want to charge them with my shield is what I want to do.
hold on a second.
Really? They took that out?
Unbelievable. I just was through every book I have except the DMG, and I cannot, it's not here.
It may be a
like-
feat that you can take now,
Yeah.
I don't think it was.
or
though.
it may be fighter specific.
Maybe, but that's dumb. Anyone can technically charge.
Mm-hmm.
Not smart to do, don't get me wrong, but
So charge would be move your speed and attack is part of the same action.
right.
Okay. You must move at least 10 feet during. What is your speed?
Well, it's 30, but if I do move my I won't get there this round. It's going to be a 2-round thing. I have to, because they're 100 feet away. I have to dash
so-
the entire time and dash the one. And
I see.
Yeah,
So you're doing the I mean, you
Pretty
do it
much.
silently,
Well.
like for a while. Okay.
with the shield.
Um,
Although while I'm going, I will certainly extend the Star Sword.
I'm gonna
That's
have to
for
look
sure.
into this for now. I'm gonna have to look into this for now. Let's say that you can, or the equivalent of it. So, but I will look
All
into it. But for now, let's say that you can. That said, you're starting now because even if you double move, you're not going to get there.
Exactly.
same turn.
But that is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to move 60 to get over there.
Okay. So you are moving rapidly towards it or floating over rapidly.
Yes.
All right. That leads us to you, Tantin. The one has been pretty badly hurt
Damn
from what you can
surprise
tell. The other
round.
one is still fresh, but they're both still, positioned around you in a restrictive manner.
Okay. Then I'm going to do more of the same.
Okay.
With my now enchanted, or still enchanted, light hammer.
Yes,
let's
please
see
hammer and hurt them.
We'll see if I got this attack and damage thing set properly. We'll roll.
Oh, well,
Wow.
I'd say yes. I mean, in this case, the damage thing is its own thing because welcome to max damage world. So,
Yeah.
So what are we looking at?
We're
Because
looking
remember,
at-
bludgeoning, so it's going to double whatever that damage is anyway.
Right.
So,
Natural
Uh,
20, by the way, on that.
Yes, so that would be 8, 9. So
18. Okay.
Wow.
So you annihilate it. You just a shower of glass, just everywhere sparkles and catches the gray light of the morning.
Hell yeah!
Literally the morning and the morning, and just hits the ground. And the other creature is behind it, still growling at you. But you have the advantage of not being surrounded by them now, which is nice.
So Tanton turns around and he's like, "Sit!"
It does not do so.
I know,
but you definitely do. All right, it is now going to attack you, but without advantage now. And so it's just going to attack you normally. And it reaches out to bite you. And that is a 23 to hit.
miss. No.
Yeah, that's good. Fortunately, though, it does 2 damage, which I think means you're still alive.
1 point.
1 HP.
1 HP.
It rolled really well the first time and really poorly
Now,
the second.
aren't we glad that Arv let us bring our hit points up?
Yeah, this is what. Yes. Okay.
It's almost like he knew this fight was coming.
Well, just in general. Okay.
No, I don't know. Only you do,
That's
Arv.
true. Only I know. All right, that's going to bring us back up to the top of the round with Nisiana and Merame on deck. So, Nisiana, you're up first. What would
Okay.
you like to do?
Question. Can I do a cantrip and a spell at the same time, a bonus action?
It depends on. Yeah, if one of them says that it is a bonus action, then yes, you could do 1 bonus action and 1 action. So you could cast 2 spells in the same thing if that is the case.
Yes. My action is to Sacred Flame. My bonus action is to Healing Word Cantrip.
Okay, and Healing Word is a bonus action listed in the spell?
It is a bonus action.
All right, yeah, then you can do that.
For
My
her.
Yep.
Dragon Charm thing.
Okay, well, perfect. This is why they brought you along. Sacred Flame and then Super Heal.
So Sacred Flame. If it
Oh yes, that's right. It's a what save?
DC 13.
Dexterity.
Dexterity.
Does not make that.
Okay.
4
So
points.
4 points. Okay.
And,
And this is of radiant damage, right?
Yes, it is radiant.
All right, takes that. Okay. And now you have your Healing Word. You said.
Yes, but it does not appear to be working. Okay,
Hmm.
let's try it from here. It does not appear to be working. It is a creature of my choice within range, 1d4 plus my spellcasting ability modifier. So 1d4 plus 5.
Okay.
We'll just do a 1d4 and add 5. So
Nice.
And
you get 9 hit points back. Oh,
get me
I'm
back?
sorry, there was a value input. Oh,
Okay.
okay.
so you moved, and you are within 60 feet, I think, because you can move up to. Yeah. So that's fine. So yes. Okay. 1d4 plus your spellcasting modifier, which means we're looking at nice 4 plus whatever your spell modifier is.
5.
Wow. Have
Back
9,
to
but
full.
you're hale and hearty.
Basically, she's just like, Alarian take you and Alarian save you, and it's just like gunslinger
Yeah.
style.
I dig it. All right, Tanton, you're just like fine. Now you can just sit down and have a snack. I mean, everything's fine. Like what? So all right, good stuff. Out of Nisiana, that is going to lead us to Merame is up next with Yana on deck. 1 creature left. Merame.
1 creature left. Well, I mean, if at first you don't succeed, I'm going to look at the second creature.
Okay.
stern eyes. And I'm going to say, you look like you've never been polished in all your day. Make me a wisdom saving throw, please. DC 14.
Does not make that. Apparently, it didn't like hearing about polish.
That's fair. So let me just try it from here. See, oh, it will roll. So you take 3 feet of psychic damage, and you have disadvantage on your next attack.
All right. Does not appreciate any of that. Okay.
No one cares.
It's not the final overall creature illness, though. It's the final creature you will face ever.
This is the only creature.
The only creature that exists. They ran out of money and they populated it with one creature. What do you want from me? Okay. So, good stuff, Marimay. Are you moving anywhere, or are you staying where you are?
I'm about on par with Nisiana now, I think. So I'm gonna stay like near her.
Okay. Yeah, and you would be about that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yana is up. Alarian is on deck. Yana, what would you like to do? There is one remaining creature.
So, question about my shifter ability. When it says I gain 10 to my walk, does that also mean like if I'm moving towards something to attack it, instead of moving maximum of 30, I could move a maximum of 40?
You got it.
Cool.
You are swift stride.
How
Or
far
you
away
could
am I?
sprint to 80.
Did we said I said I'm about 35 away from that creature?
I think we said 40. I think 35.
So we
40.
did say 40.
Yeah.
So I could run up to it.
Yep. Sure could.
To attack.
Yep.
Let me just make sure I want to do that first.
I have this image is like the Sherlock Holmes movie. You're like, all right, do I want to do this? I could, but if this happens, then.
Well, it's not a question of spell ability. It's a question of what in her head does she want to do, because story-wise, I think she wants to run and use some of her physical abilities.
Okay.
So she's going to run and she's going to just scream bloody murder at this thing in like just, like an animal attacking prey.
Okay.
And she's going to take out her scythe and attack this thing.
Okay.
When she reaches it.
All right.
Now, quick thing. I was building this from a previous sheet. And all of my damage rolls had a +1 added to them. Is that from if you're proficient with that weapon?
No. There shouldn't be. Proficiency wouldn't have an effect on that. There's sometimes will have an effect theoretically on the attack with the weapon, but usually proficiency just means that you're capable of using it, and you know what you're doing with it. So prevents from having disadvantages on the weapon.
What was that? I'm trying to. I mean,
I don't know.
Would there be a reason why there would be a +1 on any of those damage
If it
rolls?
were a magical weapon.
Right.
Oh, that's what it is? Okay, then it's not. So that I will remove from that, and I will roll my attack roll.
Yeah, Hilness, imagine someone actually running at you screaming, bloody murder!
With a scythe.
With a scythe.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
I
it's a
feel like
scimitar.
I
It's a
have to put
scimitar,
myself
not a
in the head
scythe.
of I have to put
sorry.
myself
I
in the
was
head of a
curious, like,
glass
was
lizard,
carrying
and
a
I don't know.
scythe?
Yeah, no, scimitar.
Scimitar makes much
Oh, okay.
Yes, not a scythe. Did I say scythe? I thought
Yeah,
I meant
you did.
I thought I
Scythe
said
at first, I'm
scimitar.
like, well, that's funky.
It's
Yes.
different.
Well,
One of those little hand scythes, or
Oh man, this image. I am the messenger of death.
um,
Oh man.
so my attack mod is. I just want to double check this. Dex mod plus proficiency bonus. Okay, so it is a +4. Okay, cool.
That seems reasonable.
Well, I sure as hell hope so, because it's what I'm doing.
All right then.
I mean, if it weren't right, I wouldn't do it, but I'm pretty sure it's right. So let's see what this roll is.
Exactly, Prince Joseph.
Absolutely freaking terrible.
Well,
Okay.
yeah. Sadly, no.
I rolled a 7.
In the confusion as to whether you have a scythe or a scimitar in your hand, you're just like, I don't know what I'm, like.
Oh, was that what it was?
Totally
Okay.
different attack pattern. So sadly, that does not work. Although you are now up on top of it, so at least giving it something else. Like Sulu says, all right. We're giving him something
Shields
else
up.
to shoot at.
Shields up.
Yep.
Let's give it something else to shoot at.
Yep, there it is. Okay. On to...
Target that thing and fire.
I think we've got Alarian is up next, if I'm not mistaken, with Tantan on deck. So Alarian, you are still I like from all sides, everyone is charging at it. That's great.
Yep.
It's a scythe. Yes.
Scythe.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, as she goes by, she sort of swings and goes.
So
Does a spin and gathers herself.
all right, so I already need another adjudication here. So moving the 60 the first round, if I move another 60, I would be on it, but that would be my entire movement, so I have to wait till next turn to be able to attack. Or can I attack at the end of this round?
I'll let you attack at the end of this round. I have to go look again about the charge thing, but I'll do it.
Thank you. All right. Now, the other thing the charge says is that a charger gets advantage on their attack roll.
Yes, that's right. I saw that.
All right.
Go ahead and do that
Now,
for now.
granted, I'm just doing a shield. I'm doing a shield bash because I feel my sword is not going to armor. Should I do my sword? Fuck it, I'll do my sword. What the hell? I can stab with it, sort of, kind of. I mean, it's rock, which doesn't make a lot of sense. I was just going to.
Are you doing? It's made of this glass stuff. So are you doing a sword or are you doing the shield? What are you doing?
That's why I thought the bash would make more sense because of the whole bludgeoning thing.
Yeah,
so I think I'm going to do the shield bash because actually leads into something I want to do with my character later. So we might as well get the start going now.
All right.
He's one of these fighters who only fights with a shield. He actually uses
There you
two
go.
shields, Dark Souls 3 style. It's
Captain America dual wield.
I'm sorry, is there a video game where someone actually does that? Why am I not surprised? Okay.
Dark Souls 3. Yeah, there's actually whole builds around that.
Double shield bash.
Double
shields.
shield.
Yeah, it's weird.
I will switch my toggle, and we'll do that because I can. And here we go. Oh wait. So it would be.
It is true. A cithar sounds like a heavy metal bard instrument.
That's true.
Kinda, doesn't it?
Nice.
Is this a strength thing or not? Because I need to figure out using the shield.
Yes, it
which
should
I'm
be.
not-
It should be a strength thing.
Okay, so it'd be +5. All right, D20 +5. I'll just
Yep,
use my stuff.
absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a strength thing.
All right. Sorry, gotta get this all straightened out. +5.
It's okay. We don't have anywhere to be. It's
I
fine.
know, right?
Not
Exactly.
trying to rescue anyone.
Nah, I don't know. All right, roll number 1. Off the 17, of course. And then roll number 2. There we go.
24 will obviously hit.
Yes. Because Smash, now a shield I believe does 1d4, which is doubled, so it's 2d4 because they have vulnerability, correct?
Yes, that's right.
All right. Well, and I'm really just trying to get its attention.
Actually, no. It's 1d4, and you'll double whatever the result on that is.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
So
All right. Yeah, well,
we make exotic, legendary, new weapons for the party. Yeah.
roll for a 4. 4 points.
Okay, 4. All right.
And
so
again,
you
it's really to get its attention.
right. Yeah. Well, you do so. You smash into it, and it's like you know.
I
I think it notices you.
Yes.
Hang on a second. Which one was closest to Tantan?
There's
Well,
only
one of them's already
dead.
destroyed.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're
the
attacking
last
the one on
one,
the
okay.
you're attacking the one on the far side from you, I believe.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, that's fine. That's even better.
All right.
Yeah.
So that is
smashes into him. Kabash.
bash. That leads us to Tantan, who is there after seeing the creature bashed in front of it. Definitely hurt. That creature.
Third verse, same as the first.
Okay.
So, ding.
Oh,
Oh, it's right there.
10.
Sadly, that is a miss. So finally,
So
Tantan's
it was
hammer
probably probably their shield bash was like as Tantan was coming down. It's like,
He's like, "Ah!"
I had it.
It was right there.
but he does take him up and go, see, I told you I have friends and they're coming and they're going to break you to tiny little pieces and I'm going to pick them all up and I'm going to make something amazing out of them.
So fortunately, despite your powerful speech, the creature seems uninterested in you at the moment and instead turns towards the massive thing that just tried to bash him into next week. And so it's going to turn around. It will get disadvantage on this, I believe, on this attack because of the vicious mockery of the vicious mockery. And so we're looking
Very
at
ego deflated.
a 7 or a 9. So we're looking at a 7. So that's a horrific miss. And that's
Not
going to
even
bring
close.
us up to the top. Nisiana, you were up next. You can see, actually, I think everybody is full up on points. And so it's just the creature.
Just gonna Sacred Flame him.
All right.
Eberron.
Sacred Fire. Yeah, kill steal exactly on this. Let's see. This
Dexterity
time
save.
on the dex, it gets a 15. So I think that is
Oh.
in fact a save this time. So sadly, it leaps out of the way nimbly. Are you moving anywhere, Nisiana? Like up slightly or staying or what?
I'm staying near
Marame.
Merime.
Okay. Well, she's staying near you, so I do need one of you to tell me where you're moving. Otherwise, where's everyone relative?
Everybody's staying near
Okay, we're
someone.
gonna move closer to there.
Okay.
Farther away from the thing that might have actually started all of this.
Got it.
Because I haven't quite figured that out.
Right.
and
Okay.
I'm
You
gonna
can do
come
that for sure. That's
Got
fine.
You can do that.
Okay, we do that, and that leads us to Merime with Yana on deck. All right, Merime.
Well, seeing I'm kind of keeping my spell slots, considering that this one is almost dead, so I'm just gonna stick with my one cantrip. So, when you shatter, you will be prettier to look at. Make me a wisdom saving throw,
Wow.
please. I'm sorry.
That's a
I'm
10, so apparently it doesn't, just like, really, you mean it? All right,
I'm
Hey, that
Wow.
was uncalled for.
somewhere the glass lizard's mom is just like, why would she say that to my...
So mean.
Oh, and it hit hard to a whole 4.
A whole 4. Oh!
Max damage. Which is
It
only
weeps shattered glass tears.
Oh.
And you get disadvantage to your attack and to your heart.
Yeah, exactly. Its heart has disadvantage. I actually feel like it's been on disadvantage through much of this fight because of things like this. So, all right, good stuff, Mermaid. And again, now are you moving up to be even with Nisiana then?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. As long as I
Just
know
kind of
where one of
remind-
you's moving, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, that leads us to Yana with Alarion on deck. All right, Yana, you can see the creature is pretty hurt at the moment.
So having completely missed with that first attack and sort of turn around and spun, she didn't really lose her balance. She just sort of like realized she missed, turned the sword around and her body and sort of like rolled over and turned back around with the sword kind of behind her and just looked this time even like twice as angry at the damn thing, and without even saying anything, just lunges back in, dragging the sword back up, ready to slice.
All right.
So she's gonna go one more time with the
Let's make it happen.
Scythe.
Scythe.
Scythatar.
Scythatar.
Scythatar. That
I
does
think I
sound
like
yeah.
that.
I feel like the Scythatar has got at least 3 necks on it that can be used, and just like...
It fires darts from somewhere within it, some weird stuff
Yeah,
like
exactly.
that.
It's like
That's
something out of a
an
Mad
18.
Max movie. That is an
There you
absolute
go.
hit.
All right. So that is a 1d. What is that? 1d6.
Also,
Gotta go
Shadowed, thank you
1d6.
very much for doing the spreadsheet there and doing the link in chat. That is really useful. Thank you. Good
It's
stuff.
4 points of damage.
All right, that hammers right into it. It is very close to destroyed. It's still kind of hanging together. Its constituent parts are sort of hanging onto it, but it's not by much.
Can I use my extra? Can I? Since I didn't have to move in order to get back within it, since I was within its range, can I move back 10 feet after that attack?
You can disengage because you are engaged with it. If you just
Right.
move back 10 feet, then that would create... Oh, wait. Still. You would create an attack of opportunity by backing away. If the creature moved towards you while you're shifted, you could move away 10 feet and would not provoke an attack of opportunity. But here, it does
Okay,
provoke an
then I
attack
will
to
wait.
move
If it
back 10
moves, if
feet.
it does move towards me, I will move back
Okay, got
10
it.
feet.
That's only during your shifted phase, but that's basically the idea.
Oh yeah,
So-
but I'm in my shifted
Yeah,
phase.
no, I know. I'm just letting you know that,
Yeah.
like, since we're new to this character. Okay,
Also,
then-
just so that people, if anybody's watching my attack, the water element that I've been using is currently wrapped around my left arm.
Okay, cool. That's going to lead us to Alarion, who is right there. This creature is very hurt.
Let's see if this creature can be very dead in a second if all goes well. My character sheet. Thank you. There we go. All right. Brings forth the sword, which is a sword of pure concentrated starlight.
Wow.
And kablamo. What the hell was that?
I don't
Well,
know.
it's a miss, 'cause
That's a
unfortunately-
miss.
Oh, because I had advantage on. Whoops, that was silly of me. Anyway, either way, it's a miss regardless, so that's not going to help. There. Pooh. Okay, well, I miss.
Sadly, the star sword does not make the job. Does
Yeah.
not make it happen. Tanton, this thing is
Yeah.
almost destroyed, and I
Use-
assume
use
Alarion,
the
you're
power
staying right
sword
next to it.
next.
By the way, I'm assuming, Alarion.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you say use the power sword next time?
Yeah, you got the power
I
sword and the
have
star
the
sword.
power.
Right.
No. That's the
It's the sort of power.
It's the Sword of Power, but not the Power Sword. Power Sword is from Black Star, which the sword was split into the. You had
Also,
the Power
neither the
Star.
sword and the stone, nor the Sword of Omens. So it's.
I almost
not-
said Sword of Omens, but
What?
Yes. Oh, look what she.
Thunder.
That's the sword of letter openers, apparently.
It is the sort of protection, but you know.
Nice.
Family.
Ooh, nice.
and so yeah, Tantan is basically like,
I tried to warn you. I tried to help you, tried to let you get away, but no.
and he's just.
Okay.
16,
Wow.
17.
To be clear, 3 out of 4 times, Tantan WTF pwned this thing. I just want to be clear that it hit him a bunch. All right, go ahead and roll your damage, and then we'll double that for the bludgeoning effect.
So that would be
Blam.
6.
Nice.
Just like the
10.
T1000.
10 points of
points.
damage, smash. So it just goes, the pieces go flying everywhere and hit the ground, and again, silence reigns over the Mournland. There is, by the way, there are essentially no black glass pieces yet left. They're all like massively smashed and broken. So there's none
As the fight
embedded.
As the fight ends, Yana puts her weapon away and then suddenly feels the energy that she's been utilizing take a toll on her. The water sort of whips around her and then goes over to her right arm and turns back into a bracelet. And she sort of kneels down on one knee and takes a couple of deep breaths and doesn't say anything else, but she's clearly exhausted.
Okay.
Okay. Tantan, you got actually hit by this thing, but you look all right. But I'll ask either, anyways, if you're okay, because he sees like torn clothes or whatever. I'm not sure if you're not wearing armor, are you?
Leather.
Oh, Lord.
Studded leather.
Okay. All right.
A spider just crawled across my screen, and I'm
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
spiders.
Oh no.
I'd help if
I even have that
could.
in I even have that in my notes, Jen.
I know. It just literally ran across my monitor, and I don't know where it is, but I'm just gonna be over here.
Yep.
Oh.
Just,
Go ahead. Sorry.
just stay well back and let it go and do on it. No, but given Ilarian's query, he basically,
I'm fine now. Thank you. By the way, why did this glass react when I touched it, but not when you touched it?
to Ilarian.
He looks back at Maramy and Nisiana and says, I do not know. Nisiana and Jarasco was reaching for something on the body, and that's when this happened. I'm not sure if it is related. And he goes to, seeing that Yana is still on her knee, goes to her and asks if are you all right?
And Yana is still breathing heavily, but when you looking at her, she's regaining her composure, and she hasn't responded yet. You can ask her again, but she did hear you.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I look around. There's no blood coming out of her, so she's not bleeding. They'll give it a few more seconds.
And as you're starting to stare at her, she finally just stands up and kind of is not aware that you're that close, and kind of looks and goes, "Yes,
Are you all right?
of course."
Good. Turns around and heads back to. Head to.
And as he turns away, someone else. Are you okay, Yana? I don't know. That's what happens inside her head.
Would I be correct in presuming that there was something interesting on the body?
It's a silver vial.
So, yes.
Maybe. But you can touch it. You can touch it next.
Right. We'll trade places next time.
It's still there.
For the record, the spider has disappeared.
Oh no. That's worse than glass monsters.
Mhm.
See, that's why you invest in an electro racket. I know you still have to get close enough to,
That's only if you play a lot of spider tennis.
but I love spiders, so
All right. Yes. So the question is, do we investigate the file again? So, sorry. All the shards, they form these creatures. We destroy them. Now they're all in fragments around us.
Correct.
Okay.
You know, if the vial did this, it is something that Tanton would be interested in. So this time we just be prepared to be attacked by lizards, I guess.
And we should all be together. Yeah.
Yes. Wise.
Hey, you're okay now. I fixed you.
Yes, I thank you very much. It was harrowing.
Eberron is looking out for you.
It's very much appreciated.
But
All right.
you get to touch the vial.
So
was it picked up or is it still on the body?
It's still on.
Oh, okay.
Literally, like, I don't even know if my hand actually touched the vial or
It
not.
did just, yeah.
Okay, I
So-
touched it and then didn't.
So
So
Danton is on his way over there.
Okay.
as he heads out there, Yana just kind of looks and goes, "Going back?"
come here, Yana. Come here,
And
close.
she does. And she's waiting.
Well, this time, if we get attacked, we'll all be together.
And she understands and she keeps walking closer. She doesn't say anything, but she kind of and follows. She doesn't like it. She hasn't changed back from her swift form, but she's at least has an idea of what will happen now.
Well, I feel vaguely bad because if I caused Hanton to be attacked, then he should get this whatever it is because it's the kind of thing that he wants. So,
and speaking of that, Tenton, you've now arrived at the body. And to be clear, also, it is it is a metal. It is silver colored, but it's some kind of metal vial, like a dented metal vial that's on the hip.
So he's going to lean in and examine it very closely without actually touching it yet.
Okay.
And see if it's just attached to the hip of the like the belt or belt loops or pants or whatever, or if it's actually in contact with the ground at any point.
It is not in contact with the ground. Just seems to be on the body. Looks like a regular hip flask.
So he just kind of looks around to make sure there's no big sheets of glass standing up anywhere. It's like,
Right here we go.
and Mage Hand pick it up.
Okay, and he does.
Nice.
Nothing happens.
okay.
And Yana is a bit like, "Go? Go?"
Yes.
How close are they? I mean, to
Well,
where Canton is standing.
I mean, I would
We've gone
assume-
with you. Right?
Yeah, I would
Okay, so
assume
you're
like
right
you know,
there.
10
Yeah,
feet
we're
or
all
something.
I'm
right
like 10 feet away from you.
Okay, all right, good. Then he did hear that. Okay, and so it's just kind of floating there in his mage hand. He's like, yep. And he just starts walking towards where the next lightning rail capacitor thing would
Okay.
be.
And Yana just kind of follows behind going like, because she's in her mind, she's going either I'm not understanding or he's not understanding or both. And both outcomes are making me frustrated.
Nothing else on the corpse, Arv?
There does not appear to be, no. This is the only thing left that's frankly even like removable
Survived.
from the corpse. That's not part of the corpse.
Yep, exactly. All right.
So, just one quick question, Tanton. As you're all making your way down the track again, what are you doing with the vial other than just looking at it? Like, are you doing anything in particular? Or
Mostly, he's just looking at it. But one thing he will do is, while he's walking, he's going to cast Mending on it to see if he can remove the dent.
And he can do that. Yep. It's now a semi-pristine metal flask.
So, oh, sorry, Jen, go ahead.
She just asked. So what is it?
That was literally what I was gonna. Okay.
Well, minds want to know.
It looks like it could potentially be well, of course it's a container, obviously it's a container, but what it could be is it could be full of possibly water, which I wouldn't drink here, or it could be alcohol, which I wouldn't drink here. It actually could be full of any liquid that I wouldn't drink here.
You all use so many words.
Yes,
What is it?
it's a flask.
How did it make the lizards do the thing?
That's an excellent question.
Do I have to touch it to make lizards appear?
The mage hand sort of floats it over to you.
She will reach out and touch it.
5 lizards. No, nothing happens. Just from the sky, they just rain down. No, nothing happens.
It's gonna be like this the whole campaign. Anyway, moving.
This is all new to her, so she's all about trying things.
Absolutely, no, nothing happens.
Oh, so it wasn't my fault. Okay. You were touching glass.
You're the one to fault. You're the one to blame. It's your fault. Sorry.
Possible I was the one who got attacked. Yeah.
I thought it was my fault.
Oh. Perhaps they were guarding what they thought was their territory. Who knows?
Oh, okay.
May I see that flask?
And he just holds it. Oh, you mean to actually interact? Well, yeah. And hands it over.
Anything magic on it, Arv?
There does seem to be some.
There it is
magic.
again. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Jeff!
Yep.
There does seem to be.
I'm surprised she didn't do that 5 minutes ago, to be completely honest.
There does seem to be some magic that is within it.
In that old metal flask you found.
Yes,
I
exactly.
actually then will shake it. Does it sound like something's in it?
Liquid, definitely.
It ran up the monitor.
No.
Oh,
We're hoping that's actually them and not
Yeah,
actually the
block-
spider
Yeah.
that showed up in Spider's life and fade to
Kind
black.
of
Spider's
spider.
like, you don't want to see this.
Anyway, especially if you could see the spider, kind of like.
The spider's like,
Deleted scene from Arachnophobia over here.
Yep. He will hand it. They will hand it back to Mutanton and say it is full of something.
success. Did you get it?
Oh, wait, why did that? Oh, okay. No, the spider just literally ran up again and disappeared again.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
That's
No,
okay.
it's okay.
Apparently,
I get it.
he hit
Okay.
a stealth check, so
He
that's.
hit a stealth check. Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
so
I'm
yeah.
so sorry.
So sorry, Ilarion. What happened?
Yeah, it's right there. It's right there.
Kill it before it gets to the children.
No,
I hand it back to him and say, yes, something is in it, and it
it
seems.
literally was like part of the words.
Ooh.
It's part of the. Wow, that is a hell of a stealth check.
It's
What,
not
yeah.
that big of a spider, but it's
It's just like let me make an.
But it's
It's
a
enough.
spider. So
It's
yeah.
enough.
Okay.
It'll suffice.
okay. I'm gonna chill out and let.
Look at us.
It's okay. We'll be.
You're
fine.
with us. You're with friends.
No, don't do that.
better
I
on
was-
our face.
No, I was making 8. No, just no.
Yes, careful with the hand gestures.
Yeah, I know.
That-
yeah.
yeah.
So he takes it. Tenton takes it back, and is like, and he unscrews it.
Okay.
Opens it up and. What does it smell like?
It has a sort of faint, faintly sweet scent maybe. Although but not an unpleasant one. But that's pretty much all.
Can I smell it from where I am?
Not from where you are, no.
Okay. I thought
It's
maybe
very
I could.
faint. Yeah.
He's antifreeze. No,
Yeah, exactly.
So he'll dig through his stuff and find like a piece of white cloth or something that he usually uses for polishing things, and will pour a bit onto the cloth to see what color and consistency the
Slightly
liquid is.
reddish liquid, and not viscous, just like a liquid.
If you want me to spend 10 minutes, I can figure out if it's a poison.
Well, if we were going to spend 10 minutes, I could figure out exactly what it is.
Oh,
So
okay.
just a question of, do we want to stop for 10 minutes while I...
You can do it this
No.
evening.
Yeah.
It's not
I don't.
that urgent.
Carry on then.
All right.
Then he puts the flask away.
So
we forget about it for the next 19 levels.
Yeah, I was gonna
Right.
say. Oh
And-
man, it's so true.
Having made a point of not wanting to stay here, Yana again goes, so go?
Yes, go.
Go.
And she immediately likes that so much more than the idea of stay. So
2 hours on from the burned corpse, this lightning rail passes by a ruined train depot. Up ahead, you can see the lightning rail line runs through a group of ruined wooden buildings. A gust of wind blasts across the plain, and a roughly globe-shaped stone tumbles into the conductor stones. As it clunks against them, a whooshing sound erupts from further up the track, and appearing on the track is a spectral lightning rail train with arcs of ghostly lightning flickering underneath it. It just sort of slightly blurs as it comes along. It moves rapidly down the line toward the oddly shaped stone ball. Halfway between you and the ball, a dog-shaped iron construct growls at you. I want you all to make a perception check for me quickly, please. Yeah, Marie's reaction is exactly what I thought when I was reading up about this section. I love everything about that. Dang! Wow, okay.
I am now perceptive.
I am apparently not perceptive at all.
Not in the least. You're too busy worrying about other
wow.
Does
I
my
wrote-
touch bring glass creatures to life?
I am the opposite of perception. I rolled a 1.
things. Yeah, you
So
are
did
just...
I. You and I are together walking along, and I'm trying to explain to you.
Ooh.
Exactly. I would say Yana, Nisiana, and Tantan don't see this. But Alarian and...
Danton's looking at the ball thing.
Yeah, so, but, like, it doesn't... It looks weird, but you can't figure out exactly why Tantan... But Marame and Alarian, you sure can. Because as you look closely, you can see that the stone ball, which looks weird, is not really a ball. In fact, it looks very much to you like a stony goblin curled up in a ball, and the train is heading right for it. And
This is
that
Wild West.
is where we're going to bring our session to a
Oh.
close.
You must pay the
for
rent!
this evening. I can't pay the rent. So comes to a close a really entertaining opening premiere session. Boy, I hope they're all this cool. I'm sure they will be. Of Eberron Oracle of War. Great stuff, everybody. I'm going to start the right side of the column of the row and work over to the left. And so, Rob, Yana seems like a very fun character to me for you to play because very different from
Because I don't say much. Yeah. It's
no,
really, so
no,
I'm sure you
just
really
because
love
it's
that.
just because it's different.
Right.
And then other characters you play.
Shut up, John.
And I was enjoying the experience of watching you kind of go through some of what Yana was doing. Also, you know, again, I just love narratively the fact that this works this way, that Yana was the one along with Tantan, but especially Yana was like, I am poised to see what happens. And when something happens, you're like, I am not surprised, for I was poised to see it.
Except at the end there, where I was kind of like,
well, at the end,
just
you were
a
like,
child walking through the, you know.
walking through the Mournland. How did
Donnie,
you feel?
you're out of your element. Yana, you're out of your element.
How did you feel about today's session, Robin? Where will the lovely folks see you next?
Really good. I am very excited to play this character because she's very different from anything that I have ever played in the sessions that I've done here. I guess in D&D ever, really. And I think, you know, I was hoping there would be a little bit more of a peeling back of the curtain of what's going to happen next with her. But I think I, you know, was able to lay down a little bit of track. You know, pull back the curtain just a little bit to show
there.
people what's going on there. I didn't even realize until I said it that that's what I meant, but okay. That's because the coffee is wearing off on me at this point. So, but yeah, it's I still feel like I'm not entirely sure. I was telling the cast in the green room during the break, I might still be working on the accent, her voice a little bit. I'm still figuring out, just feeling out like how much who she is versus what she's experienced plays into how, just aggressive she is or how passive she is, and just, who she is as a person and as a shifter, and all of that's, I don't have it all set in stone yet, but I got a good sense of it today. So I'm excited to play more of it. And I'm really excited for both parts of this character to change maybe what everybody perceives this character to be from first glance, because there is so much left to play with her, and it's just very exciting.
Very
and
cool.
I love the party dynamic so far too. Just it feels very comfortable already, which I think she likes, because even though I'm playing her a little bit as an outsider, it's also part of her racial want to be part of a group, to be part of something. It just feels safer for her to be with other people, whether they be her own people or another pack like this. But it's still new to her. So, yeah, I like it. I'm excited to do more of it. When's the next time we're playing?
Few weeks, right? A couple weeks.
Dang it.
Yep.
Anyway,
26.
as for me, for those of you who don't know who I am Darkside Rob. That is Darkside RAHB, twitch.tv/Darkside Rob. I stream on Twitch TV most of the time. This week has been a little bit of an off week for me, because of work stuff and life and planning and moving into the summer and having some things that I want to do there during the summer that have been a little bit difficult to try to figure out. But yeah, I mostly stream Thursdays, if not Wednesdays through Sundays in the evening. While I'm on that stream, I play video games. I'm planning on doing stuff tomorrow, discussing E3 and Games Fest, Summer Games Fest, and also checking out Final Fantasy VII Remake PS5 edition, because I'm one of the 5 people in the world who is able to get his hands on one. And yeah, I also do stuff on YouTube and Twitter and Instagram, and you can find my music, my photography, my voiceover work, and my editing on all those platforms. Darkside Rob for all of them, although it's Darkside Rob for Instagram, because somehow back in 2014 I was able to lock down my actual correct spelling of my name, and I just don't have the heart to give it up to make it the same as all the other ones. So there, that's me. Thank you guys for being here and watching this first episode. I hope you'll come back for episode 2. Much love to all of you. Please be safe and be awesome to each other.
Good stuff, Rob, as always. And yes, we agree that we hope you'll be back for part 2 of The Nightland, which is itself part 1 of Eberron Oracle of War. Jen, it was a lot of fun to see Nisiana do her work. I obviously thought the heal was quite clutch at a time when Tanta needed it. So, I mean, that was exactly what was necessary. Also, you hit with the Sacred Flame. And then, also in the RP, you could see Nisiana beginning to develop. I'm, in particular, as I said before, really looking forward to seeing how the relationship with Merime continues and all that. And also how some of the other characters you gain some interest in. The idea of Valerian, there's a good visual, it seems to me, of Valerian stepping over and walking from this circle of black glass towards this corpse with Nisiana on their shoulder. I'm just like, that's a good poster, right? Like, that just feels like a good image to me. So I was enjoying all of that. Other than the spider incident, other than that, how did you feel about today's session, and where will the lovely folks find you next?
Yeah, I had a great time. I am enjoying this. It's going to be really interesting trying to explore. We've been together for 6 months, but we've just now started role-playing together.
Yeah.
Beyond the spider, which has disappeared again, I really enjoyed it. I'm actually really enjoying playing a very curious character who is a bit naive, and rather than the person who's like, no, we shouldn't do that. No, we shouldn't because of X, Y, and Z. She's not thinking as far ahead as my previous characters play.
Mm-hmm.
So I am looking forward to seeing how Mary May and Nisiana bond, and I'm really interested in seeing how healing and artificery work together. That's going to be interesting. So I am Jennifer Brozek on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram. It's Jennifer_Brozek, and it's literally all cats. It's called mostly cats, and it's my 4 cats that keep rotating in because that's what they do. Otherwise, find me on Twitter, find me on Facebook, jenniferbrozek.com for all my books, Shadowrun, Battletech, Secret Guide to Fighting Elder Gods. And I will see you at the next one. Thank you all for coming.
Awesome. Thank you, Jen. Always a pleasure. Also, always a pleasure to have John with us. And yeah, John, I'm actually looking forward to seeing. Alarion was interesting to me because, again, I was reminded a little bit of Vision, which is sort of a, are you all right? Okay, good. Then turns and floats the other way. So it's weird. It's like an actual desire to make sure everyone's okay without a bedside manner, but also just checking in. And it's clearly out of sort of a strangeness, not out of a manifest cruelty or I don't really care, because he does obviously really care. And I think it's going to be interesting to see. I missed this, but when you were making the shield, the forming of the shield, I think Hilness at some point was like, and then you make Voltron, because the whole thing was just blazing sword, as you're producing all this stuff.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
it was cool to sort of see all that develop, and it's going to be very interesting, I think, to see Alarion's relationship with the characters around them, which I think is neat. How did you feel about the session today? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
So first of all, props to you for running with that ball when I went to talk to what's-his-face, Brackle. That was a very interesting conversation, to be sure.
It was a fun one with RP,
Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, it's always interesting when you prep a character versus when you actually start playing them.
Yep.
This was one of those cases. I'm going to work with Rob because I really want to get a voice for this character, a modulator to make it work, because I think not as a crutch, but as an add-on to make Alarion be more different, basically. So I definitely like it, much like Mike did for TikTok. I think it just will help. Yeah. But otherwise, I enjoyed it quite a bit. It's still feeling my way through with them, but it's a lot like what I did want. You're right on that. It's not that he's not impolite but just caring, but a little brusque. Exactly. But that's just how they are with other people. You're fine. Okay. Anything else need to be happening? Yeah. It's very much in the moment. When that moment is over, then they're moving on to the next moment.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see that develop with everyone, both the party and NPCs alike. But yeah, this was great. Of course, everyone says it's very different than the Sword Coast and all that, and they're not kidding. Absolutely. So yeah, looking forward to the next session for sure.
It's going to be good. Anything you want to talk up in terms of stuff coming up soon? For example, editing a certain book that...
yes, a certain book called Grey Shade, yes, which I'm wading into. So yeah, absolutely. It's coming. It's coming. It's going.
It's en route.
Yes, that's what I can say. That's the big one.
Stuck in customs? No. Wait.
Oh, God, no. Please, too soon. Too soon.
That's the big one, though. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, John. Always a pleasure, and good stuff again tonight. Also, Marie, always a pleasure, and it was great fun to see Marame doing this. I was again sort of laughing at the idea because both you and Nisiana were very much like, we need to make sure we stay in contact. I'm like, who is actually moving and doing something, or are you just going to keep looking at each other all the time? So that was a lot of fun, and I was really cracking up at let me just insult the glass lizards to see how all that's going to work. And Flotillion, of course, was very nice. So I think there's
Flotarian.
Flotarian, not Flotillion. Yes,
gotta say the word.
That was the misunderstanding. Right. That was and we got a chance to bring in your contact, obviously, very quickly that you had provided me. So that was good to work with. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the lovely folks find you next? Here, there, or anywhere?
I love today's session. It was a lot of fun getting to know. I mean, I hadn't gamed with everybody here, so it was a lot of fun getting to play with everyone. And I thought that we were already meshing quite well, which is nice. There's enough mystery to each character that it's interesting, and we didn't get killed. Go team!
True, did not get killed.
I really enjoyed playing Mary Me too, and I'm learning more about her as I go. I've just been having fun though. I missed the performance because I do live performances. I don't do online performances, and there has been no live performances since. So this has been fun. So thank you, and I look forward to the next session a lot. In the meantime, my website is mariebilodeau.com. On Twitter, I'm on Facebook, I'm on Instagram as Glitterbomb and on June 29th, the third book in my Guild of Shadows series, Hellbound, is coming out. So it's a good time now if you've not had the chance to read it. By all means, catch up. They're short, they're fun, they're quick, they're pretty insane. So if you like the quick wit and not necessarily the most stable type of characters, enjoy.
Marie, you should throw a link to that in chat so we can do up a command for that and let people know.
I will. Thank you.
While you were doing that, and I say thank you again as always for being awesome, I will move on to Tren. And Tren, I really enjoyed Tantin. One, because Tantin is also different while still being. I mean, there's a little bit of Tren obviously in every character you play, but this one is taking another aspect of your character and kind of bringing that to the forefront. And I liked the idea that there is a sort of cross between Weller and then something much more personable, because Weller is not about that, right? Like, whereas Tantin is much more interested in kind of, as you said, being somewhat jovial about stuff, which doesn't mean that he's going to just let people walk all over him, but it has a different kind of feel, it seems to me. You also happen to be enormously effective in that fight, where you just happen to hit them a bunch with a hammer, which was real useful against glass creatures.
Yeah.
So that also did the job. What did you think of today, and where will the lovely folks find you next? And thank you, yes, for putting Jen and Marie for putting those in there. Everybody go check that out. We're going to try to see if we can put commands together for that. If not for today, then next session. But either way, people should check that out. So thank you for doing that. So yes, Jen, what did you think about today, and where will the lovely folks find you next?
Well, I mean, in the episode 0 on, what was it, Thursday, we all got together to talk about the thing. I had mentioned that he's always going to be working on something, and at that point, I didn't realize that his passive perception was 10, and I was like, oh my god, this is so perfect, because he's just knows into whatever he's working on, and so most of the stuff is just going to drift right by him. But as soon as like something catches his attention and he starts to actually investigate, because his investigation is very high. Mm-hmm. And so, he's going to be like, all right, let's take a look at this. And so it's going to be a lot of fun. There was a point where when I was getting tired of messing with my camp lantern,
which was fascinating to everybody, by the way. They were all like, what is he doing? It was,
I just bought this because we were going camping. And so it's got a solar panel on the bottom, and it does the thing, and then you can expand it, and it's a lantern.
That's so neat.
Yeah, and you can pull up the little handle and hang it from your
and make it flash too.
And it's amazing that you made that while you were playing during the stream.
Yeah, I mean, that's the really amazing.
Incredibly resourceful.
Super impressive.
Yeah. I mean, but I was going to use that when going camping next week, which we're not doing. So awesome. Well, my housemate and I were talking about it, and he mentioned, he's like, did you see how many people were going? And I was like, it's like 11, isn't it? And he's like, no. I'm like, no, I looked at it said how many people were in the Telegram chat. It's 11. He's like, no, it's like 33. I'm like, what? And I was like, no, that's too many people for a camping trip. No. So we're not going.
God, that's like Lake Havasu.
No. Love you guys to death, but not that much. Okay, so I'll see them at some point, I'm sure. But yeah, I was just Tantin sitting there while everybody's talking about the thing, and because he's just kind of passively half listening, and if something came up that he was interested in, he would have looked up and been like, wait a minute, I'm sorry, what?
And then, kind of dialed in on it. But, most of it was just like, nope, that's not me. That's not me. That's not me. Nope. This isn't working. Why is it blinking? What's going on? And so, yeah. And that came about because I didn't know this thing had a blink mode until it came on. And I was like, what? Why is it doing this? Okay. That was a genuine reaction. But when we got to the fight, oh man, I was going over. I was like, okay, I'm probably almost certainly going to wind up touching the glass because I have to figure out some way for him to be aware of the vibrations. So since, Larian was looking at it, it's like, okay, I'll do that. And so I was like, it's glass. If something goes wrong, and I looked at my inventory, I'm like, I have a hammer. And I'm like, no, that's like a hammer. That's like a thing. I was like, I've got to have something. I have a light hammer. Okay, that's much better. That's more like a weapon rather than a tool. Okay, I can. I'm like, and it's bludgeoning. Yeah, this is perfect.
Yeah,
perfect. So yeah, I was very, very happy to see that bit come together, and I was fully prepared for Tanton to die. In this episode, I was like, all they got to do is hit me once with a 20 and he's gone. And I'm just like, and part of me was like, yeah, let it happen. Come on. It's important for these people to realize that none of them are safe. It's like, just kill him.
Any one of you could face my fate.
Exactly.
This happens every campaign. Like every character Trend ever makes, it's like, how quickly can you kill it, DM?
Right.
Well,
Please.
near-death experience.
Free me from this mess I've made.
Near-death experience. Well, I mean, and they rolled very well on the first damage roll and terribly on the second damage roll. And if that, otherwise you would have at least been unconscious. And then the clutch heal, and you're just like, what happened? Everything's fine.
And aided by Marie's vicious mockery, too.
Right. That's right.
Oh,
That's right.
Disadvantage.
Oh, yeah.
Which was
that's true. The disadvantage kept happening
Yes.
too. Yeah.
Those
That
were
kept
wonderful.
happening too.
Oh man, I was like, wait, is she making these up on the fly? Or does she have these written up somewhere? Because this is brilliant.
In my heart, I'm cruel. So it just flows out of me.
Love it.
It's
Oh, my
It all
goodness.
makes so much more sense.
I don't believe that at
I
all.
don't
buy
believe
that.
you, but the truth is revealed. I still don't believe
She
you.
puts the vicious and vicious mockery. It's fine. But yeah, so I will probably spend the next 2 weeks before our next thing creating
Building
my
more
backup
characters.
character. Yeah, because I don't have one right now. I was like, oh man, I don't have a backup character yet. I was like, what am I going to
should
do?
that too.
What am I going to do if Tanton dies?
I mean,
And I'm like-
that also was a strange situation, right? In that, you had these ones who were investigating something at the center of a circle who were not ranged and had a good distance from you at the end of the circle. So I don't know how many more times it was almost like, in quotes, splitting the party without meaning to do that, because you can't walk around huddled together like a Greek chorus. Like, I just got to go.
Gotta be
everywhere together and
consistent.
just like,
Don't count us out on that.
Yeah, no.
We got to do what we normally do, and
The day
also
is young,
Trendane. Just think if you had taken that crystal right at the chin.
Oh,
Yeah, the thing
That
with the deck
first-
save, that would have been
That
yeah.
I would have just been watching it just like in slow motion, is just like in a John Woo film. You just went. As it just goes right through
It's
your
the dude
face.
from the first 5 minutes of Mass Effect that you just can't save. It just is
Yeah,
not
exactly.
gonna happen.
But yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting back to this thing here. When we come back in 2 weeks for this doohickey, by which time I will be 51.
That's right.
Because my birthday is next week. Is that right?
Is that right?
Do you know?
No, I don't. No,
Yeah,
it's a
also
week, it's a
we're
week and a
together.
half. It's on the 22nd. It's when we're playing that other game that we play on this channel. Which is
Benjamin
when
Earth.
people. That one, thank you.
Okay.
It's not Twister. Oh, yeah, sorry.
We play that on this channel, but never mind. Never mind. Just yeah. So thank you, Mrs. Dunson. So
Yes, happy birthday in advance,
yeah, thank you. And when is that? Is that? I mean,
when is what?
the.
Middle
I mean,
Earth?
I know it's on the 22nd, but do we have one next week as well?
We We do have one on the 15th and I think the 22nd. Yes, I think we put those 15th and 22nd because we have Adventures of Middle Earth coming up on Tuesday as well. Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah. So you'll see me here on Tuesday for Adventures of Middle Earth, and then you'll see me here on the following Tuesday, my birthday, for Adventures of Middle Earth, and then the following Saturday after that, back here for this, more of
Eberron. And I think also the 15th is Terry's birthday. So I think that we've got birthdays coming up in just waves of birthdays.
And I forgot to mention our vocalist. I'll be back for our vocalist whenever.
That's right, too, which I think might be Tuesday night. I got to check, but I think it might be Tuesday. I don't know if it's this Tuesday or
this
next
coming Tuesday.
I think so. I have to check.
Okay, but yes, you will see me here for our vocalist. So, more my shenanigans there.
So thank you, Trent. That was awesome. Of course, let me just quickly check. It is, in fact, it is the 22nd. It is not this Tuesday. It is the 22nd.
So you will see me back here on my birthday.
Yes. And it's no, you are the 15th and the 22nd, Trent. Rob, our vocalist, is the 22nd. That's now we're all clear. So yes, now we're all good.
Are we?
I think we are.
Okay,
and I'm going to let people go before it gets worse. Thank you all so much to this amazing crew. Chat, can we get, and thank you also, shout out to chat for mid-40s all day today. Hopefully we can keep that number up. That was great. Can we get some love for the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew of Trendane Sparks, Reed Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozek, and Darkside Rob. Always a pleasure. Great job, crew. And I will see you in a couple weeks for session 2 of this game.
Doodles.
Bye for now.
Everybody.
And that, everyone, is going to do it for us for this evening. That was a really, really, really cool session. And I am very excited for it. And as I said, we have a lot of other stuff that we're going to be doing with this that is going to be coming forward. We got a lot of other things that we've got, including an overlay being done by the amazing Shadowed Mage. We also have a video that is being worked on that should hopefully be ready 2 weeks from now. That's going to be really epic when it gets done. So I am very excited for that. So we are, pulling out all the stops on this. It's going to be a big campaign with a lot to it, with a lot of movement, and it was a good. They had a lot of good action. They got a chance to do some RP. They went out into the Mournlands. They had a fight. They did some stuff like it. They're starting to put stuff together. So I'm very excited to have the wonderful Infinity and Beyond crew keep on keeping on. But it is getting a little bit late tonight, and so we are going to rise up on out of here. But we are not going to be gone for long, because tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern, we will have the return of the Speculate Twitch joint event of Blades in the Dark, the Case of the Cindered Seal, with the incomparable Rising Ties as your GM, along with Turbo Tango and Yori Kusano and Yoi Gawain Lin, and the Kids Are Asleep on Twitch. All of those players, along with, as I said, Brandon O'Brien, are going to be playing in their continuing campaign. It is a fun campaign. You should definitely want to check that out. And that's going to be happening, as I said, tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. Then we are off on Monday, and on Tuesday, we have Adventures of Middle Earth. And then over on GOG, we have got Pen and Pixels, and we have the second premiere in a few days. In what is that? Sunday, Monday, 3 days, 4 days? Saturday, Sunday, yeah. The second premiere in 4 days of D&D with GOG. Ghosts of Saltmarsh will be launching on Tuesday, and that's going to be pretty cool at 4 p.m. Eastern. Then Wednesday, we have got, Thursday, we have got Community D&D with the Shadow Crew, with Triffity Mats, with Rockgod, with Hoodie, and with Echo Alpha X5, with Shadowed Mage as your GM. And then on Friday, we have Esper Genesis, which was rescheduled from yesterday. And then on Saturday, we have, I believe, some Neverwinter Nights 2 that we got going on. So that's what we got sort of scheduled. Oh, and then on Sunday, that Sunday will be Soundclash the Clampdown. So we got a lot of stuff coming up. It's going to be really cool. If you like it, then please make sure to follow the channel. Please check out your YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets, website arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, !ArvShop is the merchandise area where you can get Infinity and Beyond stuff. You saw John repping that today. You can also get Adventures of Middle-earth stuff and soon-to-be Esper Genesis stuff over there. Exclamation point Arvtreon is sitting right there. 23 patrons. Oh, yeah, that's right, Shadowed. I remember. 23 patrons, $2.14 per month. That really does make a difference, and any support that people can give there really helps move things forward, not only for you individually, because I, for example, have an epic poem written for Effect Life, which I'm going to read the next time that he is on stream, and that is because Effect Life contributed to the Patreon, so as a result, at a high enough level, and so got an epic poem as a result, you too can have that happen while we move towards various channel goals, including inspirations to help the players. And of course, you've got that, and then of course you've also got that sub button, which a number of you did today. So thank you so much for that, which allows you to also contribute to the channel, get those custom sub badges and emotes, inspirations to help the players. All of that comes with the comes with the subscription. So thank you for doing that as well. And of course, we have the publishing stuff. Exclamation point Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Athos Arts is also the publisher of record for my Greyshade books. Greyshade will be coming out in a few weeks from now, and the Kickstarter for the rest of the Greyshade universe, the other books, the audiobook by Trendane, the tabletop role-playing game, and the board game will all be coming up as part of a Kickstarter, and you can find out more about that with exclamation point Greyshade KS. And last but certainly not least, exclamation point Library will give you Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That is my 5e adventure and sourcebook. And actually, I want to check something quickly. This is Tales and Tomes. And I want to make sure the person who wrote the Nightland, which is the first part of the adventure that we're playing through right now, that person, Sean Merwin, also contributed to this. And in fact, there are other people within this adventure campaign that wrote different parts of it who also contributed to Tales and Tomes in the Forbidden Library. So if you've been enjoying the content of that and you're like, where do I find more? I've got a solution for you. So Tales and Tomes in the Forbidden Library you can find with exclamation point Library. And that will allow you to get a copy of the digital version on Drive-Thru-RPG, and soon will allow you to get as well a physical edition. The physical editions are out and are now like available. Like, I mean, they came out of customs. And so now they are being shipped out to Kickstarter backers as we speak and to stores that are fulfilling orders. And so we expect that that's going to go into retail sale by the end of this month, early next month, which is awesome because I really want to be starting to get sales of it. That would be really nice. So we're making progress on that score, which is really cool. So that is the deal with that. Last but certainly not least, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, always very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when they need help and to reach out to others when you need help as well. You need to continue to be a light in the darkness. We have a lot of lights on this channel, and we're maybe moving out of the darkness overall in the world, at least I hope so. But part of that is all of us working together, so let's please make sure that we continue to do that. We are going to do a raid today because we had a solid turnout. So if you are not a sub, you're going to do this. Thank you, Mrs. Dunsel. This actually comes from my first ever real creative convention. I obviously had gone to academic conventions, but this is the first one I went to that was me more as an author. In advance, I had just actually sold this book to John Helfers, in fact, and the contract was officially signed in 2008, but I had basically gotten to the point where it was clear I was going to sell it, and then 2009 is when the book was published. So Fantasy Matters was a small conference in the University of Minnesota Twin Cities. Neil Gaiman was there and read the first little part of the Graveyard book before anybody knew what it was. It was really awesome. So, yeah. And so that is Fantasy Matters, because my Infinity and Beyond shirt was still in the laundry. So that was the deal. Thank you. Yes, I am a huge... I really enjoyed this. It was just a one-off. They only ever had this once, but it was cool. It was cool they did that. So if you are not a sub, the Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch Raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. Thank you, Live Suing. The Arvanauts have landed, and you're going to do some Get Hyped, Arvany Hype. You've got Twitch Raid, you've got Arvany Roar there, you've got Arvany What, Arvany Woe, Arvany Witch, Arvany Smug, Arvany Love, all of the Arvanys, when you were brought over auto-magically. And speaking of being brought over auto-magically, let us see who we are going to raid today. Let's see who we've got available. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, interesting. I think I see someone. I have not actually rated this person for a while. Yes, I know who you're going to raid. So make sure to go over to this, folks. We're actually going to raid another D&D stream tonight, and it's been a little while since I've raided this person. So let us give them our love and respect and all that kind of stuff when we head over there, which we will do shortly. Thank you all so much for being here. This was a really great premiere session, and I hope that this kind of turnout continues and grows. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Dragon Spear, Hillness, Rock God, Shadow Mage, The Rising Tides, and Triffity Mets. Thank you so much for the awesomeness there. The best mods on Twitch. Thank you also to my subscribers, to Dragon Spear, Hillness, Rock God, Shadow Mage, The Rising Tides, Triffity Mets, Darkside Rob, Blackberry Bear, Configuration Queen, Crit Twitch, JLC, Live Suing, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, Thordax Mommy, and Trending. That is a big number. Thank you to everyone who is part of that. Thank you as well to my Patreon supporters in that group. Thank you as well to Anthony Jessab. Thank you to Black Fury. Thank you to Cleaning the House, to Coven of Lanera, who is a mod. I don't know why it showed up down there, but thanks, Coven. Thank you to Dark Show, Dark Sky, Dark Sinner, Don Cairo. Thank you to Feet, Forceps, Freeweed, I don't know. Thank you to Gigafrost, J9, Lost Rivers, Lurking Chat, Music and Arts. Thank you to Okiron. Thank you to One Good Jep. Thank you to Outside Gardening, Outside Working, Phantom 309, Raidens, Radio Johnny Panda. Thank you to Rogue, Sad Girl, Tauntoms, TNS Mephiston, U Christensen, V&K, Wenchkin, and Yamickle, sorry. And especially, thanks, Thordax. And especially thank you tonight to my wonderful players. Thank you to Tren. Thank you to Jen. Thank you to Marie. Thank you to Rob, and thank you to, did I say John? Thank you to Tren, John, Jen, Marie, and Rob. There we go. So thank you to my lovely players and members of the Infinity and Beyond crew. Hey, what's up, Indy? Yeah, man. Sorry, dude. I just am wrapping up, literally. We're heading over on a raid to another D&D group, but good to see you, man. Indy, of course, of ArvCon Star fame and, of course, of music fame. You should check out Indy. Awesome musician, awesome dude with albums and all that kind of stuff going, because he's all blowing up and all that good stuff. But yes, good stuff, and I will catch all of you lovely people soon. Stick around for the raid, and I will catch you folks soon. Until I see you next time, everyone be good to each other. Premiere of D&D with INB, Eberron, Oracle of War, Part 1, The Nightland, is complete. See you tomorrow for Blades in the Dark, Case of the Cindered Seal. I'll see you then. Bye for now.